Hello everybody far and wide. Welcome to the final day of Stage 2 VCT CN here at Project Horizon. But before we get to your grand finals, we have got something much more interesting to get through today. I'm the Snow Spy, I'm joined by Kumquat, and are you excited to see our little surprise that we're going to have going on here?
I am very excited to show it to everyone. I think it will be very fun to watch, and it will be maybe lighten the mood a little bit before we all became emotional because it's the end of the playoffs today. So yeah, big surprise. I cannot wait.
And for those of you that don't know what's going to happen, we are going to be having a Valorant mobile show match. But before we get to that, we've been promised that there's a little bit of surprise content that we're going to be shown. But we haven't had any of this revealed to us before. So basically for the next 20 minutes, you're going to get a little bit of a react stream to some potentially exciting stuff.
We're going to see. We don't speak Chinese either. So it's going to be like...
It's the whole visual stream. We just look at the screen, see what happens, see what comes out. I mean, I'm hoping that maybe we get a bit of a sneak peek at a new bundle, but you know what? That would be maybe just me hoping a little bit.
There was a new one very recently.
Okay, bring out more skins, just even more. My wallet hasn't suffered enough, clearly.
You need to buy something else.
Yeah, every single time I log onto Valorant, that store, the button it calls to me, and I always just need to get something new. But like we said, we're going to be seeing a show match of Valorant later on, and you know, if you thought, oh, maybe it's just going to be some random people playing, now Happy Way and Nobody both going to be part of that game. So I don't know how their skill quite transitions to mobile, but I would imagine that both being quite competitive, maybe they put a little bit of practice in.
Is it a new agent? I think our loving very kind translator videos is giving us some information about what's going on the stream, and apparently it's like a dev video, so probably showing something that will be added to the game.
Wait and see. I feel like we're getting drip-fed information that we just have to pass along as soon as it gets to it.
Okay, they're giving some credits to famous streamers that help the game live and thrive by giving it some giving the ability to be shown to the world,
showcasing the game to everybody that can watch it. And it's definitely I mean, you know, we see streamer show matches all the time. It'll be quite interesting. I imagine we'll see probably a couple of these people on the stage today in Valorant Mobile in that show match before we head to those grand finals. But we've already had a couple show matches so far, and I imagine that some of these might potentially be highlights from those.
Hey, it's nice to see Chinese streamers because they do not still stream on Twitch. So mostly we do not really know them. It's pretty new.
It's good to know that they're as cracked as our streamers are, to be honest. Like, I'm seeing some of these shots landing, and I'm definitely not doing that in my games.
I think they're all invited to the final, right? They're showing some clips from the stream, and then we see them in the room with the camera. I think that's what's happening.
So there's a couple of different people that do a bit of variety of stuff. We were just told that one of the people we just saw on screen was someone that makes guides for pro Valorant teams, as in, like, I feel like that's such an interesting concept that they just essentially produce guides for teams that might not be able to afford an analyst or something like that. They just watch this guy's content instead.
I'm actually kind of interested to look at what he does. At least one person made subtitles, right?
Yeah, we'll hire BDOS on the day rate to just translate for us for all these videos, that we can just maybe improve our own gameplay a little bit.
Hey, girl streamer.
Now you're excited. Is it?
Yeah,
that's the element that's picked it up for you.
My favorite. A lot of talent are here today. A big event it is. The final of the playoff. Cannot wait to see the match.
Oh my gosh, these people just hitting shot after shot. And I mean, to be fair, it makes sense. It'll be an interesting highlight reel if you showed them missing all their shots. But you know, it's still good to see what people really can bring to the game. And you know, the reason why Valorant is so popular because you get these clips all the time.
Yeah, you can do a lot of highlights and it really works on social media. It's always really impressive because from your point of view, you always miss your shot. Like, it's very rare. But some really good players, they can eat like few clips every stream.
Oh no, they showing a knife on stream.
Not cool.
Oh my gosh.
Not cool production.
Hey, those people have no mercy. Production never cares. They show you at your worst and at your best. They don't care what's happening as long as it's good content.
I mean, I would have to agree on this one. Unfortunately, that's how it works on the social media, on the internet. Good content is all that people care about. And we're here on Project Horizon to produce really good content, right?
That is the hope. That is, I don't know how that's gonna happen if I'm on this stream, but you know what? I would hope at the very least that some good content comes out of this. But you know what? I'm telling you, half the venue's gonna be full of streamers today. It's showcasing everyone here. If all these people have tickets, they better have a lot of space at this venue.
They have special chairs also. They are very comfy chairs.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
I'm jealous.
When's Project Horizon giving me my chair that I can just like lounge around in? Instead, I'm at a standing desk now. I don't even get to sit down. They said I've got to work out while I cast.
That's your pain to bear. Your cross to bear, sorry.
Well, I'll gladly do it as long as we get some nice quality games here today. But I feel like, you know, talking a little bit about the mobile Valorant that we're going to see later. Obviously, it's not all going to be. There's not really a mobile pro scene as of yet. So we might get. Do you think we're going to get like? Do you think these guys are going to have practiced and they're going to be really tuned in and locked in into how to play it, or we're going to see a little bit of chaos?
I think it should be 50-50. There are some, so maybe we'll talk a little bit more about it later, but we have the lineup from who's going to play in this show match, and there are some players, but there are also some people that I think are not the ones who actually play Valorant on a daily basis, so maybe there will be a lot of chaos if they do not even know the maps. Like, what do you do if you don't know the map? It's hard.
Yeah, it would be a bit interesting having no idea what's going on in Valorant, especially if you're playing a map like we see right here, Abyss. There's a lot of potential for things to go very wrong.
There's two kind of show matches, in my opinion. Like the one with a very, very good team that are not in the same region, so it's kind of a very rare matchup, and you can see very good Valorant. So this is the first kind, and the second kind, I would say, is the funny one, where you invite people that are not really good, and it's gonna be complete chaos, and you have a good laugh, and everyone has a good time.
Look, I'm just going to be looking forward to all the times that our pro players just get beat in 1v1s, because put a mouse and keyboard in their hands, they are amazing at the game. But I feel like as soon as it comes to that mobile, they lose that element of surprise, they lose that skill that they have. It's definitely going to be spicy.
A lot of talent. I don't know how many we've seen, but I really like it that they invite so many people. I think it in other regions is not always the case, and it's nice to have like a thank you to all the content creators there.
What was that? I don't know if anyone saw a sneak peek that raise, just that the most psychotic raise I've ever seen. But a very interesting way of using the satchel, just always boosting up above to get that information. But yeah, like you said, just really showcasing the talent for the region, really shouting out the streamers and everything that they offer to game. And I feel like it's healthy, very healthy for the ecosystem when, you know, the organizers of these big tournaments themselves recognize, oh yeah, it's important what our streamers do and how they showcase the game.
I think they started recognizing it, especially with the watch parties. Now they're very, very common. So I think they're starting to really acknowledge how important it is, the streamers, the content creators in the global esports scene.
I love seeing the little reactions of all the streamers there, like who's just going to be the polite person, give a little wave, and the people that are throwing up hand signals and everything. I feel like if I'm invited to an event like this, you gotta go big. You gotta rock up, whole costume, whole walkout yourself, show out everything.
In China, I think they're more polite than maybe other parts of the world. I think in America it would be very different.
Oh yeah, America's these people would be scrapping each other before they even got to the stage. The amount of streamer beef they have, but no, it seems to all just be nice polite people, just ready waiting.
Yeah.
They're happy to sit here for the finals. You know, they're ready to see the show match. They're as excited as we are for Valorant Mobile.
Definitely. They're all here for it, obviously not for the final. Valorant Mobile is very important. And also it's nice to point out that Riot created a very huge event around these playoffs. So there's some kind of carnival outside of the venue with a lot of activities to do. I also want this in VCT EMEA.
Yeah, we need. You know what? I'm gonna be at Champs in Paris. They need to start putting out a carnival. You know what? I need to get there. I need there to be theme park rides. I need there to be little rubber duckies that you pull out of water. I need everything going on at once because I'm jealous now. They get a whole event. We you know what? I imagine the event itself is going to be nice, but it's all the stuff around it, you know, all the show matches, everything else that really makes an event feel special.
It's really different from what we're seeing in Europe. Like we have a good show for the match, for the final, but nothing compared to what China is doing. Obviously, the region is huge. Like it's a huge country, and you have a lot of people watching and interacting with the game, especially since Riot is from China. So there's maybe something there. But it's so cool to see such a huge party around it. Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
You're just so emotional about how much Valorant has changed over the past couple of years.
Yeah.
But if anyone hasn't been paying attention, the past couple people, we've had a couple of educational streamers that have been showing like a few different lineups, a few different ways that you can play the game as well. So you know, if you really keep your eye out, you'll see a couple of cypher setups that came through and a couple of interesting tricks so that you could maybe bring to your games.
Do you watch tips and tricks?
I don't need to. I'm just clearly that good. No, I used to watch them a lot, and then I realized that you also need the tips and the tricks and the ability to aim and shoot people in the head, because there's only so much that being in the right position does for you if you have the mouse control of a 3-year-old child. Because I just can't aim sometimes, and it just makes it so much worse for me.
I have this feeling every time I try to shut down my computer, because one time out of two I missed a button and I click restart and I'm like, okay, if I cannot aim for the right button, how can I aim for a small head in Valorant? It's impossible.
Yeah, I feel like that's an even bigger issue. If you're missing your skill checks when it comes to just clicking on your PC, I feel like we've got a bigger worry there. Maybe we should both stick to the casting and stick to talking about the game rather than actually playing the game ourselves.
That's what I agree. Unfortunately, I agree. I would love being a good player and going to LAN and do competitions, but it's not in my blood.
Hey, well, they always say those that can't do teach, well, those that can't do talk about the game, because clearly that's a lot easier for us at the very least. But I believe we're getting a little bit of highlight about EDG right here, and Wolves showcased as well after their insane run at Masters, so they're going to be around. Sadly not participating in the playoffs this time, but at least going to be watching from a bit of comfort.
Yeah, they also have the nice seats, all players. That's cool also, so everyone's here for the final.
Yeah, and it's nice for them to kind of come and support. You know, it's a somber situation for them not being able to play, and they're going to be wishing that they could be up on that stage. But it's still nice for them to be around and support the other teams that are really making this happen.
In Project Horizon, we were a lot of Wolves believers, but unfortunately it didn't work this stage. They didn't really manage to find anything, so a bit of a disappointment.
But yeah, just a quick shout out to all of the teams, giving a quick thank you to everyone that's been a part of this stage so far, and showing a little bit of a highlight from all their games and really showcasing what these teams can do. And now give a bit of a shout out to the casters as well, which is lovely to just see them kind of shout out everybody that's been a part of this stage altogether.
It's a very nice segment. I really like it. You thank everyone from the scene, even the casters.
Yeah, where are our thanks? Where's Project Horizon giving us the highlight reel video? No, they do enough for us already. The fact that we are here on stream is always going to be more than enough to make me happy. But yeah, now we're just seeing there's people that are organizing uni esports clubs, and they're giving them a shout out as well, and really just people that are helping grow and build the scene, and just the fact that they're giving them props on such a big stage is such a big deal for the esport in as a whole.
Are there some uni teams for esports in England? I'm sure we don't have it in France.
We do have it in the UK.
Oh, so
I mean, they're starting to bring out scholarship schemes over here as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's still a very new thing. But in comparison to the events that some of these look like they're running, it pales in comparison to that.
It's harder for now to have an esports career, I would say. So for me, it's pretty normal that the scholarships are still very few in numbers.
Look at that stage.
But hopefully it will grow.
Did you see that stage with all the smoke on there? The whole watch parties that have a whole fire show and everything. That is crazy that we've got people organising just immense watch parties for high schools and unis.
It's China, that's all I'm going to say. They have a lot of resources because the country is huge. And I'm a little bit surprised that they're investing so much in esports, because I felt like maybe it was not very supported overall, but apparently I was wrong. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely well supported, and they definitely care a lot about it. But I feel like it's a little bit more of a surprise to people, just because I don't believe they had as big a stake in Counter-Strike when that was a thing, and obviously people viewing Valorant as the kind of Counter-Strike baby. The fact that they've invested so much into it has been a surprise to everyone, but it's been massive for the scene as a whole.
I agree with you. I think the fact that CS was not very accepted, played in China, really created a space for Valorant, and they took this place as the only tactical shooter in China. And the scene really grows. It's only been 2 years and such a huge scene already. Cannot wait to see where it will be in 10 years.
And that whole video just highlighting, giving a thank you to everybody that's contributed to Chinese Valorant, and to thank people. They're giving away free bundles for Valorant Mobile. That seems to be what we're seeing on screen. I'm not quite sure the rules of that giveaway just yet, but that is, I think 50 people are going to be getting some free bundles to use on Valorant Mobile now that it's going to be accessible to the public.
Apparently, all the skins in the game, all the skins are getting a giveaway to 2 lucky users. And I think that's their number, the first one we saw.
2 people get every skin
And the
bundle.
second
That's crazy.
one.
The game's just come out and you already get all the content right off the bat.
Imagine getting all the skins in Valorant from a giveaway.
Just you rock up to one event, you get every single skin. That's so much money's worth of skins as well. That has to be the most expensive account that's ever existed.
The only last thing you have to do is climb to Radiant, and you can sell for.
Yeah, just an easy job. Just quickly climb to Radiant.
Some tips and tricks.
Yeah, just watch some of the tips and tricks videos. You're absolutely fine. But we're going to be giving an introduction to the show match now. So we are going to be seeing Valorant Mobile, and we are going to be seeing some of these players coming out. And I think you were talking before about the rosters of these teams. Any bigger names that you're looking forward to seeing?
Obviously, I'm not very well versed in Chinese talents and actors, but there are 2 people that we know in these lineups. 2 people that we know very well in VCT China, and the first one is here. It's Nobody.
Nobody, an absolute cracked player who has done bits for EDG, and we've seen how good they can be on the PC when they have that keyboard and mouse in their hands, but we're taking away that advantage that they have today, putting a phone in their hands. And this to me says maybe it's going to be a little bit interesting, but on the flip side, you speak about Nobody and being that big player, there's Happy Way that they're going to be facing up against.
And yes, in the other team, in the other lineup, we have Happy Way. Around them, there are some Chinese famous people, so influencers, content creators, but there are also a singer, I think, former idol from a Korean group. So an actress also, a lot of famous players. Apparently, all of them are known in the Valorant community, and they're doing some content around Valorant, watch parties and other stuff. So they should all know the game, at least the maps. I don't know their level, obviously, but yeah.
I mean, this is crazy to me that they've just got essentially current pop stars and current celebrities just playing a show match. This is like if we just had Brad Pitt just rock up and decided to play a Valorant show match. Like it's crazy the amount of popularity that this game has got in such a short time.
There's also, and that's the thing, just what I think is very funny, is there is a stand-up comedian in the mix.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully their game will give us the same humor that they can give people on stage. But I'm very excited to see what we've got on offer.
The 10 famous players, the hype should be like huge. As you said, it's like Brad Pitt is doing a show match show for Chinese people. This is a huge hit, I would say, and very excited to see their famous talent performing on Valorant Mobile. It's aired just 5 days ago, so very, very new.
And I do wonder if maybe the celebrities have a little bit of an advantage, because obviously not pro gamers, but maybe have a bit more time away from their PC where they might have played a little bit of mobile games. I'm not sure, maybe PUBG Mobile, one of these guys has really popped off with it and taken it far, and that might translate to Valorant today.
okay, when you're dressed like that, it's when you know that you're a real celebrity, right?
Yeah.
Her outfit is so cool.
It's different to what you're used to seeing gamers wearing with like a hoodie and tracksuit.
See her such an aura.
I mean, all these players do, right? As
Yeah.
they walk out to the stage, you're talking about, you know, these are big celebrities. Everybody rushing to the stage, trying to get those high fives because they're so excited to just see these players. I say players; they're not even players. They just are. They just are celebrities.
So Valorant Mobile, yeah, it has been released 5 days ago. For now, it's only China. We don't know yet if and when it will be released to other regions. So unfortunately, it's not really possible to play outside of China.
But we are going to get ourselves a little sneak peek of it here today. And it's funny to me that they've still got the PC setups, obviously, because we're set up for the finals, but they're just going to sit down and play on their phones.
Oh, the phones are on the table, right?
Yeah.
They did turn the screens on the other way.
Yeah.
So just to be sure that they're not going to play on the PC.
They just accidentally, yeah, nobody in Happy Way just start plugging in their keyboards. They're just ready to actually play. But we have got confirmation that the maps we're going to see today, because we were a little bit, when we were talking in the green room, we weren't sure what we were going to see in terms of maps. We're going to see Ascent and Haven as the two maps. It's not best of anything. It's just straight two maps, just playing for pride, playing for that ego.
It's first to 8 also,
Yes.
so a little bit shorter. We're gonna see how the rounds will unroll. Obviously, they're not pro players, except nobody in Happy Way, but the other ones are not, so maybe there will be a little bit of chaos and the rounds will be explosive. I wonder if Happy Way and nobody will act as the team lead, or if they will just let everyone play.
Yeah, but like I say, it's interesting because, you know, we would expect them to be good at this game, but we don't know if the skills are really going to translate. But they're giving a little bit of an interview with some of the players who are going to be playing now, and apparently, you know, they're so excited that their hands are shaking. They're just ready and eager to get on stage and play the game.
I understand. I would be very excited and very excited to watch also.
And I mean, we're going to get to watch. And for me, I'm interested in how the duelists play out within this game, because I feel like the amount of buttons that you need to press on keyboard, I don't know how they're going to do. How is someone going to be navigating like jet updrafts, dashing in with knives, 180ing to get kills? It's going to be chaos to watch people try to make that happen, let alone if they succeed.
If we can look a little bit more into who's gonna be on the two teams, right? So the first one, we have a Chinese actress, which is called Jo. So sorry for my Chinese pronunciation. Maybe it will not be this good. We also have a singer, former idol, Liu. We saw him, I think, with the red hair. So the third person is nobody, and we have a Chinese TikTok star, Du Yin. And actually, on the enemy team, there is his girlfriend. So this is fun. And the final people from this first team is a Chinese streamer, which called An Zaiju.
On the other side, we've got a different kind of influencer. We've got a fashion influencer, content creator, Dan Tong. And then we've got that girlfriend of the aforementioned star, Du Yin, Nini, who's going to be on the other side. We spoke about Happy Way before. We've got Hang Hang, who is a Valorant content creator, played in the show match yesterday, is Radiant, so, you know, could be bringing in a little bit of that, more of that skill, doing some of that heavy lifting with Happy Way. And then rounding that roster out, we spoke about how there's a stand-up comedian and actor. It's Fu Hang, or they might be going by the IGN Passion today. We'll have to see kind of what these players go by, if they go by their actual names, if they go by their in-game names. But it's going to be interesting all around.
And Happy Way doing a little bit of banter. He say that he's gonna death nobody with his mechanics. So we cannot wait to see this. Now that you've said it, you have to deliver.
I mean, we've seen it once before, last stage, you know, XLG looked really good before they unfortunately had some roster issues heading into Masters. So it's definitely a grudge match between these two players, and with both of them being out of playoffs, maybe this is the one thing that decides who is finally better.
So Ember is there, and she said that she's not familiar with esports at all. So we're gonna see how it goes for her.
She says she has practiced a lot, so
Yeah.
not familiar with esports, but has put a lot of time into that game. So clearly they've had a bit of access already, and they've been practicing. And they asked how many kills nobody is going to get. Nobody just says, kills don't matter, I'm going to win.
Wise word from a wise man. The stare.
Trying to
You have to
dodge the
scare
camera.
your enemy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't feel too scared, because that smile at the end didn't massively fill me with hope in terms of that killer instinct. But as these players kind of set up, as they get ready and waiting to kind of play this match out, I'm getting more excited to just see how it's going to pan out, because now knowing that they've practiced, now knowing that there's a little bit of trash talk going into it, makes it all the more interesting.
I'm wondering if they had time to practice, or maybe if they were asked to. I think they did not ask anything, because they just want to see their natural selves. So it depends on the character of the person. If you want practice to look good, or if you do not care and you're here for chaos. We have a little bit of both.
I'm just hoping they lock in 5 duelists. That would complete the chaotic imagery for what this game could be. Playing on mobile, none of them, like some of them not really into esports, might have no idea what's going on, and then they all just lock in duelists and just see what happens. It would definitely be a sight to behold at the very least.
We're gonna enter soon in the first game. Cannot wait for it to start. I hope we will see the interface and the UI, because I'm really curious about how it looks like.
I will say the one benefit is I have been watching a little bit of gameplay, and for those people that are worried about lineups and making lineups work, on Valorant Mobile, as soon as you pull out an ability, it tells you where it's going to land. Lineups are no more. It's not needed. You've got that cheat code. So if you've ever struggled with some of those molly lineups, you don't need to worry anymore, because Valorant Mobile's got your back.
You can play when you're going to work, in the train. A lot of buttons from what we can see. It's already like changing the settings so it can play more perfectly.
Yeah, moving the sense, swapping that out. That's me every single time I'm with a shot. Sense is changed. I feel like it'll be even worse on mobile. But we did see that on the screens, they have at least got into that game. I imagine they're probably doing a little bit of a button check before they head into it, but pistol round, the first round, gonna be coming through, and it might just be a chaotic fight in mid as there's peaks back and forth. But we do see some actual Valorant gameplay going on, with smokes being used to slow down these pushes.
I was gonna say, at least there's smoke on short, and nobody is already trying to move forward, but he's on the ground as is Happy Way, so only non-pro player living now.
3 versus 2 at that. Man, Hang gonna have to make something happen towards this A site, and I would say this isn't the perfect crosshair placement. Maybe aiming at the floor isn't gonna help too much, but Hang has found a timing and found a kill. But it left it in a 1 versus 2 for Mai. A big ask in this first round. The peek out. None of them can hit the shot, and just like expected, this is the result that we thought we would see from these mobile gamers.
That's what we came to see. And what's funny is that Happy Way and nobody were almost the first one to to die.
Yeah, they just decided to fight out in mid and just see what they could make happen. But you know, we did see some nice shots being hit there, but
There's the bullets on the left. I think you have to orient the screen and then click fire, the fire button. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like when I was watching some gameplay yesterday, you've got to orient your screen, and then you basically how people were doing it is they were using their thumb on their left hand to move, and then their pointer finger on their left hand to press the shoot button. So that's kind of the way that these people are using it. Never mind. You see here, it's just thumbs all around.
It's pretty well done, I would say, because it's not easy to do a tactical shooter for mobile, but it looks playable.
Playable it is at the very least, and playable. We have one of these teams that have found their way onto site. The Ares has already been busted out. Mai just trying to spam through the wall, see if they can find these kills. And how many Ares are that? 3 Ares? I don't think we've ever seen this on PC, but apparently this is the mobile meta coming out now.
We're having a sneak peek on the meta on mobile, yes, and it's Ares. Didn't really work though. It's the red team. I don't know if we know the team names.
Green and red.
Yeah,
that's what
let's go for it.
Team 1, team 2. That's the important thing, but. So far, we have been seeing that chaotic bit of gameplay. I feel like these rounds have taken place in the first 30 seconds. Their team's already found a site. They've already found their way forwards, and happy way and nobody. Not quite bringing in that pro player aspect just yet, but maybe as the players play a little bit more, they'll learn as they go along.
People taking shields. So we're playing seriously here.
And wall going to be used as well. Oh, it reminds me of the early days of Valorant where Sage would just wall off an entrance and just wait in backside for people to break it. But it's given them that relief that there's no one there. All 5 members just waiting outside B. I wonder who's going to be that entry player. Nobody currently sitting back, baiting the team a little bit, hoping to get some of those kills.
Passion is trying to flank from main. All players are in this little corridor, so you can catch them by surprise. Cypher Trap will reveal the position, but it's a little bit too late. The spike is down, and the smoke is there a little bit on the right, though. I wonder.
Passion! I think Passion for a second thought that was their teammate, and then they realized, wait, I'm Phoenix. That's a Phoenix. We can't both be on the same team.
There's something streaky here. I smell fishy.
Yeah, there's something is awry, but literally running and gunning with an Odin. Nobody. Do you have no shame? I find it funny. Nobody hasn't even changed the crosshair yet. Just has the default crosshair. Does it clearly has not put as much practice into this as some of their teammates.
Some crosshair are different.
Some of them, you can tell who's been practicing, who's
yes.
been really trying, and who's kind of just sat there. But I can't believe that Ares is the meta that we're seeing in this game so far.
I don't understand. I don't have it. I don't have the IQ to understand choice. I think there's a reason the transfer will not be fruitful. A lot of players dying on site. 3 players from the defense left. No attack is the ultimate orbital strike. Nobody's here.
Somehow manages to survive the orbital strike, but nobody gets beat in the 1 versus 1. That's a pro player that you've just taken out.
The reality check. Is so used to being like the top player, and now he's losing his duel.
Oh, struggling to get out of that remote. Just funny seeing them run backwards. It's the difference of nobody just playing on PC, you know, would be knife out, jumping around, and all of a sudden you stick them on a mobile and they don't know how to move anymore.
I wonder if you're a pro player, if your ego start to kick in, like you do not like to be beaten like this.
Maybe nobody's going to pick up the pace a little bit. Looking to be that Cypher entry, sprinting forwards onto site. Knows there's nobody there. It's a full stack, but Happy Way has the Yoru lineups and has found some kills. Goes for a triple already. What? How are you converting that skill into this game?
And what was he doing? He used his ultimate to get B on their back and find a triple. So now it's nobody and Lamfire that have to do it on their own. 2 versus 3, and we maybe have the duel. Nobody versus Happy Way. Which of these one will carry the team? Lamfire, he failed on his duel. Only nobody left now.
Nobody's in the perfect spot to make it happen, though. Yeah. Happy Way, really. I mean, the trash talk maybe got to them. There's a difference. Nobody's trying hard. Happy Way kind of just vibing at the moment. But round score, pretty even. I think that's going to make it. Or is that... Wait. Is it even? No, it's 4-1 right now. It's actually more than halfway towards this defender side right now.
But you know, Ascent is a defense-oriented map, right?
Well, on PC, maybe, but on mobile, all the rules go out the window, and I think we might get our first sneak peek at the jet knives. Is Hanzaiju on that jet, has the knives available, and I'm excited to see if they can pull anything out, if we even get to see them this round.
I want to see the kunai. I want to see them fly. The first duel is here. Hang will succeed in the swing.
He isn't stopping there as well, just running towards Link. No one knows at this point, just sprinting through mid. And, you know, maybe he's going to throw off some of these pro players because they're not expecting these kind of plays. As Pash is just swinging out with an Odin. What are they doing in mid? And here we go, the knives. Can they make it work? They found 1 kill already. The jump doesn't quite make anything happen, but the Spectre damage comes through and the delay is just enough for nobody to find that trade.
I think it will be a second round for the red team. They look, but nobody's bested by Mai.
I love that you see nobody trying to like strafe back and forth, but just the movement is not the same.
It's trying, but I think in a few rounds, maybe we'll get the hang of it. In practice, though, we saw also that Happy Way has the custom crosshair. So he did practice.
They've been trying a little bit, trying to make sure they can win this one for their own ego, for their own pride, if nothing else. But 4-2 so far on the half. We've got 2 more rounds to go, and we haven't really seen these ultimates make a big impact. And who is expecting this? Why are there just 2 players just in mid 30 seconds into the round? And this is what happens when you take some people that maybe haven't played as much Valorant. You get to see some pure chaos on the map.
That's what we wanted to see. And not 5 duelists, but we do have 2 duelists. 3 even on the red team. So we're close.
And we did say before that there were some smokes being used. It was only the first round. I feel like since then we haven't seen as many set plays, but this is one. Is that a quadra hold in mid? As Hankanga's already died, Passion finds a way to flash themselves, but has stalled the push for just a second, and it is an A site that is wide open.
Red team getting the advantage once again. Only Mai left. It's a redo of the previous round, and nobody will find the last kill. 7 kill for him.
Oh, is that the half? Is that a timeout?
I think
who knows
it's a
what's
half.
going on?
It's 4-4.
Ah, that would make sense. 8 rounds to win. Yep, 7 rounds is the half. I had my information wrong, but this round, I feel like there's a bit of a difference in the teams. The attacking side, they weren't quite trying to. They were grouping up a little bit, but it was a bit more just see who can find a kill. Whereas on the defense, they were trying to make some set plays happen, but it just didn't always work.
And how do you move? Because the left thumb is to move your window, your view screen. But how do you go forward or turn?
I think the left thumb is movement, and then the right, we'll see here. The right might be aim. Yeah, the right is aim. The left is move yourself. That brim smoke nowhere near where it should be, and it is going to be at the cost of Happyway's life. Probably expecting that smoke to be in the correct position.
What happened? My not in the right position. So did not work this time. Change of sides, as we said. And the flank is very good from JO. It's a new round for the previous red team now, green team. So red and green doesn't work if we change side.
Yeah, we've changed side now, so we're gonna have to come up with some names for these teams. I mean, Team Nobody and Team Happyway works. They're the people that should be leading this team, but I feel like at the moment, not leading the team. That we see right there, Happyway getting instantly taken out on the attempted entry, and a very quick flank just shutting down any other opportunities.
It was only a warm-up. It's still 4-4.
Yeah. Wait, it was a warm-up round? No, that was the first round, because it ended the half 4-3, I believe. So I think that was the first round of the second half.
Oh, yes, because, yeah, the half is at 7 rounds. I'm not good at math, sorry.
It's alright, we're as confused as these players are right now, because nobody knows what's happening, and nobody is trying to peek through the smoke and maybe try find themselves a couple picks, a couple kills. The defensive side is already here and battling, but it's in areas that you have to find your way into, and it's just a headshot that happens straight away, and Happyway left alone, but trying to clutch it out, trying to make this play happen. The stinger in hand will not be enough, and Happyway is taken down at the last moment.
Even bumping finish, like enjoying the victory for this mobile game.
That's a pro player that you just took out. It doesn't matter if it's mobile or not, you still won that 1v1.
You would do it 100%.
Yeah, I'll be on the stage jumping up, throwing my hands in the air, like
happy dance, yeah.
But it's, I wonder if there is, we were speaking about before, because I know Valorant obviously came out on console and there's a little bit of aim assist. I wonder if there's a slight aim assist on this, or if it's just all raw skill.
I have no idea, but maybe there is something like the aim box is bigger. Could be this. We have to get some information.
Happyway looking to teleport behind onto site, has set up that TP, a flash out as well. It's a combination play, the attack inside. Maybe they've pulled out some set strats, but it's a quick flank on the backside, and all of a sudden they're pinched. There is a smoke behind them to protect them, but as they walk forwards, there are more and more members to fight, and Happyway, trying to be that carry with the stinger, won't be able to do anything as they are just ripped apart.
And now the green team is starting to look very good. They're just getting rounds after rounds at this point. It's been like 4 in a row, I think. Really looking great. Happyway said it's gonna carry his team, so we're still waiting for this.
I don't think they're going to do much carrying when they just buy a stinger every round. I feel like trying to pull out a potential cheese strat of just buy the stinger and run and gun people, but apparently stinger isn't the way to go. Apparently it's Ares all the way. That's the gun for this game.
And what's funny is that it looks like they already decided this before, because from round 1, round 2, they all had Ares. So they agreed on this.
Yeah, they already knew that this was going to be the way to go, but Nobody picking up the Ares as well. Team Nobody, not quite carried by this player, but Happyway just jiggling back and forth, trying to use some of that pro player movement. No. Oh, what a peek, actually.
Timing there. The Reina falls down.
Oh, and Happyway heard what you're saying about them. Angry about it, in fact. Looking for a potential ace right now. Already on a 4K and has the ultimate as well to push away. Nobody peeks out of the smoke. It's a pro player 1 versus 1 combat. And this peak is everything. But nobody shuts down the ace.
Oh, no, he's denied. Nobody will best him. No ace and no victory also. The round goes to the green team once again. And they're very close to winning now. Only one round left. Heaven to 4.
And I can't believe we ended up in the pro player 1 versus 1. Nobody versus Happyway, and nobody captaining that team, bringing them on to match point. Well, it's match point. Yeah, I guess it's 2 individual maps. It's not really a best of 3, so I guess it is match point in a certain way. But a push through from this Phoenix finds a trade straight away off the bat, and this A site is completely open. The defense are scrambling to get back in.
Only one chance left, or you will have to find revenge on the next match.
And the Odin play on the flank. Passion's found the kill. And now a 3 versus 4. Llama can't find anything. Nobody and May are gonna have to be the carries. A 2 versus 5 if they're hoping to win the map right here. We'll make that a 1 versus 5. Maybe May's just surviving for just a little bit longer. But Passion doesn't want to allow that to happen. Has the Odin, the run and gun available, and Happyway takes that one down. And now nobody, the sole player left alive, and they know exactly where he is.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be tough. 1 versus 5 for nobody. Yes, you're pro players, but how are you gonna do this? Okay, he finds the first one. It's 1v4 now. Trying to find the second one. Passion's down. And he will be overwhelmed by Happyway and Hang. New round for red team. It's not the victory yet.
A decent effort towards it, couple kills, you know, do damage the economy just a little bit. Feel like we haven't really had much of a chance to talk about the economy. I'm not too sure in terms of Valorant Mobile how it works. I've been trying to keep a track of the guns, but when everybody just buys an Ares every round, it's hard to know what's going on.
Nobody in Happyway stuck to the normal guns.
Yeah, and it's not worked out. I mean, it's worked out for Happyway, but not nobody.
No. I would like to see them on Ares though. I think it would be funny. So, next round, potentially the last one for this first map, Ascent, Orbital Strike. It's thrown to gain some space on the site.
But it's not taken. It's thrown to gain space. There's an Orbital Strike on the back. Ultimate's just being yeeted both ways. And somehow someone's died. Oh, it's in mid. It's the trade. Oh, the knives popped, gonna be used. 14 and 7 right now on this Jet, being very much a driving force for this team as the attacking side, Team Happyway, are slowly making their way up mid.
It looks great for a victory now. They're taking out 2 players with a nice push in mid and also a good crossfire in main A. So they're trying their chances on the B side now. There's the Cypher setup.
It's the perfect way to go. There's nobody on this site. It's going to have to be a retake from this defensive side. And with an Odin spam ready and waiting, and Ares to back it up as well. Has already found the 1 kill, but nobody's here. Pushing forwards. The spray is good enough. Now Mai is left all alone on the site. Has to make magic happen in a 1 versus 3.
The aim is maybe not as good as it is on PC, but its game sense definitely is. Nobody will carry his team to victory. Green team takes the first map, Ascent, 8-5.
And we get a bit of a sneak preview. I feel like the players kind of warmed up towards the end. The first few rounds, a little bit rough in terms of the aim, but by the end we saw some nice sprays, some nice shots coming through, so there's definitely potential for this second map for there to be an upset and this series to end 1-1. And you know, in Europe we love best of 2s.
I love that the arena and the stage is so big when it's for a mobile so much. It's so cool. The energy is so special.
Yeah, and a reminder for anybody, if you're wondering why the stage is so big and why the setup's so elaborate, we are actually here for the grand finals, but this is the grand finals of what we care about. This is the grand finals of our hearts. This is what everybody's been waiting for, the mobile show match before the actual pro match after this.
I didn't see, but apparently the device they're playing on mobiles, it's partnered device for this for Valorant Mobile, and it's a 144 hertz on the mobile screen. How crazy is that?
A 144 hertz
Yes.
mobile is crazy. I don't think I've ever heard of that. I want one myself, and
Yeah.
not even just for Valorant, just for regular life.
Yes, it's needed every day and for your YouTube videos. It's crazy. I never heard of it. It's amazing what we can do now with technology.
Yeah, I felt like a boomer whenever we say that. So, back in my day, we didn't have these phones. We couldn't do this amount of stuff on our phones. But nowadays we've got people playing. We've got celebrities playing a tournament on mobile. It's crazy, but it's definitely fun at the very least. And Ascent already been and gone. We don't care about that anymore. We're heading over to Haven. And do you think it will be any different to the last one, or is it going to be chaos all the way?
I think Heaven is gonna be chaos because it's the free site map. So even in normal Valorant on PC, it's a more chaotic map because it's harder to defend. But on mobile, with what we've seen, I think it's gonna be precious.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see what the strat is in terms of the defense side. It felt like on Ascent, it was just stack all 5 players on one site, and if we have to retake, we'll retake, but we see a bit of a different look here. It is going to be Happyway's team defending first, nobody's team attacking, and Happyway's team have gone for an actual standard setup in a 1-1-3.
And they changed flavor, so the red team previously had 3 duelists and now they only have 2. And on the other team they have 3. So now they have the ISO, the Reyna and the Phoenix. So they lose already 3 players on this A side. The bomb side is for the red team. Oh, Happy with the flank from the short. He's trying to bust lava fire, but it doesn't work. First round for red team.
Happyway really trying to make some magic happen there. Would have had to, but yeah, it's an interesting look that Happyway's gone towards this ISO and been like, oh, I am going to be the carry. I am going to get all the kills and really showcase how good they are, not only on PC, but also on mobile as well.
I think the first round was a little bit less chaotic than what we've seen before.
We saw a good set hit. We saw some smokes being used as well. It was a good start to the first round. And one thing I'm noticing here is a stack towards A. These guys are going the complete opposite way of that. But Happyway on that Bucky. I'll be interested to see if they can maybe make something work.
There's the Eden player on site. Yeah, but he falls. Hang. No Reyna left. The plant site is for the red team once again. But Happyway with the shotgun only finds one.
Only manages to get that single player. 2 Ares still left alive. We saw the damage that this weapon could do in the last game, but Mai's going to be taken out straight away. Just like that, Passion trying to get forwards into Garage, but there's 2 people waiting for them. Now, 1 versus 4 is not a situation that you're expected to win, especially if you've only got a ghost in hand.
So much slower than what we see on PC.
Oh, just stuck in the corner. This is bullying, guys. This is pure bullying. That's just so mean. But it's 2 rounds now to Team Nobody. They've taken the lead, and hopefully for them, for fans of that team, I don't know if anybody's come specifically for this show match, but they're going to be hoping that they can run away with this one.
I would like that very much if they came specifically for this.
Yeah, they leave
and not
after
the
the show match is done.
That is right after.
Yeah, they watch the show match and then they just go home. They don't even care about the grand final. Yeah. They just want the show match.
Now they're able to back. A little flash on the long, but nobody's there. They're running towards middle already. The B side is already taken.
You said they're able to buy, but all they care about is the Ares. Happyway swinging out the smoke, has got a double spray transfer, finds a third as well. Backing out of the site now. Doesn't even need to find anything else because the spike is down and the round should be won.
It's gonna be difficult now. Definitely the Jet is the only one left. But no spike in her hands. The Kuna, you're out?
Popped, ready to go, ready and waiting, but has 50 seconds to work
Good
with.
move.
It's not an unwinnable situation here. Could definitely find an opportunity to make this work with 40 seconds left, trying to wrap around, and it's the perfect play.
What is he doing? Smart, but careful with the time though. Only 30 seconds left, and you cannot do any noise, or they will know, and they're very close.
Predicting that it's going to be A. It's just a ring around a Rosie, but with 15 seconds left, it's going to have to plant now. Going to have to put this spike down.
Where do you plant for?
Nowhere, apparently. Just in sight. Just in sight. Hope you can get the kills.
You just have to plant it, right? So now it's done. It's a 1v2. It's totally doable. He's gonna find the first one, and he gets it! A 1v1 now! It's the Aris, the famous Aris.
Oh, but it does not manage to convert. And if they got onto site there was an opportunity. Sage Wall still up for the retake. Could have used that ability to keep themselves alive, but the perfect timing being found by the Jet to get that kill for themselves and convert a round which looked like it should have been lost. I mean, look at this play from Happyway, a triple spray transfer. You would expect that if they're playing on PC, but not on mobile.
It was an amazing spread transfer for mobile, and a huge save by the Jet. Like 1v3, 1v2 it was, and after the triple from Happyway, it was an almost unsavable situation, and he did it.
That's an interesting aftershock. Not seen that one before, and doesn't seem to pan out this time. There's trades across the map already. Happyway looking to carry on being that carry. A kill found on the backside, and mid-trades with the spike being down as well means that somebody has to find this space. Happyway trying to battle their way forwards, holding on to the spike on 1 versus 2 now, and it's a double spray down. 11-1. This player dominating on the Jets.
Again, he did it again.
Another clutch situation, and I'm how did that aftershock work? What? They threw it.
What? Like, we didn't expect it, but it was a good one in the end.
Thrown into, you know, I'm going to start throwing my aftershocks into the floor, because clearly there's some magic behind
The
it.
way to go. I mean, on mobile, I don't know if I would be able to do better than this.
That's true. Mobile does make the difference. There's abilities being used to spam through the wall from Hang Hang. But it's not without cost, as the trades are thick and fast and furious as another double spray comes through, and the conversion on these plays, 14-1 now. Pure decimation right here.
Maybe recruit him at this point.
Yeah, at this point, get them on an actual team. We need some pro Valorant players coming through for the mobile, and this is your scouting grounds.
The third time in a row is doing this. Even I just cannot believe it. Like, what are you doing?
Nobody knows what's going on. Hanzaju, that player that is 14-1 on that Jet right now, putting on an absolute clinic. And And the defense isn't quite sure what to do. The attack is a little bit scattered, but they found their way through onto site. And this carry, the 14-1 player, 5 rounds in a row have been won. They are flawless so far in their gameplay and looking to carry on that streak right here as they want to go for the knife. The knife! It hits! It doesn't get the kill! Oh, the scumbag May has taken the knife away! But it doesn't stop there as Happyway trying to fight forwards, trying to put a single round on the board.
Disrespect. I cannot believe it. At least it's avenged by Happyway. And now it's the 2v2. They're backed up in the corner. You have to find the edge shot. And nobody obviously doesn't miss. They have important information though. So the Jet player is NJ and he tested the beta for Valorant Mobile, so maybe that's why he's so good.
Okay, so a bit of prior experience here, and oh, that was going to be a knife. That was going to happen. The knife was about to take place, and nobody clutching it up. Nice little headshot at the end there to really put their stamp on that round.
He just takes the time to aim right and fire. It's the target perfectly. New duel for Happyway is against nobody and he wins. This one's a huge one.
That's the one that we were waiting for. That's the one we were looking for. In Ascent, it went the other way, but this time it's all Happyway as an operator's been pulled out. The beta player maybe has a bit of practice with that weapon, but it's a 3 versus 1 in mid. That's not a fight you often want to take. Jiggle, the peak, the jump peaks on mobile goes crazy, and the flick is almost there, but just doesn't convert, as the chaos in this round leads Happyway to a 4K and a first round on the board for this team.
They're just rolling.
Oh.
It's almost the end. I don't want it to be.
I don't want it to be over. And it's scumbag Happyway right there, because nobody apparently sent knife fight in chat for the ISO ulti. And Happyway just shoots them in the face. That is disrespect right there. But they really want to win this game. They really want to make it happen.
6-1. Changing side now. They have to do it on the defense. It will be probably a little bit harder.
A little bit, but with how this game's gone and how chaotic it can be and how many fights you can find, at the end of the day, it's just who gets those kills. Oh, flashing your own team. A triple team flash goes crazy from Passion right there.
That's me. That's me right here.
Yeah, finally some Valorant gameplay that I can relate to. There's an entry into sight. 4 players sprinting through. It's the swarm trying to make this round happen as the spike's already gone down. But there's defenders here for the retake. And smoke's being used for what feels like the first time in this game to cut the players off. Now, 1 versus 3 has found the first kill already. They know exactly where this player is. It's a double swing, a flash as well, but they just can't find the shots. And 7 rounds on the board. We're at map point yet again.
A very easy game. I feel like nobody's team is getting better, and the flash was pure. It was pure show. Like, you cannot ask for better entertainment at this point.
Yeah, flashing your entire team and still winning a round is kind of crazy. I'll say that much, but like I said, 7-1, map point. It's almost over, Kumquat. It almost has to end, and it means we're 1 round away from the grand finals, which is what everybody wants to watch. But the magic of this game, I don't want to see it end here. And somehow it's a save on the side of nobody's team and a knife fight. We finally get it.
Well, the potentially last round. Third kill is taken, 1 on each side. They're fighting for the life. We're only their knife. Oh, the heal is so
And mine, a
it's over.
1 versus 4. Give it the 1v1s. No, the swarm. It comes through in the end, and with nobody securing the final kill of the game. The knife fight in mid to end it. What a way to end this show match. And it was a show match for the ages, and an enjoyable one at that.
They're crying, obviously. So much pressure on this match.
So many emotions coming through now. But what a game to come through. Acting like they've just lost the grand finals.
It's a very sad moment indeed for all these 5 players who invested so much in this match. And now they lost it all.
Yeah, and we get to see these highlights, see these shots that came through. Oh, there were actually some nice one-taps that were happening, but a few sketchier moments as well. But the be-all, end-all is we're here to see what Valorant Mobile was like. This round confused me. Phoenix looking at Phoenix and not shooting was one that definitely got to me. But the game looks fun, I'll say that much.
It does look fun. I think it can be a good entertainment when you want to play. You always have your phone on. The only thing is you need the right performance. I think you need at least 6 GB of RAM memory, but it shouldn't be too hard on modern phones.
Yeah, me with my 10-year-old phone, probably not going to be able to run this one, but most people, you're going to be okay. If not, get yourself your iPad out, get yourself your tablet, you can run that on that as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the peak of this game is, because by the look of it, it plays out pretty similar to just regular Valorant. So you'd assume that, you know, maybe the skill ceiling could be as high as regular Valorant is if we give it a couple years to develop.
Definitely. I think it can really find its public, because there are a lot of people who play on phones. It's a really huge market. You have a lot of person who does this, and this game looks fun. Bringing like your favorite PC game on your mobile is such a cool thing. And also I said some bad stuff, because the minimum RAM you need is not 6, it's 3 GB, and it's 8 of storage, so it should work for most of phones.
先和所有的观众朋友们打声招呼吧。打什么招呼？打个招呼跟大家。大家好，我是周野。欢迎小野，真的非常精彩的一场比赛，而且其实自从手游上线以前，我们就看到了你对瓦手的一直持续的。
He is satisfied with performance.
会很满意吗？满意，主要。
He's like, I got carried today, she says.
对，队友配合也很好，你自己的发挥也很出色。我们刚才看到你的瑞娜，对，真的是。其实之前你就说过你很喜欢瑞娜这个英雄嘛，现在她还是你最喜欢的英雄吗？还是我很喜欢，因为
She's like, as Arena means like she's very scared of her flashes like affecting her teammates. So.
谢谢。而且无畏契约手游刚刚上线不久，其实也吸引了非常多的新朋友来关注。那今天有很多粉丝朋友也在看你的瓦手首秀。对于一些目前还不太了解瓦手的玩家，
Any tips and tricks?
分享的一些心得吧。
首先，我觉得瓦手它的制作肯定是非常精良精美的，整个画面是非常的好看。其次，
like the team definitely put like a lot of effort into the game. The maps look great, and then it's like it will get like it's a bit rough at the start. You will slowly get familiar with it.
玩到后面就会停不下来。
对，我们需要用一些时间去适应，之后就会慢慢上瘾了。对。那回到了重庆，最后要不要用
？They're asking her to say something in Chongqing dialect.
那个大家都来玩无畏区。好，谢谢
小野，非常可爱。那接下来问一下旁边的付航，因为赛前采访的时候可以看到你和队友其实是很好的破冰了，就是你跟他们很好的破冰，不知道他们有没有做到这件事情。那刚才我们也看到了，确实团队的配合是很厉害的，自己感受如何？打下来。
跟我们说，打之前导播跟我们说。
It's just that before the game, like the producers told him to like save the opponent team some face.
这打让节目更精彩。现在。
He's like, I'll now like shed one single tear.
说一下，其实我在青铜平常是乱杀的，但是今天真的对不起。
今天确实是。
Opponent team was too good, way too good. They all got flashed.
全都带光。
这就是我不玩那个不死鸟的原因
啊！原来是这样，
对，
我的队友都已经开始哭了。你说，
所以说你这个闪光今天可能也是节目效果之一，是不是？
不是，这就是我真正的，我想就是全都毁灭吧，就是的那个，我觉得
没关系，我们青铜是这样的，但是可以证明的是，即使是青铜，我觉得还是可以享受游戏的魅力和乐趣的。
当然了，
对，这个是没毛病的。
我玩那个手瓦的时候，就任何时候就是没有人压力我，也没有人去就比如说一些那些就让我感觉到非常有压力的话，这是我感觉到游戏的。
And he's like the game environment is really nice. Like when like he wasn't really pressured in game.
游戏氛围是非常重要的一件事。
当然，昨天我们在街区采访的时候，跟一个兄弟说，对着这个镜头随便对无为契约的朋友们说2句话，他对着镜头说希望大家都不要给别人压力。完了，他右眼角。
When one of his friends had an interview with like introducing Valorant Mobile, he was just let's don't pressure your teammates in game, and he just like shed a single tear as well.
对，那今天也是站上大舞台去打瓦了，和平常在家是不是有一些不一样的地
I
方？
mean, like the stage is so different, like the environment is so different from playing at home.
再说一下，就是最后一局，我跟他们说，我说咱们不用。
He's like, at home, he's like, oh, let's not win so fast, let's have night fight.
哦，这个最后的剧本也是。
It's like it's totally different now.
我来了，就是我就开始打，开始求。
He's like begging the opponent team to night fight on stage.
确实是非常欢乐的一把对局。那其实你也是作为不欢乐。没，我想你现在虽然说不欢乐，但是之后也是会觉得记忆犹新的。而且现场的观众是不是看得很欢乐、很过瘾？大家觉得怎么样？OK， 那其实付航也是作为一开始内测就开始参与的玩家了。那也想问一下，你觉得说有什么想要对所有新入坑的玩家分享的一些心得？
不用担心，这个手瓦的游戏环境非常好，然后大家都非。
He's like it's like don't he says to the audience like don't worry the game environment's very good, everyone's so nice in game.
把握一下自己的游戏水平，然后至少不伤害队友。对。
是的，相信你的游戏水平一定会。
And it's like with practice, your skills will just get better.
对，当然了。
好，谢谢付航。
对。
那接下来想问一下 Amber， 因为其实，在每个无畏契约重要的时间节点 ，Amber 都是在陪伴我们。那作为之前端游的忠实用户，手游打起来有什么不一样的感受吗？
我觉得我的手指需要。
She might need to like get more like a hand stretching exercise going.
在抓我试了很多的方式去抓手机，给我怎么玩我去最顺利的方式就。
And she personally thinks like the 3 finger serves the best.
是的，那其实刚才这场比赛，大家玩的也都很开心嘛。我们看到了很多有趣的环节，还有一些
any memorable plays today.
深刻的瞬间，或者哪个队友让你比较印象深刻呢？
我觉得韩老师非常可怕。我觉得我也是他的队友，可是我在看他的画面的时候
He says that she says that the enemy gel is like so scary.
怎么办？可是我觉得韩老师谢谢哦，
非常有经验的一个手游玩家，确实是。感谢。
是哪位老师啊？哎，那您第一局的话，为什么收藏了自己的实力，不展示完全能力呢？
需要一段时间去适应一下。
这么大的舞是太紧张了。
He was still kind of nervous, so he was like kind of hiding a bit.
特别紧张。
明白，感谢您啊。一直以为您第一局是关爱我们，完了之后让我们先玩一玩，然后看来第2局你也没有关爱。
看来你对这个节风印象确实非常深刻。
我现在
He wants to PK with the Jet, like in real life.
开玩笑。
之后可以经常一起打游戏。接下来也问一下东方选手，那你觉得今天自己手感怎么样？
我觉得今天手感非常火热，我觉得这个手游对于我来说不在话下。开辟。
He says that he'll definitely like play more Valorant Mobile in future.
我觉得我们这个怎么说呢？看比分就知道。
And he just oh just look at the scoreline.
我觉得
Like my team is goated.
今天是怎么配合？今天在队里也是指挥吗？
也还好吧，就是韩哥在指挥。
哦，确实，韩在居确实是一个非常有经验的手游玩家。那下面问一下小陈，因为之前其实看到你和妮妮也参与很多无畏契约相关的活动，你是从什么时候开始接触到无畏契约的
？2年前吧，就最开始是。
He first like fell in love and like start playing Valorant 2 years ago with his wife.
我逼着他跟我玩了。
哦，
对。
因为我之前可以看到你们经常会直播一起打游戏，是不是？
对。
OK， 那你是从什么时候觉得自己说真的
And when did you decide to like participate in more activities in Valorant? And he says like around last year.
就是从就是那个我是之前我是没有怎么关注无畏契约嘛，然后后来关注无畏契约赛事之后，就是我发现就是赛事上面我们中国队其实在赛事上面
And he's like, it felt like so exciting, like watching the Chinese teams.
加油干的那种劲，所以这种劲就是。
And it's like encouraged, motivated me to continue playing this game.
选手搭档是不是也有不一样的感受？
当然不一样，跟 Nobody 搭档，我肯定是非常开心啊，而且他还指挥我们。
Being IGL in the Woody is very cool.
确实是非常特别的一次体验。那接下来问一下韩在军，因为大家一直在夸你，今天你觉得自己发挥如何？
我觉得自己发挥的挺好的这一次。
He says that he played. He thinks he played pretty well. Was a bit nervous at the start.
手游主播今天在比赛里有没有给大家传授一些技巧？
其实，在手游的话，手游和端游基本上除了操作方式呢，它的画面还有一些地图的点位都是。
He says that except for like the mechanics, the rest of the map, the weapons are about the same.
用到的没有问题。
是的，其实很多东西都是共通的，只要多加练习就可以。感谢韩在居。那接下来再问一下航航，因为昨天其实刚来过这个舞台，今天打起手游是不是觉得更加顺手了？
准备好看。
He says I got diffed again.
我已经准备好看待会儿的决赛了。
哇，确实，而且打完一场手游之后，感觉现在大家其实都还挺放松的。赛前的时候，就是因为咱们赛前当时在采访聊天的时候，我感觉你和 Happy 伟其实是有一点社恐的。 打起游戏来
Yeah, we're like becoming more familiar with our team.
默契配合一些的。
Just doesn't respond at all.
直接不回答了是吧？
全是心灵上的沟通。
And Heavyweight says we communicate spiritually.
他们在游戏里会变得更加健谈一点吗？
游戏里边还是比较健谈的，跟我们说的是最开始就是说。 放水，然后后面呢，如果说打不好的话，就说是真的放水；如果是打得好的话，就说认真玩。
哦，行，那最后是
被人家炸了，炸傻了，我现在已经
享受游戏乐趣就好。
对，我眼泪已经流干了。
而且 Happy 威选手，其实我真的很想替所有的观众们问一句：你为什么在手游里还可以保持
How did you maintain that high headshot rate?
可能天赋吧。
Like that's just talent.
没问题的，确实。那接下来想问一下妮妮，因为感觉之前你肯定更多是和小陈在一起开黑比较多嘛。
是的。
对。
So like playing against your boyfriend.
是种什么样的感觉？
胖揍他。
胖揍他。
She says I really want to slap a boyfriend.
打得很爽，是不是？对。平常你们两个在一起打游戏的时候，谁会打得比较好一点？谁的声音会比较大一点？
我声音会比较大。
She says that she's the louder one between them two.
会更好，但是他打的会比我好一点。
哦，对，但气氛组也很重要嘛。我觉得打这个游戏最重要的就是我们的激情和气氛。是。那接下来我想问一下何丹彤，因为作为一个时尚创作者，今天跨界打游戏比赛，感受如何呢？
其实第一次参加这种游戏比赛，我觉得
Yeah, and it's like she says that it's very new, like participating in this kind of event for her first time.
也想问一下你，对于今天自己的发挥可以打几分？为什么呢？
She gives herself like a 6 out of 10 for her performance today.
前就已经一直在练习了，但我觉得今天
He's like the opponents were so good.
有点太强大了，我还在后台说，哎，收着点。
And then she was like, oh, chill out, opponent.
没有，我觉得其实大家今天每个人发挥都很出色，但是确实我们需要更多的时间去练习。因为听说何丹彤也是在最近才喜欢上无畏契约手游的嘛，而且是一个非常努力的新手玩家。那对
What's the like most fun thing about Valorant Mobile?
我觉得爆头的感觉
And she's like hitting headshots feels really cool.
精准击败的这种感觉，一颗就秒掉。对，是的。那之后还会持续在关注我们的瓦手和活动。
And she says she'll keep improving. She'll keep working hard at it.
有机会再站上来的话，我希望能起码达到一个跟对面。
Because I'll try to get to like the level the enemy jet was on.
一个很高的要求。再次感谢何丹彤，同时也感谢10位选手为我们带来的
And
精彩。
that's it for the interview.
将为大家带来2025 VCT 新年度总决赛。接下来，让我们把时间交还给评论席。
Well, there you have it. That's all I really needed to hear, to be honest. That hitting headshots feels good when you're playing Valorant Mobile. So I'm sold. I don't know about you, Kumquat.
I am definitely sold. It was a great show match on VALORANT Mobile to just set up the mood for the final that is to come between DRG and BLG. It will be a huge final that we cannot wait to share with you. And I'm very happy to have casted this VALORANT Mobile show match. It was such a fun game.
It's a fun game, and if you're worried about playing VALORANT Mobile and whether your phone might be able to run it or not, we've got a bit of a list of the specs right here. I'm not too technically adept, so I don't know if you have a bit of insight into you know, if this is good or bad kumquat, whether it is going to run on low spec phones or not.
The minimum spec are definitely accessible for most of today's phones, so it should be playable for most of the people who have smartphones today. No worries about it, just try it and you'll see. But in what we're seeing, the minimum specs are really reasonable.
There you have it. Minimum specs are reasonable. I feel like there's going to be a lot of people downloading this game after watching that show match at the very least. And you know what? I know I might be trying it myself. I don't always have time for Valorant, but 8 rounds, a quick cheeky game every here and there, it is very easy to put time towards.
Definitely. It changes the pace. You can play it more quickly, find time to just do 1 or 2 games, because yes, a real game on the PC, like you want to warm up on some deathmatch and then you go into ranked and it can be up to 45 minutes, 1 hour. So it takes a lot more investment and energy. A quick game on the phone, easy peasy. You can do it anywhere, anytime. Don't hesitate when it's available to download the game and try it out for yourself.
Well, there you have it. Easy to download, easy to try out, very easy to play. But that's pretty much going to be it here from us in terms of the show match and the mobile gamers. We are going to be heading back over to the PCs. We've got our grand final. It's Billy Gaming versus Dragon Ranger Gaming. A matchup that is definitely going to be a hype one. And before we sign off, you got any predictions, Kumquat? What are you feeling in terms of this matchup?
I'm feeling Billy, I would say, but Dragon Ranger did win already in the upper bracket final against them, but I think they will come back stronger. But I cannot wait to watch the match. I think it will be a banger and really good Valorant that we're gonna see for this grand final. Obviously, both teams are going to champion, so that at least that we're going to see both of them later in the year. And you will be able to follow this amazing matchup here on Project Horizon with another crew of casters. They will just entertain you, sorry.
Well, there you have it. Billy's the prediction. Billy looking for revenge, not only for this stage, but for last stage as well. Just falling short from XLG. But it's not going to be us taking you through that. That is us done for today in terms of casting. It's going to be Volt and Mad Dante. So don't go anywhere, because we will be showing the grand finals after this short break.
你不会来是吧？
哎，这里反黑了，反黑了，被我黑了，被我黑了。哎宝，哎宝，哎宝，
哎宝，哎宝，哎宝，
二打一，二打一，
二打一，
拖时间，躲，加减，加减，加减。
我被穿，等一下。
怎么说人间同出吗？在身后有人结束了，DRG进入到最终的冠军争夺，向着所有的嘲讽，向着所有的轻蔑，横眉冷笑。
我喜欢这个游戏，然后当初我家人就是很反对我，就我个性比较倔一点，我是上晚校的，然后白天是7点半就是开打工到3点多左右吧，然后就边打工，然后边去往梦想的方向去走。那我就说，为什么我不行？我等进决赛这一刻等了非常久，从刚进来 DRG 的那一刻就在等。其实我知道我们在 VCT， 我觉得至少是很顶尖的。我希望大家能看到我，就是说，哦，原来尼克不当指挥之后，他的枪也这么准，就是原来他也可以打出这么厉害的操作，原来他也可以扛起 DRG 的大旗。
最痛苦的一段时间就是没有比赛打的时候，大概就是在2022年嘛，感觉就是每天天都很黑，都不知道未来应该去干什么。第一次对自己的自信有了动摇。
往好走 ，Don't say it's fine。也是。
慢慢的就是没有去那么多在意外界的声音了，因为感觉不管是掌声还是嘘声，反正本质上都是噪音了。
这一次 BLG 不再是谁的背景板，而是聚光灯下的主角。
决赛心目中肯定是想拿下来吧，因为第一赛呢也已经承受过失去那个奖杯的那种感受了，我不要再尝试一遍。
3年前22年我发布那条视频的时候，那段时间就一直输，就感觉自己可能做什么都是错误的。当我加入 DRG 过后，跟大家一起，我就越来越能感受到，哇，赢比赛也是很开心的事情。是我年少时的梦带我走到这里的。
你好，福尔森。花火奖杯，我想在2025年刻上我们5个BLG的名字。
决赛了吗？有点懵啊。
这个夏天的故事有点梦幻。我希望故事结束时，由 DRG 写下最完美的结局。
第2次进入决赛，我不想再重蹈覆辙，这次我一定要带 BLG 拿这个冠军。最后一战，我想让重庆记住我们的名字。
没问题，可以拿连接3个。
我开住，加住，稳稳的一波刺杀，现在也露出来，但是老六是一个大郎。
再来看一下听到后的神盾不绝。
很紧迫，但大拉出来自杀的一个结尾。福乐星的争议，什么情况？福乐星，卢迪亚，
后来往后球再拉出来。
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And here we are, the grand finals, baby. It is the line that has been said in the production chats. It has been echoed throughout the entirety of Twitter and every social media you can see if you've been following the network. I am Dante, and joining me, it's the ever lovely Vault. How are you doing, my man?
Look, I'm really excited, okay? Chongqing has been a blast to be at. Like, the energy, the crowd, even the show matches were absolutely fun. And I think what better way to finish off the year than this? In my eyes, we got the best 4 teams that have made it to champs. Billy have knocked their best friends ADG again. But this time, they got a chance to a trophy that has eluded them before. Stage 1 was not theirs. They faced yet another Ascension team, funnily enough. But for DRG, this is their first time in the podium. Their best placement ever was a 4th. So for them to get to the grand final, they are now where Billy was a stage ago, and that really is an intriguing dynamic in its own.
It is, especially when you consider that, and we will be talking a bit of later about it, but DRG were the ones to put them down. Everyone had Billy's number as the reigning favorites. A lot of people still do, which I believe is the definition of insanity. You cannot keep voting Billy and expecting something to change, especially when the lineups and such are exactly the same. But again, we will be talking about that in just a mo. But until then, there's a lot more to be said. DRG managed to put down Billy into the lower bracket. That was incredible. There was a bit of hesitancy whether Billy were going to make it up, but if anything, Billy showed us exactly why they are still one of the best teams and why they've still got so much love for everyone, including the production, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, if we actually look at the predictions of us as the lovely talent here, it is neck and neck. We are on opposite camps. I do believe that DRG had an absolute masterclass of a performance. It was one of my favorite matches of the year by far in the upper final. But I gotta say, unfortunately for Billy, YZ just wasn't in his usual form in that matchup. You know what? Credit where credit is due. Dragon Ranger Gaming is probably the best team in China when it comes to counter-stratting their opposition. But I don't think that Billy is gonna let that happen twice.
I've always been a big proprietor that DRG, and we can actually, you know, again, we will see the stats and the kind of lineups against each other in just a bit, but if there's one thing that DRG have always managed to do, even whenever the ratio doesn't even support it, when the stats don't even really show it, they always just seem to have that better clutch. That counter strat that you had mentioned, Vol, is always so pivotal from DRG. Whether Billy are going to let it happen again, whether they are going to counter the counter strat, which will only then get even deeper into the game sense, or into the mindset of these players. There's a lot to go through. There's not even that much time to do it. We talk about the rosters and such. They have not changed at all. And if anything, it just means we've been studying, and I'm sure we are about to see a masterclass of what studying shows.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. DRG even got all the advantage in the world, if I'm going to be honest with you. Upper bracket, you get the random maps that you don't want to really play against. And that is going to open up a lot of things for them, because usually they were the team that would actually perma-ban the Haven. Now they can ban the Haven and the Bind that they actually banned in their best of 3 in the upper final. So I feel like really the stars are aligning for the identity of the team that they are. They are the tactical masterminds. Everybody that believed in FPX, well, they have been proven wrong. And, you know, on top of that, you gotta say, like, the performance that we've seen from everyone on the side of DRG, like, sure, everybody from the team, especially like the coaching staff and all the veterans, are saying, oh, like, Ackerman is actually getting a lot of value for a rookie, and he's still got a lot more to show. And we've seen that from GNE, for example, from EDG. But it took them a while, and I feel like if there's ever a time for somebody to prove their mettle, it has got to be in the grandest stage of them all, at least domestically speaking.
Yeah, that's really, Ackerman is going to be the big one to step up. He's been having a lot of success doing what duelists are meant to do, which is he's very much always been there, always been aggressive, always creating the space. We have seen how solid, particularly this region, have been at dealing with Neon. And it's not just Ackerman's Neon. We have watched EDG, we have watched FPX, we have watched anyone that considers running a Neon slide into their death as quick as possible. There seems to be just the strats, the aim, the mechanics. Even if you're stunned, it doesn't matter. The relay bolt nerf has been enough. And a big thing, you know, Neon there for Ackerman, and DRG as a whole, they don't run the Viper. And you'd mentioned, you know, the permabans that we have. Neither of those are particularly Viper maps in the first place. Haven arguably, but even still, they've made these maps work on their own in a way that you wouldn't think possible.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. Like, in the current meta of Valorant, I'd say you really only necessarily need a Viper on the Icebox. Other than that, yes, some maps, the Viper, I would say, is a boon, but you can circumvent that with playing other comps. We've seen teams pivot a lot more to double Sentinels nowadays, which has been a big factor. You know, you look at the DRG's map picks, double Sentinel is pretty viable on Sunset. It is now the current meta on the Ascent as well, and those are two of their most played maps. But speaking of most played maps, that Bind was supposed to be a problem, but the real star of the show for Billy is going to be that Lotus. 5-0 in Stage 2. They've been terrorizing pretty much each and every team in the world. And the good thing for DRG is that Fukashi usually is a beast here. And they got the options, but then if they ban the Lotus, they actually leave a lot to be floated, because if I remember correctly, Billy was able to win that one 13-9 in the upper final, and it was a pretty close game. So if they have prepared a bit better, and they've had the time, of course, with the day off to watch even more Billy, maybe they can just say, hey, we'll float it, and we'll see if they actually take the bait.
It's a big thing. It's going to be a massive deal whether they do or not, because going back to those map picks as well, we've seen the Haven. It's not been the best for DRG, you know, that 1 and 2, but that one that they got was against Billy. It was against Billy on that upper finals. It was the only loss that Billy have had towards Haven. So while it's typically a bit weak for them, they may have the one matchup that they can afford to go to Haven again. And depending on Billy's decisions, maybe they're not playing Haven. They expect DRG to ban it because otherwise it's not gone so great. There is a lot to this map pick and ban. And again, for anyone that maybe doesn't know, I'd be quite surprised if you don't. This is best of 5. There are no shenanigans anymore. For the most part, you have to run basically every map. You can get 2 that you really hate, but that means things like Corrode are almost essentially going to be here. Icebox is going to be here. It is your bind that gets rid of most likely, and then maybe we see Haven go.
Yeah, I mean, that is the real toss-up. Is it Lotus? Is it Haven? Lotus is the one that, sure, you know, like on paper would make more sense, but then the Haven, as we've said, like, they didn't look the best. Like, while, yes, the statistics from Billy are amazing, and, you know, YZ is a big factor of it, but as you can tell, like, in the loss, still pretty relevant in terms of the fragging, but, like, a lot less successful than what you would usually anticipate out of YZ, which is going to be another big factor. But you talk about the Corrode, I'll do you one better. It should be pick 1 from DRG. If it isn't, then I honestly think that they might be opening themselves up to at least losing. Like, you know, because here's the thing. If you first pick something like, I don't know, like maybe they try to go for the Haven because they won it against Billy before, but that's also a risk. I feel like the Corrode is the surefire way of getting a map 1 and then having a leg up with your upper final advantage.
As you said, it's a big thing. Use that upper finals advantage. Apologies. Use that moment. Use that momentum you've got as well. There's quite a lot that you're going to have to really sink your teeth into. This isn't your best of. This isn't even your best of 3, where you can very much afford to sacrifice one map and go. You can play the endurance game here. A lot of these teams have done the full set whenever it came to the best of 3s. The last time these two played against each other, they went the full way. And Haven was the big one that was very surprising that DRG were able to take. Lotus then, of course, was Billy's fight back. But it still worked out in the way of DRG in the end, and it went to Sunset. Again, all very close maps the last time they played. So I would be surprised. Lotus and Sunset, we're going to say, I'm going to give it, I think it's that bind. And as you said, Corrode map 1. DRG's Corrode has been a little bit shaky, but Billy's has been worse, and that might be enough.
Yeah, you know, that might be all she wrote. Of course, things are going to be pretty intriguing, you know, for the two teams. And if you've seen that on the break, well, now is your chance if you haven't. It pretty much is like everything that they've been talking about as far as the narrative go, you know, for DRG, a team that has made it out of Ascension, and all of the players are really hungry when it comes down to the way that they have been approaching the VALORANT scene. Of course, you know, China was a bit late to the party with the game's release and their own VCT league. So things are going to be pretty intriguing in that sense. Of course, you know, you're going to listen to all of those players, and everybody got their own reason to win. And I feel like more so than that, we're starting to see a mixture of things. You know, like some people are hungry to win. Some people are just more scared of seeing defeat again more than anything.
One thing that we've mentioned about it, and unfortunately Wolves are going to have to live with this legacy for quite some time, of doing an absolute tear, completely showing up, and then on the way back from Toronto, we just didn't see the same team. We just didn't see that same level. It almost, as you said, that fear. You've made it, or you're so close that it's just within your grasp. Do these players have what it takes to fully reach and actually grasp it, or do they? Do the nerves get to them? They've been on this stage plenty of times before. DRG and Billy have went against each other more times before, but as we've said, DRG have never made it this far. This has always been what's eluded them, and Billy, who are very confident on this stage, with this level of pressure, they could easily be the ones to mount that and take it all the way to victory on that top and secure your grand finals.
I will actually go the opposite way of that, you know? From my own experience, when I was competing, I felt like ignorance is bliss. Like my first year competing, I didn't have the chip on my shoulders. I didn't have a standard. Billy have their own standard set. They're a team that came second place in stage 1, have consistently been going to champs and international events, and there's no way that they don't feel the pressure. Even in this cinematic, but this teaser that they've had here, like they are talking about, we have lost in stage 1 and we don't want to lose again. That's not something that DRG has. DRG just say, we just want to win. And that little bit of pressure being off you can be the difference between winning and losing. Can be the difference between a hesitation out of fear and just the killer instinct of needing the win and yearning for it more than anything.
It's a big deal, especially with Billy, as you said. Whenever you've got that chip on your shoulder, whenever you've got that kind of want for the aggression, you want this. You need, maybe, okay, you don't need, you're still obviously going towards, you know, the international events regardless, but having this to finally break that curse, to say you're the ones that have, you know, you're not second place. And that was once, maybe twice, that was in the past. This time, it is Billy's time to shine, but that leads to aggression. That leads to really forcing situations that maybe you don't want to. And again, DRG especially always seem to have that clutch factor, always seem to have one person who we have seen before, and I'll give him a lot more credit whenever he shows up, but there's so many players in both these rosters that just show up when it matters, and it's going to be so scrappy, so heavily fought, as it looks like we are about to get them into the stage in just a moment. And the hype
I think we still actually have a bit more. That is the new song for the stage, and you know what? I gotta say, I like it a lot, and there's a good part. Like the first half of it is English, so we actually get to listen to it.
Oh, excellent.
You turn to face me and force to hit. Your blood rattles and pull the thread. Turn up the pages and you got caught. You call me reckless, I call it this shit, here is the scope. Crosshairs tremble, I swear it's mine. Turn me back now, my life is strong. You're ending the Rubicon. You turn to face me and frozen hand. Your blood unravels, I pull the thread. Torn up the pages and you got caught. You call me reckless, I call it art. Billy Gaming! Dragon Ranger Gaming!
Russian. K-Knight. Nick. Ness. Spirit. One Helsha. Flexen. Use. F&D. Fail.
We are not even in the games yet, ladies and gentlemen, and we have been presented with nothing short of absolute cinema. We were saying, was it the player walk-ins? Was it the performance that we had been promised? It was both, and if that performance is to build up anything, I'm sure these two teams are going to have another equally hell of a performance as we get into it. I could not be more excited.
I am absolutely feeling some fire and fuel from both teams. They are ready to put themselves on the stage. If we're talking about the story, there has been already one Cinderella in China and XLG, straight from their own year of ascension to their first trophy to the international stage. For DRG, they have not been a stranger from that either, but this is their first time where they can get themselves as champions. The bans are already out. They will take away the bind and the icebox. It's actually going to be their second ban.
Okay, DRG respecting it, putting themselves on that sunset. If anything, there's the corrode as well. The difference is the only thing you need to change here is the Lotus is going to be that fourth map, which may not even be gone to if DRG can make this work. It is going to be pretty unlikely. I would be very shocked if we don't see it, but this is big. This is essentially the same map pool that they had in the upper finals, just swap Lotus and corrode around. So this is a big deal for both sides.
Absolutely. I mean, the sunset for me makes a lot of sense for DRG. It was either that or corrode. I'm happy to see that they still keep the corrode around as an insurance policy, just in case that they can either seal things off in a 3-0, they get the ball rolling, or if that is not the case, then they at least got a win in the bag to prolong the series a little bit more.
No, honestly, Vol, what would be more cinema? The planned reverse sweep. They go 0-2, and then corrode starts it off and DRG get it. Is that a complete dream? Yes, it is, and that is far in the future as we look at the setup for Sunset. And as the sun does set on the grand finals, on this last set, I cannot think of a better time to get into it. Looking at the stats and the players, the performance from everyone here, nothing short of phenomenal.
Well, this is a phenomenal moment indeed. Levadante, only one team can beat a new dynasty for China. DRG have taken every scalp. When you're talking through their upper bracket run, they are more ready than ready to soar through the rightful place as champions. Bilibili have already tasted defeat once. This is their second time to come in through the lower side of the bracket, and they will not let the trophy elude them once more. Today, we will cement a new era. Long gone is the tyranny for ADG, and no matter who the victor will be, it will be a new era here upon us, and we are ready to set the stage once and for all. We will crown a champion.
And there cannot be a better setup. The performance of a lifetime to start us off into potentially even more performances of a lifetime as we get into this game. We've seen Ackerman being the first member of DRG. You brought him up all that time ago, Volts, about being the one to really show up. You'd mentioned it even in the green room as well, that he was the one that needed to cement his place. And he, being the first man released onto the show stage, is going to do exactly that. As we get onto it, Vukashu set up towards that B site. It is a very standard setup. I say that 3 members of DRG wanting this mid all for themselves.
As we said, they got the game taped. They know that they like to lurk towards mid. Off the side of Bilibili on their pistols. Already though, the KO util might allow them to speed their way into the site itself, but luckily enough, with those players at mid not being caught, they are able to strengthen their numbers and the shots work their way as well. K-Knight down to 13 points of health, but they got more than plenty of time to rotate back to the A site.
13 HP isn't dead, and when you've got that recon ball and shock darts, especially when it looks like everyone from the side of DRG is rocking the Ghost, there is no shields for anyone to set this up here. And look at the patience, and look at what it's about to change to. The aggressive push. The Cypher Cam is found out by 1, and they are taking that BLG. No, that is the information. That has been the call to shoot. Flex and Swings doesn't quite find the targets just yet. It's a pretty free A site, all things considered, off the back of that. The spike goes down, and a 5 versus 5 retake with 1 member in K-Knight lurking all the way in the back to prevent the flank that is not coming.
Oh, they're both ready. First blood has not yet been found. Good chip by DRG throughout the round, but they don't have that much heal till they'll need to find immense value. And there they go. YZ delays them. The first blood is courtesy of Bakuman. The trades all work well for DRG, but Levius and K-Knight will still alleviate some of that pressure. Not for long though. The first pistol will be for the Dragons.
And Ackerman rising to the test, rising to the occasion. The very first kill of the grand final goes to him. A phenomenal initial shot, a phenomenal opening up of the set. And while it was an excellent push for BLG, DRG seemed so prepared. It was an excellent flank from K-Knight as well, but just not enough to make it work.
Yeah, they're like the retake protocol. Really well played on the side of DRG, like the little bit of patience that they've had just to anticipate the counterplay from the Paranoia and from YZ. That was the important part of that one, and the fact that they even read that movement and put more of their numbers towards the elbow position was really pivotal in this part of the round.
It was indeed, and there's the stats. DRG have always, I believe, been flirting with that 49-50%. I think they've only hit 51% once on that pistol win rate. BLG have been the ones to usually take it and run, but it has been enough to slow the momentum down. BLG, they want to play this long game. They are used to best of 5s, so they are happy to run these timers down as long as possible. Test the endurance of their opponents. Why would you let them play fast-paced when you can play it slow? And Levius is actually the first one to take it. Spirits to fire back, but that's a huge pick.
And the fact that they even traded 1 for 1 is going to be really big for them. The Bulldog in the hands of Rushia. And they got themselves an advanced man. K-Knight is trying to take the space. Only a mere classic in his hands. And already some nerves are starting to show, Morante.
A little bit as the shock dart, or as the Sova dart bounces just too far away, but he might have got the positioning. He has not been spotted at all. Nick is going to get cut down. Another big kill. And K-Knight manages to get one. Spirit just holding this smoke. He is so concerned. Meanwhile, it's Vukashu with the Outlaw plus the Classic to take down all members. That is why you cannot afford to just be on light shields or no shields. Of course, it is BLG safe, so no surprises there, but Vukashu not concerned, happy to land those shots and carves up a nice 3k to get the second round on the board.
I mean, they unsettled the defense for sure, and that is going to be one of the bigger part. If it wasn't for Vukashu here, just basically taking control of the B site, this could have gone much worse. 2 players in casualties is not the worst outcome ever for Bilibili either, so you don't really feel that hard done by this sequence, but now there has to be some care from DRG in the setup of this round. BLG mainly directed towards mid. The market door is open, but we've seen plenty of teams just do that to buy some times, and whether or not they want to commit to something, cracking the market door early leaves you with a lot of open options, and that's why DRG were really waiting to try to see if they can burst on them towards mid to find an anti-pop, but that leaves Flexen in an isolated position. There are rotations from both duelists, but Spirit and Akaman will actually not find anybody because Bilibili have just played the bait and switch perfectly. They're back to mid, and now they got a lot of space to find.
Yeah, there's a lot to do here, and BLG, while it didn't work out for them, what they have done is they have cemented that they will use all the space that they have available to them here, and DRG are trying their best to fight it off. They are playing that spaced out. You can see all the way back, Nick still towards that defender side spawn, hasn't really committed to anything yet, and you've mentioned the bait and switch, almost played perfectly. Flexen has the intel. That is enough to force a semi-rotate, but Vukashu has to stay around late due to the forced position. The control from BLG as Wisey swings in. Ackerman meets him exactly with it. The Stinger not quite able to upgrade, but at that range it could be enough. Nick with the swing back up. Rushia shuts him down. The Guardian is managed to find its targets, but there's one man, and there's not enough HP for either of these members to survive. If these shots find their mark, Vukashu can do what Vukashu does so well.
Oh, the voodoo that Vukashu do. Could have been the case here. He's getting such cold shaves, damage through the wall. And there's sweating bullets on the other end. Vukashu, don't play with our hearts. Okay, things have definitely calmed down a lot. There's a recon dart as well, instantly broken. The classic is going to be good for a right click here. Now he's landing 1v1. And Vukashu goes back to the outlaw. He's going to rule the town, and he's going to find a bonus for DRG.
He does that voodoo that Vukashu do so well. We're going to be saying that a lot more, ladies and gentlemen, but we mentioned the clutch factor at the start. If there is one thing that DRG do, it is show up every single time at implements like that, at moments like that that are lost, that cannot be done. Vukashu is the one to do it. I don't even think that wasn't a right click. That was a single bullet. He knew where the position was going to be. He knew that shot was true, and that is your man, the one and only Vukashu.
And it came off that one shot from the outlaw through the wall, and also both Spirit and Akaman finding their timing even before Vukashu got to there. And now Bilibili with the weaker buy, but we see plenty of stingers. They're excellent for those kind of close ranges, but well dealt with by Akaman. He's able to hold the angle. Only a single kill coming in courtesy of Levius, and the young gun right now is starting to prove why he is hailed as a prodigy as he locks down the round. It might have got a little bit dangerous at the start, but against Akaman, it does not seem that Bilibili will be able to crack the code.
You can look at how well they are playing. Look at the emotions already firing. The counter strats. You had mentioned it already. It was meant to be for Bilibili that you had brought up the counter strats vault, but DRG, they seem to have the strats. They seem to have that that play just on form. Ackerman, no concerns. And Nick's positioning, everyone seems so tuned in. Everyone seems so ready. DRG, this is their first time on the podium, and they want to make sure it's a memorable one.
So far, so good for DRG, but the fear is all about the ultimates that are building for both sides. They're only one away from the Hunter's Fury for K-Knight. Ness got his own ultimate as well, and then you got the Newell Theft from Levius, so most of the tools for a good take are there, but they've been figured out early on B main. A side that is already solidified with 3 players, one of which being Vukashu, who got all the tools to perhaps find an easy first blood. Still, as always, it seems like DRG has just got the right reads, and they also end up finding more chip damage in comparison to BLG, who had nothing to do but concede the space and try to go back to mid.
Oh, maybe a little bit over eager. I like the re-swing from Ackerman. He does get away with his life, but you can see that decision making there. He got the shot, he got the damage, the flash is good. The relay pulse actually solid as well. Wisey tries to fight back with it. Ackerman and Spirit maybe tripping over a little bit of each other there. The angles weren't exactly fine, but they were still more than enough to get the positions, to get that man advantage, and now it's Ackerman yet again just waiting. The patience this time. I said he swung a little bit much, but that time he knows to swing as far as he wants. He's got the damage, he's got the commitment and the utility from the back of Vukashu. This could be a quick Sun to set.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, it seems like the sun is just gonna set upon them as they walk with their backs to it. And, well, I mean, I would have said that the DRG keep on walking, but absolutely, Ackerman is just running them off the server at this point. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a quick timeout coming in right here.
Yeah, you can hear it. Absolutely. Pivotal moment there. You can see how much the coaches from the side of Billy, they are looking at every little option they can have. They are trying their best to see the mistakes, to see what can be done. At the moment, though, let's face it, DRG's positional holding, especially presence on Sunset, has always been a masterclass, regardless of who they're against. BLG set up that initial kind of be concerned about one flank. K-Knight might be behind you or trying to get into mid, but Vukashu is happy just to sit on the site that doesn't have the immediate action going on and just, you know, reminding his team what's going on, passing through all that information. And right now, there's no way for BLG to really crack that other than just take these fights and get more of that damage on. But with these choke points, we've seen how every gunfight has went the way of DRG, not even in terms of frags, but just initial damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, those crucial choke points are, well, they will inevitably need to break. And I feel like that's going to be the crucial part of the timeout. It's not going to be this round, but still, perhaps, you know, a few good shots from the Sheriffs. And with all the ultimates that they do have, they certainly do have a chance. Null Command is also present, which is a pretty powerful tool in itself. But right now, Billy adamant on finding success eventually towards the B-side part of the map. B-main has been Vukashu's home ground, and I doubt that Billy are going to be able to shake it with those weaker guns, but perhaps here things could have gone a little bit messy. Flexen, though, is able to competently take hold, and it seems like DRG are just going to continue in their winning ways.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult, you know, from that angle. You know, the classic, the only person really that we could see have a shot at getting, you know, shots like that, because those are difficult, might be Vukashu with the way he's currently playing. But even then, that might have been a bridge too far for him. But that's enough for DRG to completely cement this A-side control. It forces the remaining players just to push through main to try and get much control. And that's an absolutely beautiful flash for K-Knight to be able to get one. The Stinger at that range is good. He's picked up the Vandal as well, so he introduces Ackerman to what once was his former teammate's gun. His former alive teammate's gun, I should say. And now 2 versus 2. The damage, though, Neff only on 22 HP. It's a lot of 2, but that doesn't matter. As long as the shot can find the dome, which it does. 1 versus 2 flex, and now has to do it. Finds the elbow. And yet again, DRG in a 1 versus 1 position. Another clutch moment. All the utility in the world. But the timing. K-Knight swings and he finds it. Flex and goes down. And a round on the board for BLG.
He shall not test the Knight, and K-Knight right here, proving why. And, you know, it was a good round from the side of Billy and just trying to dissect some of those fights. Like, sure, it started really well for Flexen, and right there I thought the round might have been over, but it was just this little bit of a hectic exchange that you have between Vukashu and the players entering the site that maybe Vukashu could have backed off and allowed them the entry instead of actually letting them get the trades, because I feel like it wouldn't have been the best call to anchor, and that's what we've seen here. Finally, Billy on the board, but it will not stop DRG from trying to take control instantly. We see them trying to press again, more aggression to take map control, and it seems like they are starting to focus and lean a lot more on the A side, not just from them, but from Billy as well.
Yeah, you can see the positioning, the force. They knew Flexen was set up there with the paranoia, and YZ will say, you better bring a gun to this gunfight. Your utility is not going to save you here. The Hunter's Fury as well, while not getting a frag, is absolutely pivotal for that point control. It means no re-swings, no trades can really come through. It gives all the space in the world for YZ to get it, but that was all a distraction. That was all to just clear some space, and yet again, one man has to lock this down. It is Vukashu. That Sova Dart has been enough to push him back, and as you said, Vol, this time he heeds the warning. He jumps back to Boba to join the rest of his team as this retake commences.
Yeah, but they still are a player down. They have the overdrive, one away from Nightfall, so if Nick is able to find a kill, it will go a long way for DRG's odds in the retake, but it's very difficult to break a crossfire like that. They identify one of those players, fast lane on either end, but it's gonna be the nephew to start things off. YZ to be shut down by Vukashu, but they know where the other remaining 2 players are, and that might finally call a save, I say so. But Neck is gonna find 2, a third, but he will finally be shut down. Some calmness from Rusia, but the DRG roster are still pretty scary, even when they're losing.
If anything, that's where they are scariest. That time not going to work out. Nick, unfortunately, not able to make what would have been a godsend of a clutch, even for DRG standards. But when you look at this initial positioning for BLG and how that swing came through, YZ's patience there, knowing that he's got time to sit in the fast lane and then swing once he hears that slide. Excellent shooting from Nick, just not quite enough. And BLG, you can see that they're happy. The desk is slammed, but they know there's still a lot more work to be done.
I mean, the desk could be slammed for plenty of reasons at this point in the game. But hey, it's still a pretty long best of 5 out wager, so I hope the desk is gonna survive all 5 maps if we go the distance. For now, DRG have not been the benefactor of taking those duels early on the A side. The paranoia catches one angle off, and Flexen might be caught off again. YZ will find another first blood. Akimon gotta be careful because they might have been routing out towards him, but thankfully he got support from Spirit, and that slows down the play from BLG a little bit.
Russia's positioning though, very solid. He's been using the silent step absolutely perfectly, absolutely pivotally. Akaman needs the backup. The sonar dart hasn't found him. The oil drone hasn't found him. Nick does another one in this lurk. The nightfall comes, and that's enough. It may have been arguably a bit of an overzealous nightfall, but to secure a round on this stage, I doubt anyone is too heartbroken about it. And the alternative is you sit on that nightfall only for, well, fittingly enough on this map, the sun to rise again, and that is enough to add another round for DRG.
Hey, no panic in this disco is what we're seeing here from the fade. Honestly, like, great work from YZ on the entry, and it's starting to get a little bit alarming from DRG. If it wasn't for the lineup for Rushi and K-Knight, things could have gotten much worse, but unlike the upper final, seems like Akiman is gonna be a big factor in this game. He's already on 12 kills in just the span of 8 rounds of play. You look at the other side, nobody's even gone over 5. Billy are usually the team touted for their fragging capabilities, and right now they just seem out-aimed.
Yeah, they really do. And very quickly, unless something immediately explodes, which we are used to seeing in these types of, and this level of Valorant, Neff's flashes have been so on point for getting those initial frags. The first bloods, as you'd mentioned, Volt, it's very much going the side of Billy, but they're able to maintain the composure. They're able just to suddenly get a 2k or a 3k out of nowhere and immediately swing the odds back in their favor. It's Nick and Vukashu towards this B side. The utility is about to come down. The economy is still okay for the side of BLG, but they are weaker than their opponents. The overdrive is popped. The haunt gets thrown out to slow it down, and YZ cuts down his opposition with the overdrive as the push comes through.
Got 2 kills coming in. They still need to try to hold YZ's low in HP, and it's gonna be a disaster for Biddy as they're gonna be chopped off, set up for Spirit, and he lines up the bomb on the B site.
Spirit is a magician. Would you like to see Billy disappear off the site? What was an initial excellent fry-up started by YZ, and then this 1-2, the spray transfer, and Spirit's able to pick one up in the background too. The mechanics from DRG, these members, it's forcing another timeout, I believe, this early on. I believe it's only been 3, maybe only even 2 rounds since the last one. Billy really trying to think about all their options, and DRG, they seem happy to match.
Absolutely. I mean, in this case, unfortunately for BLG, just have a lot of things that are not going for him in the executes. Like, you look at the previous round, there are 3 players walking out, none of which are looking to that part of the map that Spirit is at. And that is a routing problem, something that is supposed to be fundamental. And while a team like DRG talk about how, you know, like, they play with each other a lot, it's the same for Biddy. They're touted as, I would say that they're the second best team in the region as far as fundamentals go after EDG, but this is not showing up here at all. Like, the trading protocols have been pretty basic. And you just cannot afford something like that against the Neon and the Yoru, because not only do they have the mobility, not only do you have players with pristine individual aim, but also the movement is going to be a big part, because the bait and switches and all the util traps that DRG have set, it's been pretty easy to spring them. It's not like Biddy are absorbing utils, just they're taking on duels, and sometimes they need to slow the pace down a bit and take the duels instead of, take the util instead of the duels, and actually avoid the gunfights for the first like 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, that's a big factor to it, and you can see, like, initially it works out. Like, Neff's flashes have always been pretty solid at opening up space. That was the first time we'd seen DRG kind of counter that flash setup, and we see them now just holding this. They want to give him the fifth one. That shooting was phenomenal. K-Knight brings down Vukasu, brings down Spirit. He's not going to add on. You can even see he's trying one for his own. Can only get 3 out of the 5. But that cut to Spirit, a heartbreaking denial of the ace, but still phenomenal shooting from everyone.
How are you even supposed to react to that? Like, sure, there might have been a world where you say, oh, if they invested a flash, if they invested something, but that was just them lining themselves up for Spirit. He have not even moved his crosshair, by the way. Those micro strafes were the difference between him being pre-fired and him finding those 4. Like, Biddy just not showing up, and DRG, honestly, they deserve to showboat, because they look like they are the team that are ready for the grand final. Biddy seems like for them, maybe they think that the job is done by qualifying to champs. Is that what's happening here?
I mean, it could be. Spirit, though, just locked in. Even the frustration, he gets a 4K, and you can see a slight upset in his mind. He wanted more, but this position and the way this has been held, we know the teleports come through in the null command. It's enough for Vukasu and Co to get kind of pushed back. The knife point is going to find a little bit more information as well, but that spike's only just gone down. There's still plenty of time, and for a 5 versus 5 retake, a lot of ultimates. You've got the Dimensional Drift. K-Knight actually popping the Hunter's Fury to try and buy a bit more time off of the back of the Dimensional Drift being popped. The Yoru clone falls from Spirit, but actually doesn't get caught out. Vukasu and Co are able, it's all blue on the kill feed, and it's Ackerman with a 3K, flexing, backing it up, and while the extra Dimensional Drift from Spirit didn't get too much, it was a distraction, and that's sometimes all you need.
Yeah, and the players on the side themselves really did not find anything. Again, they sit at the crossfire, and once more, you see DRG are able to dissect it. It was a pretty good play from K-Knight there, but I want you to take a look at this. Akuman is able to isolate that duel, and Rushi is only good for the 1 on the crossfire, with 2 players being there, set up at that angle, and unfortunately for them, they just haven't really been able to do anything. And I would have to say, this feels like an Ascension team playing against a world champion. Biddy, while K-Knight has been having a bit of a renaissance in terms of his individual performance, unfortunately for the rest of the team, individually they're not cracking, and macro-wise they've been completely outmatched by DRG on their own map pick.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Again, it is, as you just said, DRG's map pick, so we're not too surprised here, but DRG have always shown pretty excellent fundamentals on Sunset, but this is another level. You see the adaptation, you see how it's changed. The paranoia came through. They were expecting that swing, that angle, but Spirit's all the way back in this corner. K-Knight still has his number, so will get the shot through. Flexen deciding not to pop the paranoia swing on his own. The overdrive and the relay ball is enough in tandem. I've talked about how much Ackerman was struggling, always seemed to swing out and just get immediately shot in the face anyway. It will not be this day. Vukasu popping the neural theft. It is round 12, so use them or lose them for the ultimates. Rusia finds 1, still has to get 2, and the spike planted, a lot more to do.
The setup is there, Nick. Should have that one. Rusia evades that duel with his life. He's still on 60 health, so he can tank 1 bullet. But that will be enough. He's fully blind. Easy prey for Vukasu. And it is complete dominance from DRG at the end of the first half.
10 and 2 is big. I have always mentioned it. Kuroda's still new enough that while, yes, we've started to see the comps and a lot of confidence build up towards the map, this, like, Nick's position there towards that mid, there's been so many fights for mid, and DRG just have the read that BLG are going to give it up, are going to just try and fight for A site. That's exactly what happens, and that's why Nick gets that positioning. But a 10-2 defense, Sunset is still the map that I would say is most volatile. If a comeback for 10-2 is possible, while hell unlikely, it is on this map, and BLG just need to find anything and everything. But with 2 timeouts still to go and only 3 rounds necessary, and Vukashu playing the camera quite the way he is right now, everything is going the way of DRG.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, when I look at everything that has been going on for this side of DRG, you've got to say, again, like, they're playing a really good game in all terms. Like, they've been picking and choosing their fights. Sometimes you see them, for example, like the pistol, taking some early fights on mid. Some you see them on the B side. For the most part, though, they've been trying to hit the A main. And that has been the most important position of the map, because Vukashu on his own was able to seal B for the most part. And for everybody else, it seems like that it's pretty easy to play the rest of the map when your Sentinel got the lockdown. He's not only good into playing the cameras on the server, but off the server as well. Speaking about the people that are cracking it up, look at those numbers. 383 ACS in 12 rounds of play. If that is a coming alive, I don't know what could it be otherwise.
Yeah, and that damage per round, if you're cracking, like, even 150 is a kill per round, but Ackerman not happy with those numbers. He can count far higher than that, and he wants to show you his capabilities in doing so. Not only can he count higher, he can he can bury bodies quite a bit deeper than anyone else on this server at the moment, and he doesn't even really need the support right now. YZ has been getting a fair few frags, and you'd mentioned this, Vol, already, that the rest of BLG, individually, they're not showing up. Neff's flashes have been pretty solid. They've been on point. They've had backup and they've had the support, but that's the only thing they've got. If Neff isn't there to flash and just force a gunfight to go the way of BLG that one-sidedly, you can see them crumble. BLG have to do something massive for this pistol, and they have usually been the proprietors of the pistol round. DRG are happy to take that trophy away from them, but Ackerman down to 50 HP. It's a start.
Yeah, it is definitely a good start, but it doesn't mean that DRG need to bite the bullet to just commit to that A site, but it seems like they have already made their mind. Rusia still got the paranoia, got the setup as well, and now he reverted back to jump peeking. This could be the timing needed for DRG. It's a bit rough for Rusia because he might have been able to find a shot, and now with the rest of the team evading the tripwire, they should be able to put the spike down. 5-on-5 on the retake. You look at Neff, that's a full kit of util there on the KO. That should be able to make a difference in the retake.
I'm really hoping for their sake he can. I want to point out as well the spike being planted in that deep corner. Ackerman knowing what he had done and making sure that angle is cleared as the shots come through, as the utility finds its mark. It's all going the way of DRG. It's bright red on the kill feed, and it means that VLG are dead. A phenomenal pistol round to be set up. Look at, you're being called closer. Come in and smell that victory that DRG are currently cooking up. A phenomenal usage, and with how much util they still had, as you said, Paul, I mean, BLG needed to do something to make it work, but DRG just fired back with all cylinders of their own.
I mean, they haven't found a single kill at short, and that is just a disaster for them again. And it feels like at this map, maybe it's just to forget. Maybe it's time to focus on what is next, which is going to be the Haven. Still, maybe a long night here for Bitty Bitty. Maybe it could be a pretty short one, honestly, at that current rate. But for now, they have not given up hope. We see 3 sheriffs and a Stinger with the regen shields for YZ. So that is a significant investment, means that he will probably be playing with a shotgun next round. But K-Knight right now in a pretty solid position. Still Akman with the heavy shields. Just able to take that duel, and the flash is not good enough. DRG walking out Bitty Bitty off that B side. Pretty much maybe for good, with them ceding match point to this round.
Yeah, as well, YZ's bought up a decent bit. You know, he's got that Stinger, he has that regen shield as well, so this is very committal. This is very big. Doesn't seem like any members of DRG expect YZ to be up in that smoke anymore. Surely if someone was there, they would have dropped on entirely. The smoke timing, though, is a heartbreak for YZ. And it's only one member left with Rusha. He needs to try and get as many frags as he can to get that economy sorted. But all he will do is fall to Nick Stinger. And suddenly, I think a hell of a lot faster than any of us expected, it's DRG on that point.
12-2 in that fashion as well. With the amount of firepower that you do see from the side of DRG in that third round, maybe I would have said like maybe them investing into rifles and just trying to end the thing out outright could have been a call, but I understand why you wouldn't really invest that much. You know, you got plenty of a buffer, 10 rounds. You can just whittle down the economy of BLG and things will go great for them. Speaking of things that need whittling down, right now the market door is being closed. And DRG have their numbers on that part. It might have been a good start for Neff, but unfortunately for him, the spray down is not good. The information that Kena is going to find, though, should help them out a lot because they can hear everybody coming through market.
Oh, it doesn't seem to be open for business right now. Neff is trying his best. There is quite a lot set up towards that B-side, but K-Knight hasn't really found the positioning or the angles. It's down, though. YZ has this timing, the positioning, the paranoia is excellent. He pulls the trigger too soon. He panics, and because of that, Spirit will absolutely punish him. 3 kills the way of DRG. 2 are fired back, but that will be all she wrote. The sun has already set on map 1. One of, if not the fastest maps the grand finals have ever seen for VCT China.
Well, I mean, that is the upper bracket advantage there. Not in the way that we expected it. We both expected the corrode, honestly. For the Sunset to go that way, it might be a bad omen for what is yet to come for Bitty Bitty. Maybe they are off to a cold start, but they will definitely need to refresh. DRG, they should be feeling like they are higher than the moon at this point because everything has gone right. And as you can tell in the camp of Bitty Bitty, like, they seem flabbergasted by what the hell have just happened on stage.
Whenever you've got 2 timeouts called in the space of, what, 2-3 rounds, and that level, you could just see the shakiness, the decision-making. It's all a bit of a concern. That double kill was a good start, but Vukashu's positioning, the presence from every single one of these players on the side of DRG. If someone gets flashed, there's a re-swing. If someone gets flashed, there's just a counter flash being held. That was a great example on what you've seen there from Spirit and Ackerman as Neff came out of that smoke. Look at the hype already. That was massive. Like, Vukashu's clutch really just sealed the deal already, or at the very least had made sealing the deal far much of an easier task with that level of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like, DRG are one of the teams that have spoken plenty about the dimensions that Ackerman actually adds to the roster, and then being able to play the double duelist compositions, that is something that now you can tell the effect. They really played well as a team, and there are highlights from everyone, but one thing that I want to highlight, really, especially on those few rounds of defense, which we haven't seen that many of, YZ is just playing in a very isolated manner from the rest of the team, which is not the way that we usually see Bitty Bitty play. It's usually YZ being the spearhead of the entire team playing together. But instead, he's like playing in the off angle as if he's supposed to be the lurk to the rest of the team's play, which hasn't really worked out for them. And that is something that is really major. And I have no idea. Like, look at this round, for example. They got 4 players on short and only YZ from that part of the map, which makes no sense for me, realistically. But what will make sense are those comms, so let's let them roll.
来了，假的，这个，他欧没有大，小心 CD 哦，没打的话，没给，他会 OK， 他没连着了，他已经，我没中了，不得，我躲着是吧？我看他第二时间要来，对，挪往 B 门，右开飞机了，A 点又开飞机了。S go！ 马克曼帮他找，来，慢点，算了，我也了。Nice.
You wanna talk about reaction there? You want to talk about reaction there? The fact that Spirit did not change his facial expression, and it's Nick who starts screaming Asu, that starts really, if anything, overhyping his teammate, because there was a chance, again, however small, when you've seen those back frags come through, it could have ended in tears, of course, though. only hype, only smiles for DRG. And Ackerman, look at his position, look at how much presence he had and how well he was doing it. We get to see specifically from this man's point of view how he was doing it.
Yeah, and a big part of that has been the setup in the defense. You can tell, like, he's been owning that elbow position pretty much all game long. And there has really been very little that Bilibili have been able to do. Like, I want you to look at that clip. That, for me, highlights everything that went wrong with the way that Bilibili approached that sunset. Very little util to actually dissuade the defenders away. And that's weird, because, you know, we were talking about how good Neff usually is with the flashing. But the rest of the team, unfortunately, just aren't really either able to take the duels, the 50-50s, and play them well. Or to ask for more util, because it was there. Even if you're not going to use the flashpoints, you know, there are the drones, there are the recon darts. You can just use the paranoia and try to create some space. They hesitate a little bit on the util. They try to keep it for the post plants, and unfortunately that ended up in them just not being able to find anything really in that game. Despite that, you know, I say that 6 first bloods, and that is a scary statistics if you have that many 5-on-4s and you fumble this many times in a game.
We've seen so many multi-kills. I think everyone from the side of DRG, I know Nick, Vukashu, and Ackerman certainly got at least 2. Spirit had 4 in that amazing clip that we've seen. Every time that, you know, BLG got their first pick, DRG were more than happy to say, we charge interest. we charge interest and we will collect. And that's exactly what they did. So, I mean, it's only map 1, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we've got a lot more coming, but that has already hyped me up. And with the show matches that we've seen earlier from Val Mobile, my voice already needs a little bit of a break. But as we get these players rested, fed, and watered, they will be right back in, and we will be joining them for the second map, which is Haven. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, how the turns have tabled, Medante. It was such a close game. You're talking about that. Like, that was pretty much the second closest map in the best of 3 of the upper final. Now it has gone completely awry. And speaking of turns stabling again, it seems like Ackerman has just stolen YZ's fragging or something, because he's leading the board and YZ's nowhere to be found. And up next is the map that DRG were able to win to get us all the distance, to get us to the sunset, by the way. They've won that Haven 13-10. There is an intriguing aspect about this one, is that Vokushu swaps from being a Sentinel to playing a Duelist, and that can become a very intriguing X factor given the playstyle that we have seen him, because he's been completely passive on the Cypher. So now he's got to do a 180 in the span of like, what, a 10-minute break and try to figure things out.
Yeah, it's a big deal, and we've seen him do it before. He did it last time, and for anyone that was wondering exactly for how the turns have tabled, the scoreline very quickly, just to run it through. Ackerman was 13-19 last time they played on Sunset. YZ was 28-21. Now, I can't remember exactly the scoreline, but basically, this time Ackerman had around a 2 KD, and I think YZ was around the 6-14.
Okay, it was
scoreline.
an 18-7 for Ackerman, and it was 5-15 for YZ.
So yeah, as the turns cannot table more, really, is the only thing you can say. And now, as you said, Vukashu's got to harmonize. He's got to internalize that turntabling, jump onto potentially the ISO, which he has done so much good work on. And it seems to be down purely on how his opponents are playing. He didn't really need to play particularly aggressive on that. He let BLG walk into his Cypher traps. This time, he's going to have to walk in to meet BLG head on. And depending on how the mechanics were looking, you mentioned the macro last time, it seems like BLG just don't quite have it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, Spirit and Vokushu, for the most part, it was Spirit farming the first Bloods. And that was a pretty relevant factor. And I think that for the other part... Oh, that's Leo and Supercakes, right? And Anna.
Yeah, welcome. Oh my day, we're getting so much more for the grand finals. It's really cool. It's awesome to see the amount of love that has been given, and we'll just jump to them to let them talk.
好客的文化。那这几天有去哪些地方玩吗？包括说有没有什么美食给你们留下比较深刻的印象呢 ？After the few days of the matches, I'm pretty sure you have received the passion of Chinese fan and also like the hospitality of Chongqing the city. So I want to know, where did you visit, and also maybe there's some like local dishes impressive a lot.
Yeah, so they've been moving us all over the city, like since we got here. I've been to China many times. I'm gonna say, honestly, Chongqing is my favorite city in China. It is absolutely my favorite city. I think the architecture is beautiful, the lights, the rivers, but honestly, just the people. Like, the whole trip has been so amazing, so amazing. The food is really spicy.
Yeah, kind of spicy.
Okay, you all like spicy food. I cannot eat spicy food, so I am starving. But it's been an amazing trip. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What about you, Leo?
Look, my hometown in my country is known as a mountain city.
Oh,
so I feel right at home.
Same.
I have climbed so many steps. We went to a beautiful place the other day for tea, and we had the most amazing view of the city. So yeah, I mean, it's been incredible being here in Chongqing, and the hospitality is unmatched.
Yeah, okay, thank you. 首先 Anna 她也是说到，她其实来到重庆之后去了很多地方去打卡。那其实她来到中国也非常多次了，但是无疑重庆一定是她最喜欢的城市之一，因为这里的建筑，包括这里的灯光，还有它这里的河流，最重要的是重庆的人民真的太可爱了，所以说她真的深深的爱着这一座城市。但是这里的美食呢是非常非常辣的，同时她可能是一个不太能吃辣的人，所以现在她是有一点在挣扎在美食这个环节。然后刚刚 Leo 也是说到，其实他的家乡也是可能是以一个山城比较出名的城市，所以说他可能来到重庆之后去打卡景点的时候，也是走了很多的步，爬了很多的坡，让他感觉到就像是回到了家一样的感觉。大家能再给他们两个一些掌声，让他们感受一下我们重庆人民的热情吗？对，那今年是我们无畏契约国服发行的2周年，同时也是我们 VCT CN 成立的2周年。那在过去的1年里，其实我们的玩家也好，还是我们的选手也好，都有非常美好的瞬间。那你们会怎样去评价我们过去1年整体无畏契约国服以及包括我们 VCT CN 的发展呢 ？And this year marks the 2nd anniversary of the VCT CN and also VALORANT China. But I mean, over the past year, like no matter the players or audience, definitely have so like sweet memories of VALORANT. So how would you like to rate it, like VCT CN and also VALORANT China?
So when we launched the game 5 years ago, I think our dream was always for it to be a truly global game and to exist everywhere. And so not getting to launch it in China right away was always really dissatisfying for us. Like we really wanted to bring the Chinese community in. So I think once we had the opportunity to, we moved as fast as we could. And so I think we had really big expectations for what China would bring to the Valorant scene. But honestly, it has completely exceeded our expectations. The community is so not just big, but so engaged and vibrant and wonderful. It's absolutely amazing. And now we've launched mobile, so now we have even more players coming in. So absolutely has exceeded our expectations for sure.
Yeah, look, and I think what's been special for us is just being able to bring Valorant to so many places in China, right? Of course, VCT CN studio is in Shanghai. We were in Shanghai with Masters last year, but we've also been to Changsha.
Yeah.
Now we're coming to Chongqing, and next year we're coming to Champions to Shanghai again. Yeah, it's just amazing to be able to show some love back to this community who has given us so much.
OK，Anna 刚刚说到，其实《无畏契约》这款游戏已经发行5周年了。从一开始这款游戏上线的时候，他就非常急切的想要将《无畏契约》这款游戏带到中国，但是很可惜，他们并没有那么快的就能做到。同时，他们对于国服是有非常高的期望值。但是说老实话，你们所有人的热情以及所有人的心血都已经超过了他们对于国服的一些期待，包括认可。他们觉得你们真的太疯狂了，包括说你们对于《无畏契约》国服投入的热情也真的是非常的疯狂，让他们真的感觉到非常的满意。然后刚刚 Leo 也是说到，其实无畏契约 VCT CN 已经走到了很多的地方了，不管是可能去年的上海大师赛也好，还是说可能去年的季后赛也是去到了长沙，然后现在也是来到了重庆，包括说我们明年也会迎来我们的上海冠军赛，所以说非常期望大家能够将更多的关注点放到我们无畏契约以及 VCT CN 上。那我们的第3个问题其实是专门给到 Leo 的，因为不管是从去年到今年，我们的 CN 的队伍其实在国际赛的舞台上都带来了不错的表现。EDG 去年在首尔也是捧起了属于他们的冠军，而我们的狼队也是在多伦多大师赛获得了第3名的好成绩。接下来有4支队伍要去到巴黎了，有没有关注过他们在联赛内的表现？包括说对于他们去往巴黎的期待又是怎么样的呢 ？From last year to this year, Leo, I have a question to you because you know, like EDG took the champion trophy in Seoul, and also Wolves made the 3rd place in Toronto in June this year. So, but right now, 4 teams is going to Paris. So, I mean, did you follow their performance domestic? And also, what's your expectation for them in Paris?
Yeah, look, VCT China joined our sport 2 years after everyone else. I think it would be understandable, almost expected that China would take some time to catch up. And then you all surprise the world by taking the World Championship on your first season. And let's remind everyone that China still is the defending Valorant World Champion. But look, a lot of people called China a one-team region for a while. And now what we're seeing is that more and more teams are finding their spot, shining on the international stage. The world fell in love with the Wolves and Sealfat BB in Toronto. And now you have 4 scary-looking teams. I mean, DRG and Bilibili, but also EDG continues to be super strong, and XLG. So we're very much looking forward to what you're all going to bring to Champions Paris.
OK, thank you. 他说，其实我们现在 VCT CN 也是成立2周年了嘛，所以说可能对于大家来说的话是可以理解的，因为我们在一步一步的赶上大家跟国际的接轨。但是与此同时，想要提醒大家的就是，我们现在中国的队伍 CN 的队伍依旧是世界的卫冕冠军，包括说去年 EDG 他们在首尔的表现是非常让人感觉到惊讶的，因为在联赛的第1年他们就取得了冠军的好成绩。而我们的狼队在多伦多真的像小肥，他在多伦多的表现无疑让所有人都爱上了他，他真的是一个非常富有热情，包括说非常可爱的一个选手。那现在4支队伍看起来都非常的可怕，不管是 DRG 也好 ，XLG 也好，还是 EDG 也好，还是哔哩哔哩 Gaming 也好，他们都看起来非常的强。所以说现在世界真的可能要放一点目光聚焦于在 VCT CN 上了。那最后一个问题也是想要问到的 Anna， 因为现在无畏契约在国内真的非常的流行，同时最近无畏契约手游也是发行了，并且取得了不错的回响。那对于这些热爱着无畏契约的玩家呢，你有没有什么话想要对他们说呢 ？Valorant's popularity in China, you know, went viral, kind of like really popular recently, and also you mentioned that the mobile version launched. So what do you want to say to the players who are deeply in love with Valorant?
Yeah, I mean, it's really simple. Like, thank you. Like, we have the best jobs in the world, and honestly, like, we get to do them every day because of all of you and all of your love for the game. We have so much work to do. We still have so much planned for this year. We have really big things planned for next year and even beyond that. And we don't get to do any of that unless all of you love the game as much as we do. So thank you for sharing in our dream, honestly, and thank you for making our dreams come true.
OK, that's so sweet. 他说，其实他想对你们说的话真的非常的简单，就是真的非常感谢你们每一个人对于无畏契约的热爱。因为就像今年，他们其实在今年还会有更多的计划，明年也有更多的计划，甚至在未来，他们都有源源不断的想要把更多的想法带入到无畏契约当中。他觉得他真的在干着世界上可能最幸福的工作之一。但是如果没有你们来分享这一份喜悦的话，他觉得可能做这一切都没有动力，也没有目标。所以真的非常感谢大家一直对于无畏契约的热爱以及支持。Thank you one more time, and please enjoy the game.
Thank you so much. Thanks everybody. 谢谢。
Well, that was a bit of a healthy bite for sure. A big dosage of information. And yeah, realistically, you gotta say, like, the main thing for me as an esports enjoyer is, yes, China did definitely outpace the expectation for a bit. But some people were worried about, oh, like, there might be regression to the mean, you know, with EDG not performing well in stage 1. Both proved everybody wrong. Right now, this DRG, I'm gonna be very honest with you, they look like world beaters if they can continue that run of form they are on.
There's world stars here for sure, and we can't even really spend too much time on that. We've already got the agents and all on the board ready to go. As you'd mentioned, Vol, Vukashu taking that front and center role. Ackerman now dropping back for the Cypher. We'll have to see how that works out for them. Meanwhile, we can see BLG still rocking the Breach, which, I'm not gonna lie, it's Breach's best map, Haven, but I genuinely think the Aftershock, or the Fault Line plus the nerf to Neon has made quite a big difference towards it. YZ doesn't have to worry about the Neon diff. He doesn't have to worry about that, and while that seems like such a small factor, on this stage, any factor can be massive.
Yeah, you know, I would have said it's fine margins in total, but I think we've seen a Grand Canyon in map 1. So there's definitely some grounds to be made for Bilibili. And what better way than to reset the score, go 0-0, and try to find heroics. This is their first map pick. They need to make grounds here because Corrode will not be kind to them. So the start is everything. They do so on the attacking side. And already some early feigning of control towards lobby that will be answered by some util as well from the side of DRG, which will prompt a rotate from Spirit. I would have said maybe to the correct side, but Bilibili are taking their time, definitely looking for at least a pick before they do commit to one of those sites.
Yeah, the patience is big. Neff swapping over to the Breach as well. KO does have a little bit more difficulty with his utility, particularly that flash. Neff has a bit less of a ceiling that gets in his way. YZ will be able to back him up, and the Fault Line is just a phenomenal piece of utility. But Vukashu spotting him out. The Cypher tripwire is there to slow it down. Meanwhile, the concuss, that stun, that undermine does come through, and that's enough actually. A decent bit of utility use for BLG, a decent amount destroyed from DRG, so it's not all lost in the Sonar Dart immediately getting shot out, but that's going to be enough of a call to say the rotates to A. As the long sight comes through, no one from short, and Nick tries to hold this.
Yeah, he needs to hold it, but Libius is going to delete him off the A site. An attempt from DRG to speed their way through, only Ackerman will find success, but quickly to be traded back, so it's all in the hands of Spirit. K-Knight already on 3, but will be quickly shut down by Yoru, who still has a blind side at hand. The Cypher cage is not going to last that long, but they're trying to set up a 3-man crossfire right here, playing around each other's contact. First player out, the other 2 are in. Libius is low on health, and there might be a world where Spirit is able to take a few chalks at that, but no heads will be found. Just significant damage, but none of the kills.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Volt. I was a bit stressed that we were going to see another one. I was a bit stressed that with Spirit managing to take out K-Knight there, that we may have seen another 4K, quite a bit slower than the original, but still living up to that sunset. It's an excellent flash turn. It's an excellent bunch of shooting, and already the positioning, the entry, and that use of utility, especially that you asked from BLG, looking a lot cleaner already.
Yeah, the start is good. They got themselves the purchase, and DRG, I would have said maybe they would have liked to actually make a commitment to one of those sites, but it seems like Bilibili, you know, it's always a smart idea to just commit to C in the first round, and Libius might have got the read on Spirit's positioning. The X-ray gives us all of the story, but the Euro hiding around the angle. They try to multi-man peek. Libius, he will hold down the angle though, and that means that pretty much Now, all the hope for DRG is going to rest on those two players that were hoping to set a crossfire towards the garage doors. But unfortunately for both Flexen and Hakeman here, nothing really to be found on garage. They're all on the seaside itself.
One man lurking all the way in the back, and Vukashu, that's going to throw me a little bit. Vukashu's the one to try and go through, but look at the patience. Levius has all the control in the world. He doesn't have all the health in the world, but Vukashu doesn't clear the corner with intent, gets shut down, and you can see Akuban and Flex and actually trying to rotate to it to back him up, but Levius, he's got the hold. The Cypher Cam, it doesn't actually hit with only 11 HP. The jumping right clicks at least enough to salvage a Bulldog and Sheriff, but the information's been known, the position has been given away. Flexen, though, taking a very aggressive angle. He finds the timing on the K-Knight. That's good for another pick. It seems like he will fall by the end as the smoke pops. But actually, I say that. The timing on the YZ could be massive. He has the read. He has the understanding. He finds the shot. But a little bit of damage done for DRG. I don't think they're too unhappy with it.
2 kills. Things work well for Bitty, of course, at holding down the line here. And it might have gotten a bit hairy if they're able to take down Levius and then have the Bulldog pretty early in the retake. But that there from Vukashu is my one worry. That, you know, you start to get complacent, you start to get a little bit lazy about clearing angles. And DRG now are the team that seems to be a little bit frustrated because they came off such a high. But when that happens, that means the withdrawal is usually the worst, realistically.
It's a double-edged sword doing that well on a map. It really is, because as you said, it means you want to kind of keep that momentum going, and if BLG so far excellently been able to slow it back down, been able to put themselves back on the board, you can see, as you said, the frustration starts to mount a little bit. YZ taking a little bit of damage, the setup here, but the Cypher utility gonna get cleared out by the Sova. Still an excellent counterplay for it. The Sova drone, the oil drone going to clear out, give information on the shot. On the drone, on the tripwire, but the dart doesn't quite hit it, so you have to form a bullet. It's not a big deal, but it's a waste of utility nonetheless, and it could come into play as the A push lines up. There's one man in Spirit all the way towards that bottom of C-site. Might try and get the flank, but he'll have to be quick as the explosion comes through.
Oh, Nick again on the angle, this time a little bit more advanced. In the smoke he goes, the paranoia slows him down for a little bit, but you gotta be careful about the aftershock. He's still alive. That one got a bit messy, and the double tap from Vukashu is gonna actually dissuade the rest of them from committing to that side. They're all going back to C. They don't have that much time, so they try to route through Garage, which might leave Spirit with a deadly angle in the post plant if they are unable to clear him. Rusia's there on the angle. The two of them will take the duel. Spirit actually springing in for the double kill, and he knows that there's still a Cypher that is on the hunt, but the timing is great for Levius. 3-on-4 advantage still with VRG.
Oh, and it's only getting built up more and more. Levius, though, has been on a tear recently, but 3 separate angles like that is not going to be enough, even for the greatest sharpshooters in the world. That is a touch too tall of an order. So DRG now able to get themselves pretty comfortably back on the round. The utility, I want to point out, and hope the replay will show it here, at the very least we'll see it from Spirit, but Nick surviving what he did on that corner in A site was nothing short of schmovement. The fanciest feat to survive the fault line, the aftershock, to sit in the smoke and get all those bullets going around him was a big reason why DRG could make that work, and now we're seeing a little bit more of what was in Sunset.
Absolutely. Now we can actually witness a real game. A lot on the board here for DRG. Akuman only 1 away from the Neuro Theft, and he got support from Flexen. Right now the round starts at a bit slower, and you know, that's what we've been talking about at the Sunset. The chip goes such a long way, but then the first blood comes in from Bitty again, and it seems like on the Haven they're so much better in capitalizing. They try to feed through. Flexen with the paranoia is just gonna buy about enough time to stop this part of the hold. They got a minute on the timer, a player lead, and the A site that is the weakest that they can try to exploit.
Yeah, you've got Nick on that very aggressive angle towards that long, because he has to keep that control for himself. He has to make sure that Levius doesn't get it away for free. But that's a lot of information now gathered Two fast pushes up from short, and YZ off the back of the flash. We'd mentioned it before, but that was pivotal. Vukashu, though, he has that Cypher mindset, even if he's not on it, and he will flush out Levius. He will get that map control, and because of that now, you can actually see Ackerman really trying to push up mid, but this could be too slow, honestly. We see that Heaven control attempted from Vukashu. He will not be fought at all. He will not try and get counted out, but the double tap immediately getting cleaned off. That's huge, and the spike continues to tick down.
Yeah, and that could even be more problematic. No double tap anymore. And those other three players, maybe they should just commit to the save at this point. Try to take the guns.
Sitting in their spawn.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. For Billy, it's not even worth to hunt for those rifles yet because they haven't built enough of a bank to justify losing their own rifles. But that means that DRG now are put in a bit of a predicament where if they don't win a round within like rounds 5 and 6, things can start to go terribly wrong for their economy, and they can go in such a crucial pendulum of just losing a round, having to save because you don't have a way in, and then that save not panning out because they are going to be ahead of you in ultimate util on round 7.
Yeah. As you've said, I could not really have put it better myself, and the only thing I can ask now, a little bit, honestly, surprised, I could have seen it a bit of an early timeout, especially from DRG, just because of how commanding the sunset was. Really hope we see Spirit kind of hit the brakes a little bit. This, not as much. This is, of course, a save, so just as long as you can get yourself frags and keep the economy going, then you are good. I say it's a save, actually. Spirit has to sit in the Sheriff. Everyone else, though, has the full guns good to go, so the economy not entirely down in the dumps. Dimensional Drift as well can do a lot, but Spirit really needs to just hold back now, play with the rest of his team, which is being done so much better already. The adaptation is came through. This angle, the swing is perfect. It's not going to be enough for the double, and Spirit can't re-swing because of the fact he doesn't have a gun. There's so much damage done. Look at all the health bars, but again, as long as you've got 1 HP, you can fire back.
And if they shoot back, it should be an easy round. YZ got a bit of a nefarious position. Usually uncleared will be so as Ackerman is going to go down at the end, even just flexing alive, and it might have to be another save, and that is the worst case scenario for DRG. Because what else are you supposed to do in a round like this? You know, you did have the Dimensional Drift, and maybe you could have used it to scout for information, but outside of that, there's nothing really they could have done, and now they're going to be put in a terrible position because both K-Knight and Neff only need a single orb, which they can farm on either of the two extremities, and that can lead them to pretty much, you know, run an entire round themselves, maybe even just give the orb to Neff, let K-Knight plant the spike, and you'll have the Hunter's Fury for the post plant, and you can use the Rolling Thunder for the execute itself on the site.
Yeah, there's a lot coming online now. There is, and BLG are masters of making their advantages play even more in their favor. That is a difficult one, as you said. Now, Spirit really has to essentially, to keep the economy pretty equal, he now has to try and buy up and then get big value from the Dimensional Drift if he wants. If he decides that he needs to save yet again, that's where your coach is going to have to back you up on. That's what your coach is going to have to advise you on. So the timing, pretty pivotal, pretty perfect, I would say, for DRG. And what's being called right now is just play it a bit more patiently. The map control on Sunset, where it's clear BLG aren't as comfortable to try and take that presence, to try and take that control, by all means, steal away. Haven, though, BLG so much more comfortable. Billy are more than happy to take those fights, to play that positioning, and they will force you out of it. DRG are on defense. They need to play like it.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, I'll have to say this, the good things from Billy carried over into map 2. They still are successful in their first bloods. They still take those early duels really well. The mid-rounding is where things have improved dramatically for them. And you gotta say, the slights are weak for DRG. Maybe they should commit a little bit more to post plants and try to play the retake, because right now the crossfires are not working to their desired effect. The purchase is not the best either, but with a good contract present for Vukashu, that can be an X factor if they're able to find a few kills early on in the game.
Vandal online. You can see these kind of split buys here. DRG still opting for them. They are playing the angles, as you can see. Everyone's kind of set up with guns. It's actually both members that have fully bought up with Vukashu and Flex and playing the C site. That does mean Nick doesn't have any backup, and you know, rightfully so. He struggled before. Usually you want to have two players toward that A site because there is a lot of space to try and keep contained and keep control of. The rotates coming through, the fully aggressive push from Spirit. Dimensional Drift deciding not to be popped just yet. But this could be big. The Cypher Cam is going to make some noise. Ackerman is going to get spotted. He is going to get out. Beautiful usage of the Cypher Cam, but the position's now been gained. The gun advantage is all there for the side of BLG, and DRG are going to have to try and retake as best they can.
Yeah, good work from BLG, though. That's one of the things that they've also suffered with on the Sunset. Their absorption of the util, they were able to get most of those pieces out, stabilize their play, and right now they can definitely go back to full playing form with a lot less util on the side of DRG, with the chip that they've inflicted on Akaman, on Vukashu, Flexen, that is 1 HP as well. And it seems like DRG, I've talked about the pendulum, unfortunately for him, it seems like the turn of cycles is going to be pretty vicious because they are able to get the B site on the side of Billy, and I doubt that DRG can actually muster a retake together. Already K-Knight breaking their side there with that double kill, and the other two players at Link might not have the best of odds with YZ being present. Great work from him on Vukashu, and Nick, he's been struggling. He's not been able to find a kill, and that will continue to be the case. Almost a flawless round for Billy, but all that they care about is they are continuing their winning ways.
Big factor to point out here for anyone that is really keeping an eye on those stats, and maybe for anyone that's just missed them but is interested. YZ already has more kills than he got in Sunset. Already. He already has 6 kills now off the back of these two here. Phenomenal shooting. That's now put him already beating himself out than what had happened towards Sunset, and that's the difference. We've talked about Ackerman and YZ specifically. They seem to be the two members that the pendulum vault, you said, it swings in one of their favors, then it swings in the other, and it's down to that pendulum, down to that fate. Now, whether they will let fate carry them towards this, or if they're going to try and bring it into their own hands, that's what's still to be decided. But DRG, I said they need to play like they're on defense. Spirit not quite listening to that. He does get spotted. The gate crash, though, perfect piece of utility to make sure he can't get punished too much and allow a bit more information to be gathered.
On this Haven, it seems like the big wheel keeps turning, and the cycle will continue to be vicious for DRG if they're not ready. Akaman does have a tripwire, but he hasn't used it. Tapping the camera, spotting one player in. That's a necessary duel to win, and he buys enough time with the undercut. Perhaps was ready for the duel. Flexen is able to hold on to the side. Backs are turned, and the Omen is able to find both kills. Good trade from K-Knight. But finally, DRG stabilized, and it seems like the timeout is still going to work out in the end when they have the guns.
That's what you want to see. Ackerman playing off of his own Cypher Cam perfectly. I really appreciate the BLG. They wanted that corner cleared. They really believe Levius had the feeling, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out for him. YZ doesn't have enough utility to back him up here to push onto the C site on his own. And then that paranoia, that timing from Flex, and that is what you want. That is the positioning. That is the presence that you want. And DRG, as you said off the back of that timeout, can make that work. Still a lot more to do, and with a lot of ultimates now online, you can see the aggressive angle that Vukashu tries yet again. Manages to dodge the flash. Rusia trying to spray as much as he can, protected by the relay bolt. The double tap is popped, and Rusia matches it with the backup from his teammate in YZ. Spirit trying to keep as much of an angle, as a presence as he can towards that A-long, but Flexen and him do fall down towards that side. The overdrive is down, and Ackerman only hearing echoes of his former fallen comrades as he has to try and get onto the site in his own.
Oh, that is, you know, I'm still like a little bit flustered for my poor guy Vukashu there, unable to find any kills. The cages are out. Ackerman down to 40 HP, and he's gonna be sniffed past that smoke. The cage is not enough coverage, and as you've heard, it's a team ace, a 6th round for the side of Billy, and they'll just continue running the game, I guess, in this current setup. I mean, that kill was necessary. When Vukashu didn't get the kill on YZ, especially with him having the double tap on, and you gotta say, like, YZ was just sliding in a straight line. Like, if he shot, that would have been him dead. And right now, yeah, you can tell like Vukushu is starting to get a little bit under the weather, and they can't really have that, you know. For DRG, it's 1-6 for Nick. Vukushu's 5-5. It's not like he's playing bad, but you need somebody to step up to have more rounds. Sure, Haven is attacker sided, but you would at least love to get like 3-4 rounds bare minimum.
Yeah, you really would, and if you're making the player cam shake due to just your mouse movement in general, then yeah, as you said, might be getting to Vukashu, and you can't afford this early on. Not only is this only the second map, you won map 1. It is a best of 5. You're going to be here for a while regardless. You cannot let that vision of, we mentioned earlier, oh, it's a potential 3-0, but you can't let that cloud your judgment. You cannot let that get in your way, and that's what the coaches, of course, I'm sure, have tried to relay towards the side of DRG. As you can see, the positions coming through, but BLG, there's one thing they have done more than anything this map. It is patience. That mid-round that you talked about, Vault, has just been night and day. Fittingly enough, going from a sunset now towards this. Push comes through, the shot from Flex, and it was clear, but he just couldn't find it, and it's a C-site pretty free.
And maybe now it might come to a call of, do you even make a commitment to that? Sure, you only got shares for the most part, but Akman went in a tad too early. Not the tad, like greedy early. I'm gonna be honest with you, because there was no support, no potential for trades, and Vukushu's gotta be careful to use that towards backside. But again, the timing of the utility is just not the best, and DRG right now is starting to be a bit lazy with the way that they play the game, and they are being sufficiently punished by Bilibili on that end. Just Vukushu left alive against 4 players isn't going to be the best of cases for him. He's still going to be able to find just the one though. K-Knight on the trade, 7 rounds for Bilibili, so at least they guaranteed that they'll be able to win that half. But that is still, like, I would say it's more of DRG playing bad than Bilibili actually playing good on this Haven.
Yeah, I'll agree with that, especially because, like, this was, you know, DRG were able to make this work. They were able to get it. Now, they did only get 5, they got 5 rounds on the attack. It actually was their defense as well last time that we seen this setup come through. That was where DRG picked up the majority of their rounds. But this time, that's not the case. BLG's attack feeling a lot cleaner, a lot more concise, a lot more impactful. As you said, surviving that utility and then firing it back of their own. Flexen's able at least to pick up 1 for YZ. That is big. But DRG to have a really big chance of taking this map away like they did last time, they're wanting these last 3 rounds consecutively. They really don't want to give up one if they can afford it. If they can't, and if they do, it's not the end of the world. But again, every round counts, especially with how good Sunset went for them.
Yeah, and they got plenty of ultimates to make that happen. Kill Contract, Hunter Siri, Dimensional Drift, even from the shadows. A Bilibili, great work from them to try to expand into A-Link, and even a better read here from the side of the defense. A good first kill from Nick, but he's got to be careful there. Alchemon is going to be presented with the cover. Vukushu's 0% win rate and success on the Kill Contract, but the success is all for DRG there at the end. Levius is not going to have a chance. The multi-man peak seals off the round for DRG, and they needed that one, and they got it.
You mentioned the ults, and DRG almost on cue said, oh yeah, we do, and then fired them all off and got a decent amount of value, as you said. Not too much for Vukashu on that kill contract, but still any amount of positional advantage, any amount of information is still something, and he is going to at least pull away Rusia to give that space. And that's the biggest thing about kill contract, honestly. You are supported to win. You've got that double tap online as well, so it should go your way, but losing the 1v1 isn't the biggest deal because you take Rusia, in this case, out of the map entirely. You give yourself the control, and now K-Knight with the Hunter's Fury, the utility and all the guns online fairly comfortably for both sides. DRG now have to show that the first couple rounds were just a blip and they can fight BLG back on equal footing.
The real problem for them, though, is that for that fight back, the ultimate economy is so much better for the side of Bilibili. Because, you know, players like Vukushu, players like Nick, they've held onto their ultimates for a tad too long. That now, by the time that they want to cycle them back, they won't have them. Meanwhile, Bilibili is going to have a second cycle of their ultimates. Probably by round 12 max, if not right now for K-Knight, who does have the Hunter's Fury and kind of use that on their execute on the A side that they are scaling up into. You're going to discover that most of that map is empty. It's a more of a defensive posture here for the side of DRG. Only Nick on the site itself. And I think that is actually Akeman top heaven, which is a smarter call, but they are again choosing to anchor the site itself, and that might come to their own detriment here.
Yeah, especially with the Hunter's Fury. It's not going to be pop, though, actually. It's YZ, the first to fall. Quite surprised, honestly. I was expecting a very proactive Hunter's Fury from K-Knight there, but not going to get used, and YZ maybe falls due to that. That's a big, big first frag for the side of DRG. That's forced BLG all the way towards this B site. While they have walked on pretty comfortably, they don't have as much to work with anymore. DRG have the numbers and the utility, even the From the Shadows, just to create something. The Rolling Thunder to try and buy some time, but that's all it's really going to do.
Well, it's going to find a kill as well from the support of Levius. So they're able to find an advantage back to a 4-on-4, and the timing from K-Knight. Oh, this could be the coup de grace for the entire play. Sure, Flexen starts off well, but those might be 2 kills. Akeman to the rescue. And Levius will save the round once more for Bitty Bitty. Him and Neff in a 1-on-2, and Akeman is not going to be able to do that much. So it's going to be safe and sound for Bitty Bitty. Their lead and their buffer grows once again.
I did not mean to just spread misinformation over the internet, but the Rolling Thunder, I really thought that was just going to be a, okay, we need to just rotate, we need to pull back for a little bit, gather the space, but there was a bit of an aggressive push, and Levius was more than happy to take that on his own accord. This first shot from Bukashu was very clean. That's the shot, though, that maybe sealed the deal. This positioning, Levius has it. The positioning from Neff as well, managing to take 2 of his own gunfights. Both were essentially 1v1s. The refrag potential was there, but we've seen that refrag potential isn't the only thing. Spirit, yet again, playing a super aggressive defense. He does have the gate crash to get him out, but we've seen him just lose that fight before. We've seen him not be able to teleport away, and Vukashu, meanwhile, trying to take that swing. Believe dies with double tap, not even used, and YZ showing if you've got that utility, you've got to make sure it's been put to use.
Absolutely, and here's the thing. When you're playing a comp like DRGs, you're supposed to be super proactive with the way that you play the ISO. You're supposed to have the setup, try to help them take control of lobby at times. Sometimes you like plan to push towards that B site. That has not been the case. DRG, again, they're pretty much playing this one as if it's like one of our comp games, you know, like they're pretty much adamant on the anchoring, and it will work okay for Flexen. He does find 2 kills, but the real problem is for the 2 players retaking, no ultimates, and only a measly share for Akeman. So right now, with them trying to find a retake, the rifle is going to be picked up by the Cypher, but missed shot from Nick does leave Akeman to die easily by YZ. He's going to take up his tally to 11 kills, already doubling, actually even more than doubling their kill tally on the Sunset. And unfortunately for DRG, they just don't really look like they've figured out that part of the map, and maybe site selection is going to play a big part, which is surprising because they chose to start here on the defense, which meant that I thought they're going to be a lot more proactive than they were. But they were just super passive in the entire half. We haven't really seen any like aggressive setup plays, whether on lobby or to try to guess down window and into garage. So that is a little bit awkward for them. It puts them in an awkward spot. Sure, not as bad as a 10-2 that Bitty Bitty were in the Sunset. And a pistol win would go a long way. But right now, they're just not convincing enough.
It's not, and it seems scary to have, especially just with the way they were playing on Sunset. It does seem really scary to have one map, Sunset, you get Vukashu and Akeman on Sentinel and Julius respectively, then the very next map, get them to swap that out. Because it does just seem like getting that momentum and getting that kind of feeling to trade over those 2 positions. They are massively different roles with massively different objectives, and swapping, especially when you did it so commandingly on map 1, that's a really big ask. And that wasn't what they had to do last time against Billy Billy. Last time DRG did this, they had only, I believe it was the second map, I can get it pulled up actually, but they, overall point is they didn't have to do what they're doing now. They didn't have to essentially shoot themselves in the foot to try and make this work. Yes? Oh, he's got something? What's he discovered? No. What's he cooked?
No, I'm just really surprised that people prefer the DRG mascot over the Billy
I'm
Billy one.
surprised by that. Yeah, we were talking about this off stream. Like, Billy's is so cute and adorable. Although they did run out of energy during the walkout, which I don't blame them. It was a long walkout, but both of them are actually really cute.
Well, there still might be a pretty long game here, Madante. The pistol round can dictate how this one will roll. The slow start for Fukushu, even a lot slower for Spirit. He only found 3 kills in the span of those 12 rounds. They need to change things now. They are on the attack, and that double duelist comp, you got the movement from the Yoru, you got the supportive utility from the ISO, but you need to take the duels and you need to be victorious. They start aggressively on the C sites, figured out by Levius there on the jump spot. So maybe they need to stop being stubborn, and that is what is going to happen. They make their rotations, but already, look at Billy scaling up at mid. That's something that we have not seen DRG do the entire game.
Yeah, the best they had hoped for was Spirit kind of pushing up and then immediately getting forced off with the gate crash. It's not really enough to make this work. Meanwhile, as you've said, Rushia's already basically down that entire angle. He is going to give it up, but seeing no one lean towards Garage, seeing that Garden didn't get a swing, that's a lot of information to be gathered that no one has really pushed up yet, and you can even see that K-Knight's working off of that. That's why he's went away from long and is now jiggle peeking towards short, especially with the smoke now popped. He's happy to give up that position for long. The read from BLG seems to absolutely be clinical. If DRG hesitate a bit longer, they might get lucky, but it looks like they're ready to execute here, right here and right now. The utility comes through. BLG look ready.
Yeah, BLG, we're ready, but then that little bit of stoppage actually allowed Spirit to find a double. The paranoia was used towards short, and all of the kills will go DRG's way. It's only K-Knight that will actually take down the spike planter. Time is a concern. Spirit is low in HP, and so is Flexin. The arrow broken, the kill found. K-Knight is still rather healthy, and that can leave him with a chance to play that one. Ackerman is considering peeking. They're trying to set up a high-low. That is going to be their best odds, especially with dark cover. They can try to time out K-Knight with the crossfire, but they are still in the process of establishing that. It could allow K-Knight a chance. He peeks to the wrong part. There were no trades, so it is really pivotal that Ackerman is actually able to find that kill, because if not, this could have deteriorated and DRG might have been already out of the game. Right now, there is still a chance that they can make a comeback.
Yeah, there really is. The setup there, the positioning looked a lot cleaner than what we had really seen from any full fights on DRG. Yeah, those shots were a little bit shaky, but anyone that's trying to shoot someone that's got their back to you, it is a bit more difficult because you just can't really read the movement as clean. But it's still more than enough to get them through. Still more than enough to hopefully get that momentum, that confidence rebuilt. And DRG's performance on these pistol rounds, I believe so far that is 3-1. I want to say, for them over the course of this series thus far. So they are happy to make that work. They are happy, or at least they are hoping, to keep that momentum going.
Well, I mean, for DRG, what actually got the ball rolling, if I'm not mistaken, was them actually going on a bit of a comeback streak. When you consider how the first game in the upper final worked, and the Haven right now, Bitty again, proactive as they always have been on this Haven, are able to find the first kill. Luckily enough for the RG, not only did they get the C site, but the player has gone down, only got a ghost, so it's not really the end of the world for them. But what can be a problem is that setup from the players of Bitty. It is going to be destroyed by Spirit there with that triple kill.
You can't afford much more than that. The Stinger shreds its way, rips and tears through the side of Billy. As you said, the setup was clean, but DRG's read, their adjustment, just that little bit cleaner. The turn on the flash was excellent. The Sova Dart was able to just get completely ignored, and even when the flash had came through, it was already too late, and all members of Billy had already fell towards that backside. Big frags as well for who got them. Spirit managing to get himself one off the dimensional drift, build up that economy hugely, and as you said, Ackerman's basically able to rejoin his squad. He's got it on the Sheriff yet again, but his economy will be more than healthy going into this follow-up round. If DRG can get any frags as well, it's only getting them closer to equalizing.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, I like the way that DRG have actually been approaching the start of the rounds here on the attacking side. but I want to see them anticipating the aggression of Bilibili and trying to like feign some presence maybe towards lobby or towards C like they are doing on the extremities, but then actually having the bigger stack on maybe towards B or garage and try to catch them off guard, because right now you see a play like this. Flexen is left in the extremity. If he's able to find a kill, that is massive for DRG because it pulls all the rotations from Bilibili, but the commitment has already been made by Dragon Ranger Gaming, and go Dragon Rangers into the seaside they shall. The paranoia is perfect. The TP is pretty easy. Akuman is gonna go down, which actually gives a chance for Bilibili to speed up their pace in the retake.
Yeah, that mid lurk should have been Nef's demise, but Ackerman just not quite landing the shots, and then the backup from YZ to clean him out. But still, 4 versus 2. That shot from Spirit may have been the difference between another round on the board or BLG having the confidence to go for this retake. As you can see from the positions of both YZ and Nef, there will be no retake attempted. There will simply be 1 or 2 exits maybe wanting to be gained if you can gain more ult points for the overdrive, or the Rolling Thunder. Nef not really going to be a consideration. He's all the way back towards that side, but YZ's able to put himself 1 on the board at the very least. That's nearly a second one. Spirit, those swings off the back of the outlaw shots to add another potential point for the dimensional drift, and 2 players down towards the spike anyway. Happy enough with that. Their economy not going to be in much of a difficult position.
I would definitely be happy with a round like that. You know, winning on your bonus, stabilizing your round, solidifying your ultimate economy, because those are 3 orbs that have been picked up by Spirit, who have had a bit of a resurgence for sure on that attacking slide. Remember, he was 3 and 11 when we have left him on round 12 to take a brief break. And after the intermission, right now he's 8 and 12. So that's the kind of comeback that Spirit has been on.
Big difference. We need to see a little bit more, but it's absolutely one really comfortable start. And BLG now being forced actually to pull the timeout. I think from the way this was going, was maybe expecting a similar style that DRG would have to pop both their timeouts pretty early, the way BLG had to on Sunset, but no. Forcing out that first timeout from Bilibili on the back of that first timeout for DRG, that really they've just been... Whatever was being said there, that was the moment that it started working out. The execute started being cleaner, the positioning, the overall control and presence of the map started to really change. Confidence even just started to shoot up, and Bilibili need to keep theirs intact if they have a hope of taking this map. If not, it could possibly be a 3-0.
I mean, if DRG handled the helm there, the defensive half, this might have been a much easier game. Again, I just gotta say, I had massive gripes with the way that they were playing that defense. Sure, their comp is a little bit more leaning on the attacking side, you know, double duelist and all, and your setup that you have for the Yoru. But the defense could have been so much better if they just were a bit more proactive. Like, look at how much space creation is going on from Bilibili. The team that is playing the more standard team composition, you know, like you see the double initiator, Sova Breach, that is being enabled by them. Nick has got to be very, very careful. They use 1 of the cages. There are 3 players here to clear right now. They're trying to identify Rushia, but he's going to be able to find the first kill. 2 from Spirit on the lineup, but they are still trying to take the fight. Flashpoint's not good, as Flexen will take out the 1, and K-Knight has got to hug the angle. Unfortunately for him, he will not be able to sting anything off of the side of DRG, so they keep 4 players, and that will remain to be the case until the end of the round. And despite BLG's best efforts, they just could not really find the kills necessary there at lobby.
That double kill from Spirit, we'll probably see it again. If there's one man that seems to line up everyone, he doesn't just get 1, he gets 1 for free as well, because that's one that he doesn't actually really even see Rushia. He only sees the back of Flexen, but an Omen falls, and it is the correct one for him. And then Ackerman lurking towards that mid, which is what you want your Cypher to do, keep that control of Haven. And yeah, that was BLG's save, so of course they did go for something that was a bit cheekier, that was a bit riskier. Unfortunately, didn't find anything. Meanwhile, Ackerman's already put K-Knight down to 10 HP with that outlaw shot. Big deal to start us off, and DRG, they find 1 more, especially with the ult economy looking the way it is, they could easily equalize.
I mean, if I'm on the side of DRG right now, I might just as well try to farm some more orbs. Nick already got the Hunter's Fury, and they have discovered where the Neon lies. YZ is fortunate enough that the Speedster is able to evade the angle with the strafing. It buys plenty of valuable time there, because with YZ still alive, he is going to be the quick rotate that is playing the B side that can pivot back towards A. He finds Ackerman on the lurk. That is a bit too overzealous, you gotta say, from the Cypher. And right now, they might be caught off guard again. They're unaware, Modanti. They're unaware of Rusia.
Okay, it's only one. It's only one as Flexen keeps moving. The swing's really solid, but look what's had to happen because Ackerman falls. And you mentioned one flank. What about second flank is what BLG are currently thinking. The trigger discipline's great. Flexen manages to get around the corner, but he re-swings. Despite the fact it's the first headshot, he manages to fall with 10 HP and a dream. YZ's the one to get the frag. K-Knight picks up Nick effortlessly as well. So much damage being done, but BLG come out on top.
And DRG again struggling to really play around the timings to clear out the map right there. Like, again, like Ackerman really had no real incentive to be in that position. He could have been hanging back a lot more, holding YZ, holding the entire play, but instead they try to make a move. I understand the intention. You're trying to synchronize a play between the lurker who goes from B and at least tries to hold the flank with the rest of the team, but the best teams that are playing Haven to a competent level are going to be aware of that, and that is a pretty rudimentary tactic in of itself, so it's pretty easy to stop right now. Nothing too basic about that one from Spirit. The Hunter's Fury comes in, the Cypher is still on site, and Nick is able to find that one with the second tab, but the trades are already in, and they flooded back the site. 3 players on logs. Rusia got the elevation, but Ackerman has the chance to make something happen here. Flexen can buy their attention, allowing Ackerman and Nick to find 2 kills between them. It's a bit of a messy round, but it goes the way of DRG in the end.
You wanna look at that. That is a round that you review time and time again. Every micro adjustment there is absolutely pivotal. You get to see Spirit play in the Dimensional Drift, the Hunter's Fury combo, so damn good, played to perfection. But immediately, as you said, then the relay ball, Spirit not given enough time to get the control. YZ pushes it through, but meanwhile, because of that fight on towards Garage, Flexen gets, or on towards the site, Flexen manages to come out of Garage, get himself the frag. And then you talk about Rusia's position on the logs to get the trade. So much positional awareness, but the way, as you said, it just goes the way of DRG. They manage to hold it out, get their 8th round on the board. The economy looking a bit rougher for BLG now, but with a Hunter's Fury overdrive, Neural Theft, if Levius can find one, and the From the Shadows, there's a lot that they have to possibly work with. The Flash actually works against themselves as the Rolling Thunder, sorry, my mistake. It is just the simple fault line finds enough, does enough to get the frag, but Flexen, he lives in this garage, it's all his turf.
Oh, I'm really thankful that they backed off, because the overdrive would have been devastating. Still, Rusia there with his fingers, able to find the one, could have found more, will do so, as Ackerman is able to find the kills, and it all falls down. DRG are locked in the garage, and Bitty Bitty are gonna park them there.
Very, very clean. I said, by all means, that it was Flex in space. As you've pointed out, the ticket has expired. The position reclaimed from BLG, or from DRG, by Billy. Phenomenal stuff here. That wide swing, very good. But this positioning, Rusia not giving it away in any sort of concern. And then YZ going, okay, we'll cut this down. We're gonna cook up the remaining round necessary. Puts the victory on the board. And for what was kind of a half by a force up, that's a big deal. And it's such a big deal that DRG, understandably, with only a potential 2 rounds remaining, unless they're able to put more on the board, they don't have much time left to find this.
Yeah, and here's the thing, they had the time not to force the issue there, garage. They could have just tried to route towards the side itself. And right now, maybe that's the thing that DRG are suffering from the most. Sure, you know, I feel like their pacing of the rounds is a lot better. The way that they move is okay, but they are still pretty basic in the way that they play the map. So if you're gonna do that, you need to play the basics to the T. You cannot really afford to have a lot of those other losses. So now we'll see if things to change in the long term. As you said, only 2 rounds needed, Madante, for Bilibili to close that one out, but 3 rounds as well is what separates the side of DRG from tying the game up. The ultimate economy should be slightly in favor of Bilibili there with the neural theft being present. But there are closer cycles to the bigger ultimates, and I'm looking at the kill contract there from Vukushu. If they're able to find it, maybe a kill, things will go great for them. But right now, YZ almost ruining the entire plan. There are still 2 more players there towards that C site, and Vukushu can still get that orb and try to clear Garage with some support, but that is the position that we've been talking about. Ackerman on the lurks have been pretty unsuccessful, and he's punished yet again by BLG.
Oh, that is so different from the Ackerman we've seen towards Sunset. The shots not finding their mark. But what is... Can Vukashu finally win one in the deathmatch arena? He cannot. K-Knight keeps his composure, keeps that scoreline at a 0% as far as I know over the last little bit. The Vukashu has ran that... that ISO. ISO's name completely escaped me. I was that locked in, and this initial push, it looks so clean, but Ackerman needed to find that target, and before it could even be dragged away, Neff finds himself a target already, and then K-Knight showing his confidence, showing his belief, showing his calm and collectivity. Ultimates have now been used for the side of DRG. They have even less to work with, and it's match point.
No further timeouts. Plenty of light shields, which will actually give YZ a ton of value on the Outlaw that is posted towards the A side. The C side is completely barren, aside, of course, from the bits and pieces of util that are present with Levius. And once again, you do see that Bilibili started to get a bit antsy. Movement is on. They will take control of short with it. A lobby shall be theirs. And while there is not that much time left for that play and the cage, they're gonna go for a critical mass. The Outlaw is good for the one. That is the spike as well. And it's gonna be the rest of the players from short to corral down the angle. They can still afford to be patient because YZ still has got the angle. They got the util from the Silva as well. 45 seconds left on the timer. They are down 2 players, perhaps a third as well now as YZ is able to score again.
I think now... I mean, DRG have that clutch factor in them. I've brought it up, but Ackerman has unfortunately not really been there this map. And to be honest, a fair few of DRG have been lacking, and he's not going to get that clutch factor sorted. A 13-8 for Bilibili. A phenomenally better showing than what Sunset was. Very clear that Sunset just isn't Bilibili's map, and it is more of DRG's domain. Now we get onto these last 3 maps going on. Corrode, as you've mentioned, Vault, should hopefully be there for DRG. They've picked it to try and cause a real massive upset for Bilibili. But if Bilibili can fight back, it's really anyone's guess now.
Yeah, and again, you know, DRG, they look pretty convincing, I gotta say, on the last Haven. But that was because their aim was on point. YZ back in form, as you can tell there from the highlights of not just this round, but the entire game. I believe that he's now on, what, 23 kills in total. And for the rest of this one, I've got to be pretty honest with you. I'm still a bit, I guess, knackered about the way that they play the defense. Because they could have afforded a lot more. They could have had a buffer of their own. Like, this could have been a 5-7 half maximum. Sure, BLG would have been winning anyways, because they seem to have the better ideas on the Haven. But there were rounds that would have been so easy for DRG on both sides if they either had the awareness or they were more proactive in the way that they played the matchup.
Yeah, there was a lot of decision making, as you said, that, you know, the macro just didn't really seem to favor Bilibili. They were much more comfortable, much more aggressive, as you said, but this time it was more than willing to work out. DRG had a few solid defensive setups, but it felt more like they had the defensive setups on the post plant than the defensive setups when they were on defense, is the best way to kind of put it. Whenever they got the spike planted, that was when the defensive setups were starting to show a little bit. But this positional control from Bilibili, what was not seen in Sunset, and what will we really have to see, will it be there on Corrode? Because Corrode is now likely going to be the reason DRG have put it here. They want it to reflect Sunset in map control, in confidence, in positioning, and in overall presence as we get to hear the comms going in.
有闪，给。哎，大家一起排一下好吗？伟飞。左边踢啊！等着，我要推他，给他眼里，推出来，王者推出来，给他，给他追啊！多去追他，闪光。哎，他还一个，我有黑，我黑他了，王者，开始，4打1，我们最好不掉枪。屁股是我的，屁股看，不用看屁股，我能给你们烟。我有警察 K， 不用看屁股，不用看，开了，我有警察烟好吗？我帮你补一下。没有2楼烟，你们打补枪就好了，他都没有烟的。我下2楼好吗？我这左边。我来吧，兄弟们，我很远。哎，这露露，他出来了，露露别死，左边偏长。
Well, I mean, it is pretty much the kind of result that you do expect when YZ is on that kind of form. He's back, baby, and we might have a true grand final on our hands. But still, you know, question marks all over the place. Is this Bitty basically having the read on what happened on the upper final and adjusting to it? Or is it just maybe DRG running out of steam from how much they've let off on the sunset?
Easily could be an overcook. Easily could just be the momentum and the passion, that emotion getting to them. That confidence is now shooting them in the foot. We'll have to wait and see. But as you mentioned it actually back in Sunset Vault, that YZ and Ackerman seem to trade whoever gets time on the leaderboard, whoever has the fragging potential. Mum said it's my turn to get all the multi-kills, to get the team MVP, and that is the difference between them. Corrode is a lot trickier in terms of it because the rotates are so massive. The rotates are really difficult. You're not going to find yourself involved in rounds near as much, and you get to see the difference. It's Flexen actually is the one that tries to break it up. Meanwhile, YZ, Rusia, everyone there on at least a neutral KD. I believe the only positive is Flexen for DRG.
Yeah, I mean, the DRG, the main thing you gotta note is an 8 and 15 Vukashu. Like, you really cannot afford to have that kind of scoreline when you're playing the ISO. Like, the ISO is pretty linear. You lose aim duels, you are the worst agent in the game. Like, I would rate it even worse than Reyna. That's how bad, like, because here's the thing, like, the only thing that you have going for you is the undercut and the wall. And sure, those are, like, good pieces of util. But, like, you're supposed to be the supportive duelist. You're supposed to be somebody who's taking the fights. As you can tell, Bitty still successful in the first blood metric. And that, again, leads to them having a lot more success. For DRG, if there is something they can write home about, is that when they had the spike down on attack, they have had 100% success rate. So that is the one thing that will work out really well on Corrode if they have the post plan set up. But we have not seen Bitty play Corrode before. It's their permaban. Could they be hiding some strats from, you know, they've seen teams like ADG play, they've seen DRG play, they've seen XLG play it as well, so it'll be rather intriguing to see how are they going to approach the map that is basically the great unknown to them.
If you permaban your own map only to come in and say the reason we've permabanned it is because we want to show you how it's done, that is a flex and a half. And that might be a mental diff enough that DRG cannot keep up with. As we've kind of given this map to DRG, just as you said, Billy. We haven't seen Billy play on it. DRG have seemed very confident when they have played it. So that is going to be something that we will discover just after this break. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, stick around for it, please. It does give us a massive support. And due to the fact that we had an absolute banger of an opening, which will no doubt get copyright striked, and we understand that, any love that you can show, especially like for subs or just bits or stuff, while that is, of course, a little bit discounted, all goes to making the production better for you guys, and we appreciate it massively. But that's all for now. We'll be back right after this break, where we go on to Corrode, and Billy have to pull out their maps for it.
And officially, we are back to a best of 3. But it starts with a massive advantage for DRG. At least on paper, the Corrode, as we've spoken about, been the permaban for Bilibili Gaming. A lot of the teams have been playing it. I feel like everybody's really improved on it throughout the 4 weeks that we've had it play. And I am really expecting something good from DRG, unlike what we've seen here on the Haven, because, you know, the Haven, maybe not as bad as the Sunset was from Bilibili, but definitely I feel like they fell flat when it comes to delivering the performance, not just in the individual aspect, where we like harped a little bit about how like Vukashu and Akaman actually didn't have their best individual performances, but as a team as well, they really didn't have the value. And now we go back to something maybe a bit more generic. I am more interested to see what Bilibili will be playing. The Neon is definitely a choice. Not the one that I would pick, though. I feel like outside of the Gecko, everything else is really the comp that he should be playing here on the side of DRG.
Yeah, I think what Wisey's done with the Neon is, because I've talked about this a lot, I'm sure everyone's heard me kind of yap about it, that Yoru by far highest skill ceiling agent in the game, not even close. And with that being something that Wisey's not really seeing too much comfortable space off of, happier just to work with the Neon. Now, doesn't have any mega stuns other than the sound sensor, so Wisey's going to be swinging into these with the slide, and he's going to have to just take those jills without the backup. We've mentioned before, I think it's actually been Ackerman has been the one that usually gets shot in the face when he swings, even with the backup of a stun. So whether that comes to fruition or not, we'll have to see. Do like the Gecko put through as well. Deadlock solo Sentinel does surprise me on Corrode. That seems risky.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen a fair bit, at least like if you've been watching most of the VCLs, I've been seeing a lot of double Sentinels actually gaining a bit of popularity, and it seems to be like pretty workable, you know, whatever you want to do. The double controller, pretty much par the course, but the Deadlock is like, I would say, a double-edged sword if the other team knows how to play around her and figure out the setups and how they are actually executed. Things can be a lot easier for DRG in that one. It should still go pretty swimmingly for them, as we will see whether or not they are able to find the victory. The onus is on them. They start on the attack, and with Vukashu back to the Cypher, I'm expecting much better lurks in this third map.
Yeah, much cleaner stuff as well. Just ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching, get those predictions in. Of course, get the support and everything going through before they close, because they are in the chat and stuff. So get yourself that hype up. And speaking of hype up, we're already seeing an aggressive attack, but shut down. Levius manages to find the frag on the Spirit, the flash just not quite enough. The shock dart actually picking up, and Wingman unfortunately being fed to the meat grinder. Flex and caught picking up the ult orb, and Nick with one angle but so much more to do as the shots come through the smoke. 19 HP is not going to be enough, and BLG start strong.
He saw the start. They got the read there actually about having the multiple member presence on that B site, but the main part has definitely been them being able to hold down that initial set of duels there. You know, we're talking about how this is the comp that we want to play. There are no flashes for the side of Bilibili, yet despite being flashed, they actually were still able to get the kill, which might be a problematic part. It was all about, I guess, the first piece of the domino falling, because if DRG still had control of Elbow, that would have made it a much more difficult flood for Bilibili, who will actually capitalize on the back of that already. Neff playing that one pretty well. I've seen a lot of different variations in the way that you like to play the Deadlock. I would definitely say the A side is a good one. But those sonic sensors, though, wouldn't be my personal favorites, if I'm going to be honest with you.
The sonic sensors are... Fire on.
Oh, wait. I actually I saw something. I just realized. That sonic sensor on the A site has multiple values. I don't know if you know that, but there's like an indestructible sonic sensor that is present.
Oh, yes.
On Vine in the A site. It's pretty much the same thing that has been happening here, but what is not the same is DRG actually winning those trades. Hold on a minute. It's now 1-on-2.
Oh, there's one man as well. Of course it is. I was actually, you cut me off because I was going to bring up the sonic sensor as well, because, or the sound sensor, sorry, because on that lane specifically, it does cover so much and it stops the swings coming through. So that setup towards the A set, I do massively agree with you, Volt. It's just plain We'll have to see if Fukashi can do it. Down to 25 HP. The paranoia does hit Neff, but he doesn't really mind. He's got the backup of his teammate, or even if he does fall, but not required at all. And if you've got one person, I do think for the ult points that it costs, Annihilation is up there for one of the strongest ults in the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, it started off really strong for Bitty Bitty, but then that moment there from K-Knight, if it wasn't for the K-Knight double kill, by the way, this entire round might have been done. Like, they lost 3 players just off the back of that. And 3, I always say, is the magic number on the eco rounds. If you kill 3 players, you already have kind of won if you haven't invested that much. And you look at the kind of purchases you see from the side of Bitty Bitty in the 3rd round, where it's supposed to be their bonus. Sure, there are still 2 guns, but YZ invested into that Phantom. That means that he's going to be broke for the next round if they actually end up losing. And there are either light shields or missing pieces of utility that they might be punished for down the line.
Speaking of punishment, though, that's at least a good start. YZ getting a bit overzealous on his own. Ackerman shutting it down. Of course, there is no Viper. We did say beforehand that DRG have never really liked running the Viper. The double controller is usually the form of like Omens, Cloves, and such, which we get to see here. So DRG, I think, really need to capitalize off of the back that they don't have a Viper by getting as many of these attack rounds as possible, because defense is difficult. I say that the paranoia into the TP into the gate crash is absolutely phenomenally well done. K-Knight does get spot out, does shoot the clone, doesn't lose his life for it. Levy is swinging out at the backside with the Bucky, finding one getting traded, but K-Knight actually using that to build enough confidence to get another frag of his own. 2 versus 3. Rusia trying his best to get the angle to try and reconvene with his teammate. The paranoia comes through, doesn't find any target, because I love the positioning from DRG. They have the read that it's a super committed push from the mid, and they take all the furthest angles they can.
Yeah, and I like the pistol round. This is where we see the success of the flashes that are present from the side of DRG, and the execute itself. Neff basically had no chance in playing that one, and despite K-Knight's best efforts, things just did not really work out for the side of DRG right now. Oh, sorry, for Bitty Bitty, rather. And right now, this is their 2nd purchase, and I wanted to look at this. Bucky for Rusia, 2 light shields, and a regen shield. So they are pretty much in a much weaker position in terms of what you would consider to be their firepower, but what they can try to make up for it is that mid crunch that they are attempting to. And the good thing about it is that with DRG going towards the A side, the mid crunch can pivot onto them too.
Yeah, they can absolutely all pivot. The sound sensor has gone off, though, when there was no swing. So one of the biggest things is actually coming through. The magnet has been danced around absolutely perfectly. A little bit lucky. You cannot say that was all intentional, and Fukashi is able to pick up Neff because of it. Spirit then finds YZ, and as you said, what was meant to be a very clean kind of crunch onto DRG, seems they've got strong enough teeth to bite down. There is not going to be any crunch that they cannot handle. With the spike ticking down, Rushi is still stuck on that Bucky, and Levy is kind of just having to live towards that B site due to how long these rotates are. Nick trying his best. You want one if you're Rushi, but even then you put an ult point on towards the from the shadows, unless K-Knight can pick it up for you. At least that's one ult point towards the Hunter's Fury, but that's really going to be all they get.
I mean, they get the rifle too. Rusia is able to sneak away the Vandal. So, you know, there are definitely silver linings to that round, and with the way that it has played, Bitty Bitty maybe wouldn't feel the worst. But for DRG, I feel like the main part there was absolutely the GravNet, because the GravNet could have found a lot more value if it was used a little bit better there. As you can tell, like, they had the acumen to identify that, hey, if the deadlock is playing on that site, we don't really want to press on elbow, because if we get caught in the nade, we are doomed. And this is the 2nd time that we see DRG maybe having a bit of awareness that they lacked on the Haven. And right now it translates in them having dimensional drift, being only 1 away from Neural Theft and 2 away from either off Flexen and as well as the Thrash out of Nick.
They've got a lot, and honestly, I mean, I said that maybe that was a slight bit of luck dancing around the magnet. It really wasn't. It was just clean done. Neff, I really appreciate the aggression towards that mid site there, and is able to take down Ackerman, but Clove dead on mid means you've still got 2 controllers online. Spirit actually deciding flashes the oil drone, wanted to maybe force a bit of aggression and buy some time. The Hunter's Fury comes through. The gate crash is still red. K-Knight finds it. Spirit is not able to dance around that. Wingman, though, still able to get the plant. Time has been bought, but when you're sacrificing a member of your team and guns are being picked up more and more for BLG, the relay bolt comes through. That's enough to push Vikashu out of the angle, out of that corner. But look, this is the power of Clove. He's been dead long ago, and Ackerman still creating a big problem that BLG just have to push into. The slide is solid enough for one. The 1 versus 1. This can't go any other way, surely. The only thing potentially saving Flexen is the fact that bullets ran out of that magazine. It's 3-2, but it was damn close.
Yeah, that one got down to the wire. If it wasn't for the clove smoke there, by the way, that round might have gone disastrously wrong. And I feel like the thing for Spirit there is that he didn't actually use the, what's it called, the gate crash to actually have a different horizontal angle. He just went further away, which guess what? The Hunter Fury is a line. Do you know how lines work?
Yeah, the lines are dead. Well, actually, to be fair, maybe DRG don't know how lines work, and that's why they don't play Viper.
Yeah, that's actually a very fair and a very valid point. Wait, yeah, maybe they are an enemy of lines. They just like curves. Right now, there's a barrier thrown into the angle. And yeah, okay, you know what? I realize it now, you know. They like playing Clove because Clove got a lot of spheres. No line, no paranoia.
They don't do circles, they don't do lines. It's all spheres, it's all 3 dimensions. That's the only thing they respect. And I say the only thing they respect, BLG not showing much respect to their own, actually deciding to cut through the Viper wall themselves to play that aggressive position. Spirit sending out the clone, not gonna of course get shot, doesn't really find too much, but it is enough to force the backup from the side of BLG, but that could all be intentional as the push towards the A site. We've seen this before and it worked for BLG.
Well, it might start working now. The paranoia got great value, but never able to shut down Spirit. The rest of the hold is gonna be caught by the Annihilation that does not find that much. But the dark cover and the util might facilitate the repeat for K9. He's only good for the one, a double kill. That will make things a lot easier for the player at elbow. It's a pristine shot by Nick, and the other 2 players are still coming in from the other side. There might be some tremendous value there for the trash to deny them, denying the plant, to give them the round courtesy of Vikashu finding a hat trick.
Oh my, Gecko is one of those agents that you get so concerned about at times. He does have a lot of flexibility to his kit, but if Wingman just gets shot, if Dizzy just gets shot, he does lose quite a bit of his potential, of his capability. What started as such a scrappy fight towards the A main, this shot from Nick was the difference maker to get Thrash online, and then the double swing from him and Vikashu played to absolute perfection. Ultimates used to absolute surgical precision. Surprised there's no timeout from BLG, honestly.
I mean, at this point, this is maybe not the round to take the timeout on. Maybe this is the time to try to find a few picks. Maybe hope that this round, somehow somebody actually becomes the X factor and able to win the round on your lonesome. The way that DRG has been approaching that one, it's been improving more and more. A lot of lost value there. Maybe they're gonna try to force the angle. The flash is actually still blind. EV at the end, and Spirit on site is gonna clear out both. EV is still in play. YZ got the overdrive. He's driven through 2, a third as well. Looking for the quad kill to find that and win the round for Billy.
I mean, I was talking about ultimates. You were talking about an X factor, and both those points just come into play perfectly. What started as such a clean execute from Spirit and Co became a chef's cooking course from YZ. No overcommitment on the overdrive, just clean aim, frying the skulls of DRG. It's still the advantage to them, but that is a huge difference maker. The economy now looking a lot more solid in your right, Vault. Turns out you don't really need the timeout if you've got YZ on his ult.
Well, yeah, not yet at least. I like from DRG how they're already adamant in trying to take some information at mid, but not really committing the entire time to taking the fights there. Like you've seen like the slower start. Now Spirit can try to use that. Whether they want to route back towards A or not will depend on the number of members that they do spot. They know that YZ is there. Spirit is gotta be careful. They're blind. Paranoia as well on the other end. They try to respond. Good 1-for-1 for Spirit at the end. They kind of needed a kill there. If YZ is unable to find a second kill, maybe things will go a lot better. But there comes the crunch from Neff and Levius to deny anything that maybe DRG would have had. And now maybe it is their turn to take the timeout because even Flexen will not be able to play around the map. And it seems like DRG have had a sigh of despair as relief seems to be very apparent on the side of BLG.
Yeah, it's a bit, that one was rough, that really was. It was a good start, but you can't really afford that trade. Neff playing off of the relay bolt as well perfectly, and then Russia, I really like the pivot back into the smoke. Get the frag on towards the get-go and then leave. You don't need to overcommit that. You can try and get a double kill if you so wish, but that is the reservation, the presence of mind, that discipline to just back up and don't give DRG any spots. You mentioned on Haven, Vault, that it felt more that DRG just wasn't playing great as opposed to BLG playing fantastically. This Corrode going 4-4 as equal as it can. There's definitely more of a kind of push and pull for both sides.
Absolutely, but the push and pull actually comes in two different dimensions, which is the first time that we've ever seen that in this series. Right now, DRG looks like the better team, but Bitty have the better individuals. And that is going to be the intriguing part of this matchup's dynamic. We've seen the Viper basically being shut down plenty of times. But the main thing that maybe DRG need to work on is maybe they need to have an anti-mid play. Because right now, mid control has been awfully... there's an awful lot of times where they give the lead away actually to the defense there. And sometimes they need to try to crunch them. Sometimes they need to have the util. You got the mosh pit. It brings you a ton of coverage. You can basically clear the entirety of either the left or right sides of mid just with a single use of Mosh. So it's a little bit weird that, you know, when you have the best Molotov in the game, you're not using it to clear the space and try to punish. And right now, they might have been punished themselves. The shots are actually good for plenty on Chip and Akaman early.
Yeah, it's big. He does have the pick-me-up, so if there's one player to take damage, the one with the self-heal is the best. The Viper's Pit, of course, also gone down from Levius towards that B site. So you are basically seeing a forced commitment towards that A site. No one really wants to make that mid push just yet. I mean, Nick has only the Stinger, of course, but everyone else has full guns. Everyone else could take that fight and make it work. It seems that DRG are really, really banking on BLG overcommitting, making a mistake, even just spreading out the wrong place. You can see it's actually the Viper Pit and the Deadlock set up towards B. I would argue a bit of an overcommit. We'll see how it works out, but can you really overcommit if K-Knight's already taking down Ackerman?
Yeah, and Ackerman hadn't ult that yet, decided not to use it. K-Knight spotted, but no real bite from the Dragons yet. It seems like they still want to split towards the A side. My eyes are actually set on Volkashu there on the lurk. If there is a world where they maybe do something here, I feel like they're trying to force a fake. They got definitely the read in numbers, but it's all about that duel with Neff down. They've isolated the Viper alone, and Levius will need to find a kill. We're speaking about the value of the Mosh Pit. Levius is able to take down Flexen, deny the spike. Volkashu is up next, and the Viper is doing everything on her own. The Scientist is mad, and she will not let you have your peace.
Oh my, Levius, leave this site immediately. DRG, they are not welcome here at all. Phenomenal shooting, phenomenal positioning. That's just a bit unfortunate. What more can be said? But this, nothing short. Hearing Flex and the TP manages to get the wingman down as well. So even if, you know, Nick gets the frag there, he doesn't have the time to get the plant, and that, I believe, has now put at the very least, and even, not just yet, but the way BLG are playing, I'm going to say it, the very least they're going to equalize this half on a 6-rounder, and then DRG have to make their last 2, but DRG may already be pivoting towards thinking about how they'll play their defense, especially with YZ set up here, and the Outlaw finding his targets. DRG with a good fire back for 2, but Russia being the last man standing of the interaction.
If it wasn't for Volkashu actually finding a kill at mid, this would have already been a 1-on-4 in the way that it has been playing right now. The reliance is on the Cypher, as you can tell. Billy again, very proactive in the way that they play mid. They got 2 players on the angle, and the tripwire is not going to cover them for too long. So you've got to be careful. High-low, devastating in its appliance, will clear out Vokashu. So it's all left to Akuman, who starts off with the first good shot. The overheal is great, but the saturation will not last for too long. So Akuman's got to get a move on. I like the smoke a lot. It basically is, oh, I want to take the duel, but the barrel is spotted. It's a bit messy from Rusia though, and that labor duel allows Akuman to at least have 55 HP with 25 from the region. That's 2 shots right there for him to tank if he had a chance. With him not dead yet, that might be a big factor, but 2 players on the angle is not the right call to peek. Yes, you have the ultimate, but you need to isolate the one-on-ones. They do so, but Rusia still ends up successful.
Rusia's just a bit faster, I want to say. I think that was 1 shot to each side of his head. So unfortunately, the spray just not quite there, the crosshair placement. And yeah, this was a good start. You mentioned that Vukashu, meanwhile, towards that mid, manages to get a wall-bang headshot with the Marshall onto K-Knight, but not quite enough. And it really has to come down to, I'd like to see... You mentioned, Vol, earlier that mid control, that mid push, and Vukashu's able to do something with it, but I'd like to see the double up, honestly, towards that angle on the box, going on towards the A side, get 2 smokes doubled up, and then push on towards A. Yes, you bite the sound sensor, and speaking of biting, Spirit has no concern taking down Levius and YZ for a beautiful opener that DRG cannot afford to not take advantage of.
Oh, they sold him on the roost. If DRG were pretty confident in the way that they've been playing, they're gonna figure out now the slot is empty, it's open, it is barren for the Dragons to make their lair for the next 40 seconds or so. Rotation for Vukashu as well. There's gonna be a great insurance policy. Spirit seems to have found the entire round on his lonesome. All 3 from Spirit, the last 2 coming in through the spawn door. The arches are there for Akuman. The shots are crisp and true. This time, Rusia will not be able to last this test. And it seems like a 6th score might actually be the real scenario that we're slated for.
That's big. It's big for Billy that they were able to do this on defense. Of course, it is a map that is more defender-sided, but you do have big rotates to do if you lose that positioning. The DRG weren't able to quite get right up until the end, so I'm pretty sure Billy are happier with this outcome, even if it goes 6-6. If they go 7-5, then they are over the moon with this outcome, but I think they're still happy with 6-6. As I said, we've barely seen them play. We've never seen them play, apologies. So being able to do this on defense and go against DRG, you've had it, but they've got a lot of ultimates to work with. Thrash is back online, not dead yet. Spirit has the Dimensional Drift, the Paranoia. The Thrash is the one to hit, and that's enough to get 1. Levius nearly backs up K-Knight, but it's not enough as the execute already comfortably through.
Yeah, blindsides are there. YZ actually on the operator might not be the best weapon for the job. The cage is pivotal to force YZ out, but it actually might work in YZ's favor. They're waiting for somebody to peek through heaven. You look at the side of Billy. There are no ultimates present yet until Neff gets a kill. Speaking of which, Akuman is going to go down. He's not dead yet, and they're going to trade over 1-4-1. YZ finds the kill, but Akuman is able to keep himself alive with a kill of his own, leaving just the deadlock up top, and they will be smitten back down to earth for the equalizer.
Oh, Rusia getting that teleport through onto the top of the hut and not being called out by Spirit. I forget, actually. I'll need to check to see the kill feed exactly who was the one to find Rusia off that angle. That could have been another pivotal play. This was heartbreaking. 1 pixel difference from Levius shutting down Spirit and potentially saving K-Knight. And then who knows how that round would have went. Instead, 6-6. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have missed the first 2 rounds, we've went from a 13-2 DRG sided on Sunset, then a much stronger 13-8 siding Billy on Haven, and now cannot physically be closer with a 6-6 half.
Yeah, and not just that, like this game seems to be neck and neck. We're talking about how this is the permaban, actually, but hey, it seems like we got 1 more interview, so how about we toss things over to Beatles?
老粉丝，BLG 只需要等到大主播开播时，一切都会好起来。
我们大主播王浩哲的开播时间，一切都会好起来的。
对，确实王浩哲他在图2、图3的表现是非常不错的。那聊一聊图3，因为沿海矿镇这张图，他们其实常规赛的时候就可能想要跟 ED。
How BLG wants to like play match with EG, but then they didn't get the chance to.
这张图的话，其实赛前我有跟他们聊过，他们
So like they said that BLG's like goal in map 3 Kuro was to just like hold on to the points. And what do you want to say to them?
人们关系也非常不错嘛，有没有什么话想对他们说？
也是今年第2次打到决赛。
Like he said that BLG's second time getting to the grand finals. I hope they don't like leave behind any regrets and to enjoy the stage.
选手们都能够享受舞台，希望DRG的选手们也能有精彩的发挥。那我们的场中在这里就结束了，接下来我们把时间交还给赛场。
Right back into it, I suppose. A very nice little surprise interview coming through as the halftime now more than settled, as the dust for the first half has already flown by, and now the second half is about to be underway.
Well, the second half carries a lot of weight behind it. Billy able to convert successfully after losing the pistol, which is something DRG are able to do again. They're able to find 2 out of 2 here on the corrode. Will go such great lengths for them. And the pistol, Vukashu has got some support. Nick got the wingman, got the dizzy, but they're playing closer to mid. And speaking of which, Spirit got the angle as well. Right now, the Vipers util not really finding the highest degrees of value, and Bitty do not want to commit anything in the same side that Vukashu is playing in.
For good reason. We really have to touch now that yes, the Viper's solid, the Viper wall's a big deal, but there is no flash for YZ to back up. He has to get the Neon, he has to get himself onto site with nothing really more than that fast lane and the slide. He will have things like Oil Drone to maybe back him up, Russia's Paranoia into potential silent step, but for the most part, this is all going to be a very difficult attack now for BLG. The Paranoia's trade. Rusia just rushes in but gets fully flashed. Flexen still holding the line. No fear, no concern at all. Manages to walk away with his life. It's Levius that's actually on the lowest HP. The shock dart from K-Knight tries to find someone through that hole in the window. It's not going to be good. And DRG really confident just to sit and wait until this timer ticks down. Only 15 seconds left, and that spike is right on your right shoulder, Flexen.
North cycled, duels taken, success primarily for DRG until YZ leaves it back to an equal 2-on-2. Just about enough time to put the spike down. Right now is Vukashu and Akaman. 2 players that we said that we need to see them perform. Vukashu leaves a 1v1 for Akaman. K-Knight is on low HP, but he still is able to find a kill, a quad kill for him in that round, and a pretty necessary pistol for Bitty, which, by the way, I take it back. It was actually Bitty that won the first pistol, not DRG.
I was going to say, but I knew you would catch yourself on it. But yeah, this, I really gotta say, DRG, they had it so much at the start, but they just kind of gave it away. The positioning, not as good as you'd want to see it. Billy are able just to take all the trades. Look at the excitement. That is the most relief I think we've seen out of BLG so far this entire set, this entire series. 54% on the pistol, and it's good for 2 on Corrode. It's an excellent start for them, and DRG now on the back foot. Vukashu managing to cycle his tripwires excellently. The shock dart not going to be enough to clear him out just yet, but with that stack the way it is, he's going to have a lot to try and hold on to.
Oh, right now, not a lot of weapons to hold on to that site, unfortunately, for Vukashu. So it's going to be easy for Billy to find the site itself. Good damage onto YZ, but with the regen shields, you'll be pretty okay to heal back up to an okay number to work your way against those sheriffs. And right now we see the value of the Viper coming in with that poison orb, making things very difficult for DRG. And as things stand right now, seems like a 2-round lead, most likely. First kill from Spirit, and if they're able to find maybe a kill or 2 more, I'll be happy enough with the result as is for DRG.
I think DRG will too. And currently the angle they have got, at the very least, they're really forcing BLG to take these fights. They're trying to get them to die to the spike. Russia is very clutch. Ackerman, I'm not sure if he just fully ran out or not. He tried to go for the knife. It would have been a really good way to kind of reset the mental. Unfortunately, though, not going to be enough for him. He does fall, and I believe, other than one kill, which was Spirit falling out of heaven, pretty close to a flawless for Billy. And now with the buy finally for the side of DRG, they have to really find this next round.
As things do currently stand, DRG need to make a statement here, but that statement is going to be backed up by 3 players on weaker shields, all of which are a one-shot headshot for the Phantom in the hands of Neff. Well, he's going to also have a field day with the Spectre at hand, and we were speaking about how important mid was for Biddy on the defense. Right now, they're giving it the adequate attention on the attack as well. I want to see what the adaptation from DRG is going to be, and it looks like they just want to have a 2-player setup on this part of the map. Not my favorite way of them having to read into that. I feel like I want to see more proactive util because they've opened up the space. They can hear Rusia. It's all about that first duel, and Vukashu is going to be able to find the success and stave them off with a minute left on the timer.
Now it's down to Nick. Flexen just tanking the Viper Orb, no concern there, but the double angle being held. Flexen now, good presence of mind, good communication, knows that he has to hold that link towards the mid side. Set up here, K-Knight pops the oil drone, immediately gets shot down. The Viper Orb as well comes up. Mosh that you had mentioned, you had asked Volt to see a little bit more of it. The swing from YZ is good, the backup from K-Knight is what seals the deal, so a trade is enough to gather the position, and yet again, another 30 seconds timer ticking down second by second. BLG were able to clutch this up the last time. DRG needs to prevent it happening again, but so far still the way of BLG. Annihilation online as well. That is going to drag Flexen all the way to an early grave, and now 1 versus 2 for Spirit.
Put his hands up. He's ready to make a Spirit bomb as he is setting himself up for the remaining one-on-one. 2 blindsides for him. Last player at elbow. And there might be a time for him to stick. He tries to force out the space from K-Knight, but he's pretty patient on it as well. Now the time comes in. K-Knight loved the fact that he did not shoot a single bullet. He's kept his position unknown for the longest time. He's playing Ring Around the Rosie, and the time is fully in favor of him. A pro's never fake. Spirit is gonna stick it. He's got the heart for that one, and he's gonna put DRG back on the board.
I don't think it's been a while since I have been so physically stressed during a 1v1 scenario like that. That was very, very heart-pounding. I'm sure DRG relieved. I'm sure any Billy enjoyers are absolutely heartbroken because that could have really gone either way. That spray from Levius with a stinger at that range is nothing short of phenomenal. Annihilation as well being burnt. But Spirit is just that fast. You can see he's not even shaking. He is happy with what he's done. The absolute awe from the crowd, not knowing how that was going to go. DRG, sorry, they're happy just to make that run, make that work, but BLG have cut them down, very much saying that mid is their domain. The Hunter's Fury's being popped, Flexen's dancing around everyone, he's equalized.
Flexen found the kills. Right now it's him and Levius has been the 2 main men in that round, but the B-side is open. The good thing for Vukashu is that the util is there. I actually like the way that they're playing that one for DRG. It's a bit of a safer angle to play for Flexen. So just the support of Vukashu to make sure that he's not going to be flanked. And if it is the B side, the utility is going to buy them enough time. But K-Knight is able to find Vukashu here. All of that crumbles. They are wary. The timing works well in the favor of Vukashu, and he's going to be able to find them both to equalize.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if this was a Vault, you'd already brought up this has now returned back essentially to a best of 3, but if this was started off as a best of 3, you could not really ask for a closer penultimate map, but these teams have to do all of this and then fight on for at least one more map. And that is at least, if whoever is the winner, whoever manages to walk out of Corrode the victor, they have to do it one more time, and if they can in Lotus, then we go all the way, the entire distance. And I don't think either team here, based on how the mechanics are coming through, how the plays are coming through, we're starting to see a little bit of cracking on that endurance, and there's still, as I've said, a bit of a mountain to climb.
Hey, you know what? There's actually a pretty intriguing part. You know Levius, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So Levius Cromwell, which I would assume that is the character, that is an anime character, that is basically Levius got the IGN from. He's known to go on a berserk or like on a rage when he's been like brittled down in such circumstances. So maybe there is something to be there, you know, a canon event for Levius for sure. As he's actually been picking up some steam as far as the scoreboard goes, but you gotta say that right now it's primarily been the 1-2 punch between Spirit and Vukushu to actually keep DRG in the game. It's been 15 on the Yoru, the same number for Vukushu as well, and I'm mentioning the two of them because both of them got their ultimates.
Yeah, they've got a lot to work with, and you kind of were saying that DRG were playing the best individually, and then BLG were the best kind of team-wise, composition-wise, and you can kind of see that from the scoreline differential. Russia's up there at 9, but the kind of the lowest is Ackerman at 8 and 14, which again, being Clove, it's not the end of the world. The smokes are still, you know, there for you, but you can't really say 8 and 14 and go that you're happy with that. So Ackerman really wants to try and at least get a little bit more. And as I say it though, Russia's got all the control of that mid, just having it left alone, able to pick up a gun. Now I think he is able to transport that to Levius, so a second gun now online for the squad. Or transport, sorry, I think it's actually been given just to another one of the squad if he can try and fight it out. But either way, towards that A-link now. Nick has been very much here when he is needed, and right now he is so dearly needed.
Yeah, but that is the right call. The mosh pit early, making sure that they actually stall enough for Spirit to be in the space to utilize his own ultimate. The grab net is there, the Dizzy in the right place in the right time, and they will actually, nobody's gonna die. Spirit is still there at the angle. He's the one that might be at risk. 30 seconds only left for Billy, and they're really hungry for any of those kills. Levy is gonna out-aim Spirit, and the spike is gonna go down. There might have been a chance for Flexen, but not just the Sonic Sensor, but Rushia being aware as well, has basically shut down that round. They only had sheriffs, but the numbers really worked for Billy as they have found a 5 on 2. We've sung praises of Vukushu, but can he do the impossible here?
This is heartbreaking. He's really trying, but there's still so much. He actually beats out the sound sensor. An excellent presence of mind. He manages to dodge the magnet as well. He's getting pushed down though. YZ doesn't even need the backup swing from Neff. He can do it on his own. Nick good for 2. He's really needing a few more lineups though if he can do the impossible, and unfortunately not. And honestly, Vol, you kind of said it. You kind of took the words out of my mouth when you were surprised that no one had died during that utility trade. Spirit flashing himself out of Link and not getting the frag on towards the Sova there. You'll see it in just a moment. Russia's initial frag, don't get me wrong, that is massive. But Spirit not able to take that positioning, not able to take that control is just heartbreaking. And K-Knight able to keep up that control and that momentum is exactly why BLG can walk away with that round.
Yeah, and you gotta say, I would have wished for DRG to actually bite a bit more on the round, because they really needed to find the kill in that angle. So that's why I was surprised. The Spirit actually ended up leaving the dimensional drift at a link. He could have just sat down at other places, getting a bit frisky here for Neff. Thankfully, you know, things simmer down a bit, but it opens up some space for Billy. Remember, the economy is reset for DRG, so Vukushu, all he got is just a mere one way towards the B main position. The camera to give away the information. They know that they are present towards B. Neff is low on health, but with a Cypher gone, that site might be theirs. But Billy still having the awareness and the presence of mind that we've spent enough time taking that duel that it might have actually pulled the alertness of DRG, which is the case. 3 players on site, and if they stay here for a little bit more, maybe they could have forced the rotation off. If they use a drone now, they'll definitely stick their guns to that B site.
Yeah, they are, but the Silver drones actually, it doesn't get paranoid. It still only finds one in the form and Dizzy as well, but the spray has been so atrocious from Ackerman. You cannot whiff shots at that range. Ew is exactly correct. That is a heartbreaking way to go down, and that is twice now that Ackerman has tried to do something with that knife, with that glitch pop axe, and he has failed when he is needed, and it doesn't seem to be going the way of DRG right now. It just doesn't.
I thought that we wouldn't see a whiff worse than Volkashu and YZ was sliding onto him. I think that we have.
I think we have. I really think we have.
Unfortunately for Ackerman, and that's one of the things that, by the way, like the entire team has been talking about. Everybody's been saying, you know, like Ackerman is young, he's still to adapt to the stage, and you know, he's trying to bring out everything he has. He has a lot more upside than people see. And I would actually say, like, from what we've seen on the Sunset, when he's on, absolutely. But right now, unfortunately for DRG, Ackerman does seem to be struggling a ton, and that is something that they will really need to work on, because they, you know, in the map like Corrode, especially if you're playing passive on mid and you're not actually having the stacks to play this one, you need all 5 players to shoot. You can't afford to have somebody that's stacking in the server.
Yeah, exactly. And that, I mean, with that level of kind of that young player, that fresh blood, of course, if you've said, you know, any player that's been on the stage once, twice, you know, once you've been there and you've kind of broken those nerves, at that point then the confidence really starts to come through, the consistency comes through. Do want to point out that DRG, though, there's still a lot of smiles, there's a lot of laughter, there's a lot of happiness, and no way do they seem, you know, dismayed by the results. They do not seem completely gone just yet. They do not want to give this up, and with the buy up again, they've got Thrash, and Nick had a phenomenal usage of it in that first half. We'll have to see if he can do it again. No immediate encounter towards the mid site, which we've seen so much beforehand. Instead is Ackerman, who we did ask for him to show up. He's good, but the not dead yet, plus the deadlock wall forces him to walk into Levius. This timing is everything. He doesn't spot him.
Yeah, and that's the ultimate gun to waste. Fortunately, he will be dead again. He's been caught in the line of fire twice, and the rotation made by Billy could actually pivot back towards the A side, because look at how far forward K-Knight is. He knows where the camera is. I don't think that will kill the camera, and despite K-Knight's best efforts, those are 2 shock darts that have really found no value. Meanwhile, Volkashu on the other end will alert the rest of the team that it is a play towards that B side. The mosh pit to delay them for a little bit more. With the cycling of the 2 smokes, it might be enough to take them off the B side, and it will be. They go back and forth, ring around the Rosie, back into the A site.
Funnily enough, though, despite the fact he has been dead long ago, Ackerman's smokes, they were pivotal beforehand in the first or second round of this half for DRG. They could easily be relevant yet again. Vukashu's timing here is everything, as the Cypher Trip is trying to get shot down. The flash from Spirits, the swing from Vukashu, that is clinical. No concerns, no notes. A phenomenal shutdown on BLG.
Absolutely, you know, it worked out really well for Billy in the way that they've played the map. And I always like to say that when teams play the tug of war, it's always about finding the right amount of tension. And that placement from Levius right there at mid, that is the tension that we're talking about to keep hold of the rest of the round. But, you know, sometimes it just doesn't really pan out in your favor, and DRG right now, when you got shooters like Volkashu, when you got shooters like Spirit, maybe not everything is as simple as playing the map, and I feel like things are starting to flip. You know, and in the first half, it was really Billy individually shining. Right now, it is DRG relying on their individuals to actually have a win, because they've gone without a win for the most part as a team. Like, the trading protocols are not that good in comparison to the other side.
Yeah, you are completely on point with that. It's Billy that seemed to have the refrags and the trades. DRG, it's very much down to, you've mentioned them, you've called them out a few times, and they are basically always neck and neck, even in that scoreline, 17 and 13 for both Vukashu and Spirit. If Ackerman can just find a bit more Spirit just off the back through that smoke, actually adding an additional one-upping his teammate, and who knows, maybe that little attitude, that little moment of timing as the paranoia comes through. YZ has no concern but can only find 2 this time. Thrash is going to try and find 1. Neff manages to just barely escape with his life. There's not enough time on the Thrash. there is still the potential of picking it up. It is very deep towards that spike setup, and Vukashu may as well be in his own for all intents and purposes as a spike ticks down.
Yes, but in the same time, it does mean that the man actually gets to work out the round. The sonic sensor is going to be the big part here. Mosh pit. Not just K-Knight, right in the position where Vukashu wants him. Now it's a one-on-one, but the steps are heard. Annihilation is gonna catch Vukashu, and for all his worth, it's gonna be a blue screen of death that he's gonna be facing.
Oh, that is... I mentioned Annihilation, arguably, like, pretty high up there in terms of an ultimate, and really respect Vukashu's awareness to try and go for that, to force the fight on his terms. Unfortunately, though, Neff just had it pulled out, and he's able to pull the trigger on it just slightly quicker. Had the headshot came through from Vukashu, would have been a different story, but that's just too tall an order, and now the economy very much in a dire strait for DRG and BLG, only needing 2 more rounds to cement Corrode, which we were very much pivoting towards DRG's win.
DRG have won Corrode against really solid teams, so again, it's pretty appalling that they just fall flat, and they keep falling flat as a team right now in the way that they have approached that one, but at least there might still be some hope left in the oven. If Spirit finds shots like these, he's able to pick up the Vandal, make the quick rotation, and now we'll see if things will change for Nick, because I think that they've still identified him. The mosh pit is there, it is he as well. They're trying to play for the lineup. Flexen will find a pair, and this might be their chance for a comeback. Just like that, they will shut them down, and well, they get everything under control.
Golf clap, not sure if the mic picked up, but it was necessary. An excellent opening up from the side of Spirit, and then an excellent reconvene, and it really just came down to positioning here. That shot, don't get me wrong, but Spirit just popping out here in the middle. Nick, no concern for his safety at all, as long he had absolute faith that his team would be the ones to back him up as long as he was in an awkward spot to shoot, and that's exactly what he did, and that is enough. BLG, their last timeout, both timeouts burnt, and 2 rounds for DRG to potentially force the overtime. I'm saying that with the expectation that Billy are able to take this 12th round. If they're not, and DRG do 3 back-to-back, that is one hell of a comeback.
Yeah, and that round again, it flashes some of the mistakes of the sunset. In that one round, we've seen those mistakes rear their ugly head, you know? Like, not looking at where the players are, not expecting another player at elbow. They all went out looking at A-Link. Nobody was looking to the right side. So that's why I was thinking about that, and this is going to be a big factor. Of course, Corrode that we were talking about, 2 victories for DRG in the playoffs against Edward Gaming, 13-10, 13-7 against Chengdu All Gamers. And that was in week 2 of the group stage. If I'm not wrong, it was that exact same comp as well, so a bit crazy to see them suffer after taking the best teams in China on Corrode. Right now, absolutely, you gotta say, Biddy is the team that might not be greater than some of their parts, but their parts are absolutely on fire. Just look at that from the shadows, weeping the death of Vukashu.
The only time you see it from the shadows used kind of that aggressively, proactively, and it works out flawlessly. The Viper's Pit to get on the site, the Hunter's Fury to buy more space. There's one flank from Flex in here, but that's been found out now. K-Knight doesn't have to take that fight. He knows he doesn't. He's happy just to kind of slink away into the Viper's Pit. It has to be said, a lot of utility for YZ. The timing, but the movement is nearly enough to bail him out. It's not quite. Ackerman is fortunate enough. Had he not been able to land those shots, that would have been a heartbreak. There's still the awareness of Rusia up towards this angle, at least somewhere. The teleport, K-Knight's having to search the Viper's Pit for himself, but the shotguns, it's all red, it's all dead, and BLG are on a hell of a redemption.
I honestly did not expect Vukashu to go down there to from the shadows, but that was pretty much the entire round, and you can tell that's a sign of relief in the camp of Biddy, because you look at the way that things were set up, VOKG was supposed to go up towards heaven, stay alive, and that was supposed to be the entire round in there. You know, if he's alive, he can play around the trips. You deny the Viper from getting in and using the pit. And right now, a final ray of hope for sure for DRG is that they still have a competent enough buy. VOKG only one away from the neural theft. And finally, for once, we actually seen them trying to aggress towards mid and take map control. But unfortunately for them, at the wrong timing. Because as you can tell for the side of Billy, instead, they are more than happy playing on the extremities and leaving mid open.
Yeah, they don't really mind. They want these ult points. Neff, one off the Deadlock. Ultimate, one off the Annihilation, which we've seen do so much phenomenal work. That aggressive push. You've seen the hold. The Guardian is good for not just one, but two. Nick has potentially opened this up immediately. Aggressed. He tries to back up Flexen, but both of them end up just falling. You cannot afford to give up that advantage, especially if Levius then finds shots like that. It's Vukashu, the man of the hour, and it's Ackerman, someone we need to see pop up a little bit more. The neural theft 1 point off. The spike still not planted just yet. But with the Deadlock wall blocking the position, the controller's still very much alive. We could look to be going to Lotus in the next 40 seconds.
Oh, the man, they've been the most consistent fragger for Dragon Ranger. And, well, the prodigy that might never be, as the Annihilation might take his life. It's only VOKG left, and that is it then and there. The wire is gonna be pulled, and it's gonna be 2 maps on the board for Billy. As now, championship points is away from them. One more map. The Lotus that they have not lost once on, Madante, is what separates them from finally becoming champions.
Yeah, it's looking tough, especially because I did want to look at the stats for that Lotus fight just to see how it was going to look. Ackerman did okay at 17 and 20, but again, the person that showed up the most, Vukashu. Spirit did find themselves struggling as well. A map that has no Viper for the side of DRG. A map that has very little in the way of space or control. And as you said, a big 5-0 for Billy. This could very well be, I say the end, you still get second place. It's still a phenomenal showing from DRG, but you're not getting that coveted #1.
They're still eliminated Wolves out of champs. That's something that DMV is going to keep molding about the entire year. But if there are good parts about the way that they've played is that if they are able to fix their mid-rounding, especially, because that is where they suffer the most. If they use the time between playoffs and champs to identify how to improve on their mid-rounding, they are a team that individually do a lot of damage, and if they can figure out their map pool, they'll be probably one of the most dangerous teams that are coming out of China for champs in its entirety.
Yeah, I mean, they really just can be. The amount of setup, the amount of confidence, the cohesion between them. DRG, they weren't able to quite find it. This was their map. Not only their map pick, but their map, I say it was BLG's map debut. We've never seen them done it, and they seemed so confident. The initial opening was a bit shaky, but to go 6-6 at the half, that was the beginning of potentially the end for DRG, and that's exactly what we've seen, as then BLG just kept managing to get them edged out bit by bit. Every single time it looked like DRG were starting the momentum back, it would just get shut down. And now we go on to Lotus, as you said. The masterclass, the undefeated spot for BLG is huge.
Yeah, and YZ has definitely been the linchpin for that. Maybe for DRG there might be a catalyst, but let's actually let them talk their own talk there in the comments.
哎小，眼里，我白了，眼里有一个，这里有一个，我下包了，没事，别掰他尾背，小强要爆，警枪我警枪，哎要不别落，OK 我带屁股，多一个阵没事，多一个阵入小推出来好吗？他们没烟了，我加补，哎他们有烟，我自己打，我自己打入小，别落阿宝好吗？别落阿宝，两个，确定是吧？对，好，你就能架吗这烟？能。 别架了吧，没时间了。OK， 我们不用。我先的，我再看要不。 宝点还有枪吗？有，
抓他们枪好吧？
你加一个，
来，
右边，
还有一个，
这个左边打了55。Nice。
That self flash from Spirit that allows K-Knight to live on that round specifically, that could have been the difference maker. And because of it, if you let the enemy team's MVP live, he does things like that.
Yeah, K-Knight has been pretty impressive, but I gotta say, the MVP for this map for sure was Spirit. Unfortunately for Spirit, as we've seen, it's just those fine margins that actually make things a little bit more problematic. But to give credit where credit is due for K-Knight, actually one of the main things that I feel like we've seen is around like this. You know, when the team are struggling, when they're looking for somebody that is stable, he's been the rock the entire game, and he's been basically the person who, I guess they've been like basing the entire play around K-Knight, you know, like they are, okay, K-Knight, you can play here and we're gonna be okay. You can be the one right there, as you can tell, like playing behind YZ, playing for the trades. They trust him with those kind of positions, and that is pivotal to have that, because for all intents and purposes, you look at DRG, you look at players like Nick, you look at players like Fukushu, you look at a player like Spirit, those three are pristine in the late round scenarios. So for K-Knight to go toe for toe against those three, that is definitely something that he should be proud about.
Absolutely. K-Knight's ability, he is the sculptor. The rest of BLG are the mold. They give him the materials, the resources that he needs, and K-Knight can manage to just mold W's out of any letter of the alphabet that you find, whether it's T's for thrifties, whether it's Z's for people sleeping at their keyboards and shots being missed. That man is always able to make it work. And I've talked about DRG's clutch factor before, but K-Knight's may be on a whole other level all on his own. And as we get towards looking at the rest of the stats, I'm sure that will probably be seen. A very close set, but just edged out by BLG.
Yeah, but for the first time, like the first blood's actually working their way towards DRG, which is the intriguing part when we go into the next map. You know, this is the second map that the team that actually loses in the first blood department still ends up winning the entire map in the end, and that one clutch is definitely the thing that is the primary factor. If the Annihilation wasn't there in the final round, maybe there would have been another lease on life for DRG, but that's how the cookie crumbles for them, unfortunately, because, you know, I say unfortunately because I don't think that they're going to have much hope on the Lotus. Don't get me wrong, they're a pretty competent team, and anything can happen. Vokashu can take over if he so pleases, by the way. But one main worry is that Ackerman is just not really showing up right now.
Yeah, you took the words. Ackerman is the big one. He has to show up now. He has to be the one to make this work, to drag his team out of it. Because if they do, then we go to Ascent, which is a wild finishing map. It is Bind and Icebox that are currently out for anyone that doesn't know the map pool. But that is all in the future. That is just after this break. Please don't go anywhere. It supports the life out of us, and we love you so dearly for it. We'll be back in 3 minutes for what could be the last map of Stage 2 VCT CN. Don't go anywhere.
for what could be the last time in the grand final. Myself and Medante welcome you back here, and of course a big welcome to everybody who came over from the side of VBcaster. Welcome to the Project Horizon Costream. We are providing, of course, volunteer commentary and broadcast for VCT China here. And guys, you know, just a shameless self-plug for Horizon. As you can tell, like, we are very grateful to everybody who supports this project, because again, it is volunteer. Everybody's just doing this for the love of the game. But if you do want to support us, there is actually a pretty decent discount on gifted subs, and you know, you can support us in any other way you want, like bits, donations, super chats as well. They're not included in the ticker, but we would also like really want to thank everybody who's tuning in from the YouTube side as well. And Medante, we are back, but are we not back for long? That's the real question. Like, are we gonna be back for like 20 minutes?
That was going to be my statement. Is we may have returned, but honestly, it could be the end. Anyone that doesn't know why this is such a big deal, so we'll go through the map history super quickly. Sunset 13-2, DRG looked unstoppable. Could not be kept up with. It was terrifying. Haven, all of a sudden, BLG looking much more confident, 13-8. Managed to bring it back. Then, the moment that has completely blindsided us all, everyone, me and Volt included, had not seen BLG play Corrode. DRG have been having a pretty damn solid showing on Corrode. So this was very much DRG's map to lose. That's exactly what they did. Yeah. So now we move on to Lotus. Billy's grand magnum opus. 5-0 have not dropped a map on this yet.
I mean, yes, absolutely. But you gotta say, though, you know, you say that, and I would certainly be on your side, but I also look at the side of DRG. They have played that map a fair bit. The win rate is definitely nowhere as good, but they've gotten like some real wins. They won against XLG, they won against EDG, but both of which were overtime wins in the playoffs. That was 14-12 on both of them. Yep. Which is a sign, you know, they're definitely the team that likes to grind down the rounds on the Lotus. And from what we've seen on the Corrode, when you got players like Volkashu, when you got players like Spirit that are actually playing in the way that they are, like Lotus is one of the maps that are actually best suited for retakes and post plants and those kind of stuff. So I feel like it actually leans into their style pretty well. But again, everything can be in the way that it is, but nothing will be solidified for DRG until all 5 players are playing. You know, I feel like I harped on poor Alchemon a little bit too much in that map, because realistically Flexen was also not having the best games either. So yeah, unfortunately for them, right now all 5 players from Billy are starting to shoot back, and they cannot afford to have any lack in their terms of firepower.
No, they cannot. And a bigger thing as well, going into Lotus, you're going against the best performers of it, and you're, fittingly enough, allergic to Viper. Those smoke screens, that little damage that it does to your lungs, DRG have been keeping that very much, that Viper very distant from them. They don't have the Viper's pet, they don't have the walls, the orbs, the mollies, the snake bite alone, arguably one of the best Molotovs behind Gecko and Mosh Pit, but we've seen that Gecko may not exactly be the call, and for Lotus especially, he will not be, as we get to see the lineups here for what could be the last time of this stage too.
Yeah, and I would say almost pretty much part of the course. Like maybe YZ on the Raze is something that he's definitely played, but we've also seen him play the Neon as well. Still, I think that both comps pretty much are what we would have expected from either of the two teams. Akimon back on the second duelist is going to be the big factor here, because when you think about that one, it's going to be pretty intriguing. It was 13-9 the last line of the two teams that actually met. Thank you, VLOS, for that. And of that one, you know, it was a pretty close game still. So I still hold the same belief. Like, they play Lotus, they like to grind the teams down, they like to play for the long rounds. We see a lot of trades, we see a lot of post plants from the side of DRG. If you're Billy, you just want to get a clear and concise lead somewhere, and that is going to take a few rounds of poking and prodding, understanding where DRG are actually going to approach this game.
It's a big factor for these compositions because it's very much BLG's is more A-site control. You've got the Raze, you've got the Vise. There's a lot there to kind of shut down any initial aggression. But DRG, they want that initial aggression. They've got the Neon, they've got the Yoru, they've got the Breach. All of that really intrinsic, fast-paced action. BLG really seem to want to counter that. They really want to shut that down. They don't want to give them the pace because Ackerman, from what we've seen in Sunset, and you mentioned it earlier, Vol, just before the break, you let him get the momentum. You let him gain that confidence, that ability. Again, for such a young player, that confidence, that momentum is key. You let him get away with that, it's going to be a struggle to keep up with it. But BLG not wanting to let that work. I do say that, actually, the Raze setup is the only person right now towards that A side. They don't have the breach stuns or anything for it. There's no fade set up for the C's just yet either. So at the very least, DRG able to get their way out towards that pillar pretty easily.
And he chose to start here on the attacking side, DRG. Let's see if that will pan out well for them. The pistols in this series has definitely been intriguing far to sure. Like both of Sunsets went to the side of DRG. It was 1-1 in Haven. Both pistols went over and corrode to BLG. So now, if you're on the side of DRG, like Dragon Ranger Gaming basically need to find a few pistol rounds. Otherwise, you know, you run the risk of losing the game just off the back of those. And speaking of which, they already have lost Spirit.
Yeah, Vukashu does actually clear the box to get Neff, but that's not going to be enough. The loss of Spirit and the pistol round, I believe now that is a 58% conversion rate for BLG on the pistol round. And I think just before as well, you may have been able to get a cheat towards it. It's actually not. The submissions are now closed if you are looking to bet for what could be the last map of this entire series. DRG's actually got a lot of love and kind of makes sense. You want this to go to map 5. We want the best Valorant you can see, and BLG completely disagree with that sentiment. They want this over and done, and a 1 converted pistol round is a surefire way to get that started.
So they know the best way to find a conversion. 5 classics, actually no, 4 classics and a sheriff on Vukashu, which can be the difference maker. All of which close here towards C. There are 3 players set on the angle. The Spectre that close up can definitely do the damage, but no dreams yet. Neff is gonna find the first kill. There's a bit of a cheeky play from Flexen. We'll find the one. We'll find the Vice as well, but can't really stick the landing on the kill. And now that may actually open up some space for Levius, who runs out of bullets and is unable to take hold. So DRG are able to find their way onto the site. Bulldog at hand. The plan is denied, and Nick is left in a one-on-one where he will not be able to find success. An expensive round in Bitty Bitty, but a crisis averted.
No comms. I don't know if maybe it was just because of the commotion there, but as you said, Flexen just kind of walked in and just shot a few people in the back. It seemed like there really wasn't much awareness, and in fact, you even noticed the utility was coming up to try and back himself up, but it wasn't necessary. It's Rusia that finally is able to pick him up. It could have went a little bit more. Thankfully, as you said, BLG, they were able to stop the bleeding, and a nice shot from YZ prevents it from going the complete other way around. The dancing, the schmooves, the vibes are here. BLG look comfortable to try and end this here and now. A 2-0. Even as you said, it was expensive. Still crisis averted.
I mean, I wouldn't say that the crisis is completely averted. I mean, look at their purchase. Like, they really should have no chance to that one. But you never really discount them if DRG are going to be predictable. Right now, this is as predictable as it can ever get that they're going to hit the B site. It allows some valuable time to be bought by most of those players. And it's not just YZ that's jump spot in the angle. It is also K9 that is there at B that could have actually tried to go for the swing, but instead of going for the trade, they're going to wait for Akiman to go for that angle. Despite being blinded, YZ will still go down. And that is a 1-for-2 trade. The spike down, maybe a chance for Neff. And this time, the paranoia will pan out with a kill.
Pretty good. He picks up the gun as well. Neff continuing to do quite a lot of damage. Nick with 1 bullet and a dream picks up the kill towards Neff. Flexen able to back him up. Very, very necessary. You said it wasn't quite over, Vol, and you, the more optimistic of the two of us. My pessimism knows no bounds. Your belief that DRG can take that back. Absolutely playing out here, paying off in spades. That aggressive push, K-Knight having the stinger for it. That is a bit of a wild shot to still get. Pretty fortunate, all things considered, but it is enough for DRG to walk away with their first round on the board. And BLG need to answer back.
Yeah, well, for BLG, they got the right read. 3 players on the A side, the 4th actually there behind the B side. So, while they do get away with just a single kill, any further chances to recapture ground for DRG would be a fool's errand. They're gonna lose the entirety of that map control. And if you can look at the minimap here, they actually haven't even tried to send Volkashu on a lurk. They're keeping the Cypher with them, which does mean that the outside of the 2 trips that are being put just behind them to make sure that they're okay, they've lost all of the map control, and they will spend the better part of the next minute just to recapture B and Mount to get across safely.
I think that's a decision made purely off that Vukashu has always been DRG's star player. It's very rare that he isn't one of the highest performing, and that BLG, they have aggressive defenses, but it doesn't rely on flanks. It relies on that opening initial setup, that kind of 3-4 stack towards A that we just seen earlier this round. DRG do at least have that read, have that confidence that they're not going to get overly pushed. The Cypher is enough. The gate crash from Spirit is perfect. He's able to find 2, make it. I say make it a 3rd. It's Vukashu backing him up, but still an excellent clear towards the C site. We really thought, as you said, it was going to be difficult. A lot of time needed to take control of that mine, but instead C site take it away, and BLG already making the call from K-Knight and Rushia that, yep, we can't pick up any ult orbs, but we need these guns going into round 5.
If Spirit and Volkashu are just going to play the game like that, how little hope is BLG having those holes on the C side? Because, you know, they basically made their bet. Like, to the bitter end of that round, they decided we want to stick our guns to that A site. It's okay if we leave just Devious in the angle, and he can try to stall for as much time as he can. But the call has actually not really come through for Billy to make a commitment. And I'm really happy that they're at least saving those 2 guns. But we have seen DRG in that place before a few maps ago, and it didn't really end up being that beneficial for them to saving those 2 guns. But who knows, with them being on defense, dedicating which duels they will take and when, they can definitely pick and choose a lot more.
Yeah, they're more than happy to decide that as well. And also, I want to just very quickly point out, because it's never fully kind of hit me until now, you know, all players are positioned around the trophy. All you have to do is look up from your screen and you see what you're aiming towards. You see what your goal, what all of this effort has come, will try and culminate into, I should say. And it may be enough just to cause a bit of a stir, a bit of shakes, a bit of nerves that we have seen. Immediately, one of the Razor Vines does go down. Levius, you've mentioned trying to fight this site all on his own. Ackerman pushing him. Levius has no concern about that. Able to land the shot, crisp and clean. The flashes are all set up. A lot of utility sacrifice, and Levius is good for a second.
Definitely devastating effect there, and the pain shells could have put Nick in a bit of the harm's way, but it goes a bit too deep. Speaking of people that are very deep and behind enemy lines, Spirit is able to find that value. Paranoia on top of the site is the Omen, dropping down back in water, and the steps are heard by Volkashu. So it's gonna make it pretty easy for him, and the final kill, sealing off the deal for Billy that will just be unable to really find more of their value into that one. Unfortunately, Madante for Billy, it seems like the K-Knight is very young.
Yeah, K-Knight isn't able. I mean, he was very much the do or die beforehand. Those shots from Levius, he manages to pick up a second as well. Phenomenal work, but as you said, you know, that deep dive from Spirit there, no real concerns, no issues at all. And now, I mean, it's only 3-2. But you can see the stress. I believe that was even come on that was said from BLG's coaches. That frustration could start to get to them. DRG, they have a possibility here, however unlikely right now. With Spirit trying to get all of this control towards Hall. The stun comes through, the paranoia. He dances around it perfectly. Almost thrown back. Neff teleports up top. Spirit has the read, but he can't find the shot. He can't find the angle. The smoke dissipating. Ackerman's backing him up. That's really all you need as they continue to push the advantage, but overcooking. there's not enough. Rusia does not get stunned, dances around. The relay ball is enough for a 2 versus 3 retake.
And really not much that you can blame Akaman there for. He took the right read. Rusia's gonna find a fair through wall, and he's on for the ace. The 5th player in the line, and Rusia is going to find all 5.
Rusia is so powerful that he just put my monitor to sleep. That was how insane what we just seen happened. What? Yeah, wow, yeah, I was really starting to believe that DRG could maybe, with the way they were playing with the positions, with the playstyle, that they would be the ones to maybe take this away, to be the first members to mark a loss for BLG onto Lotus, and while they still can, that is Rusia's round. That is insane. The coaches are even shocked. How do you lose that if you're DRG? And the answer is Rusia rips you apart player by player.
Yeah, well, I mean, the team's called Bitty Bitty. They got a bunch of waves in the team, and they all seem to be solid shooters. So I don't think that there's ever a better timeline for Bitty Bitty than this one. But for DRG, it seems like they found their stride. Most of them on site. The Bucky's actually where exactly it wants to be, but then the Steel Garden is going to catch the timing, and Akaman has had to leave that one. The Rolling Thunder is going to buy enough time with Aftershock. 2 players are left for that, 2 from Nick, and it's only Neff and YZ that will not be able to find the value with the Showstopper, but Neff left in 1-on-2. They double peek, and it's excellent from DRG on the post plant, despite the Steel Garden causing a lot of threat.
Oh, I love the call there, because Steel Garden is probably the biggest ultimate, maybe behind Lockdown, that very much causes a lot of teams to suddenly pivot and panic. The decision that they had made suddenly just completely falls into disregard and disrepair. But this setup alone from Nick, the classic kill off the back of it, is all his team needed to equalize that, to get that set up. And now with the Steel Garden, as you've said, or not even an equalize, sorry, it's to get advantage point for DRG. And with the Steel Garden gone, the economy shot as well for BLG. DRG, I mean, they want to walk away with this, but BLG, we've seen, will not let them do it so easy.
Well, at least the thing that is easily taken away is going to be the sheer. Tone from Spirit, taking that one away, and it is going to be pretty intriguing in the way that they're going to approach the later part of that round, because I've seen very good util value from Nick, but will they check Rusia on that left side? That is going to be the real question if they commit.
Oh, Rusia getting out with his life is insane. Getting out with a frag is even worse. And YZ's able to take down Spirit. What looked so easy, what looked so clean. And it's BLG that walk away the victors of that engagement time and time again. As it looks less and less likely for BLG to make anything work, they keep doing it, and DRG are kicking themselves. You cannot let them get away with that.
But in the great words of the Roots, I keep doing it again. And it seems that is what is happening here for Bitty Bitty. They find ways to steal rounds. And it's back in the hands of Dragon Ranger Gaming to combine into the ultimate form. YZ again, 3 players at the waterfall, 2 falling down. Vocal Shoe left in a 1-on-2, and he will not be able to find much more. And we are back to a tie.
Of Levius's Sheriff capability, he doesn't seem to mess with that gun. That could have been possible for Vikashu there. All Levius needed to do, look at that, it's 16 HP! And then his teammates are just there. The position and the play, Levius doesn't miss, and because of that, Vikashu's not given any space at all. The timeout has to be called, and it really just comes down to, you need to execute BLG when they're pushing you like that. You can't give them that space. Rusia walks away with a Bucky to tell the tale in that regard is absolutely unheard of.
I mean, the first kill is something. I get why Rusia will find that kill, but the commitment from Spear with the teleport is just the one that is really bizarre. Like that was just a call that I feel like it was spur of the moment from Spirit. Nobody else was on it. There were no utility thrown from Nick. Nobody else is jumping in on the trade. And you cannot risk that with the enemy team on the other side of Bitty Bitty, the other side of the arena. With a trophy between you. It is at hand for them. And they've been here before. You know, you talked about this a little bit, Madante. They've seen it in their eyesight. And they've had to surrender it. Of course, Bitty Bitty would not let that happen again.
They don't want to. They cannot afford to let this out of their sights. Billy, honestly, I mean, these are, you know, kind of, we're in the last 4 rounds of the half. I think these next 2 are the deciders. I don't even think we have to get onto the second half to decide whether BLG walk away with this or DRG still have a chance. BLG can do that, which they seem very much primed to do so, especially with the counter setups from Levius. He's happy to give away the position when he needs to. He's happy to fight when he believes in it. Spirit has done phenomenal with that initial entry, but K-Knight and Levius, the utility is just too much. Bukashu fights back, it's equalized, but the spike still needs to go down.
Numbers are even, 3-on-3. Flexen might have the right angle here. He plays for the elevation. He might make it pretty difficult for K-Knight, Neff, and YZ, which are all actually still playing the same angle. And you can tell DRG are not expecting everybody to be chiming in from one spot. And Bitty Bitty will change that for now, but it buys enough time for the rest of the team to make a move. Flexen is identified. The paranoia is going to make it pretty easy. He put himself in harm's way and leaving Vilkashu all alone. 1-on-3. Finds the first. The second is there on the angle, but the elevation from Neff is enough. He jumps down and he smites him back to hell.
Oh dear. Flexen. That decision making there, it was a lot. There was a lot that was asked of him, but that was heartbreaking. To get caught out by the haunt, to not just shoot it down and then get yourself additionally caught out from that angle. That was a lot of macros that just didn't work out his way, and BLG, unlike DRG, more than happy to punish, not let you away with such careless positioning, or maybe carelessness is an overstatement, but such optimistic, I'll give them.
Well, I mean, optimism definitely there for Akamon to actually contest against YZ after hitting the showstopper, and YZ starting to run a little bit rampant, and it is scary. Whenever Bitty Bitty has them running rampant on the server, the jump is great. They're gonna shut them down. The last player is left dead. 2 rides here. Volkashu might have the Vandal. I might have saved face here, Madante, but there's no way that he's actually gonna be able to find anything else.
2 HP and a dream. The more you say it's an impossible scenario, the more Vukashu challenges that. I have no belief that he can make this work, but he may be able to at the very least get 1 more if he can. If he can do that, as you said, face is saved, but BLG, nothing short of a miracle, is going to allow DRG to walk away to equalize this. This should be a 6-4 half, or 6-4 ended up scoreline. 30 seconds takedown. K-Knight's positioning is flawless. And as I said, those 2 rounds could have been the make or break entirely. And from YZ, that aggressive setup with the Satchel Showstopper and Ackerman kind of eating that rocket for breakfast, could be all she wrote.
They should still have a bit of a purchase for the next round, right? If I'm not mistaken with the economy they've had in this one.
They will.
So
absolutely.
Maybe, you know, maybe now is the round that they don't need to worry about this. You know, Dimensional Drift. Volkashu with the Neural Theft. They're 1 away from the Shadows, 1 away from the Rolling Thunder as well. So their advantage in the ultimate economy is going to be the main factor we should be looking at. Akamon is actually able to find the opener. The trades again, working well for Bitty Bitty, as the Dark Covers comes just in time right after Rushi has found his own kill. So they'll move back again. The pivot towards C is there, but it seems like Levius is ready.
Levius has very much been doing what Vukashu typically does on this map, which is just sit comfortably, pivot back towards Hall the minute he needs to, but more than happy just to sit and chill. The information's been given. Spirit doesn't immediately pop on the aggression. Nick actually reads the flank from Neff and cuts him down immediately. Levius, though, jumps off as well, gets the angle completely past Flexen's point of view. Flexen, at the very least, using the From the Shadows to get out towards the A site to get the plant down. You can tell BLG are hanging around just in case it's some sort of 5D chess play. Of course, we know it isn't. The rotate from Russia and YZ. Both satchels online for YZ as well. Flexen, only one dark cover remains. This is going to be tough for him.
Oh, do they check him? Do they? Or will they not? They're trying to. He isolates the one-on-one, but Rushi is quick to the trade. And that's going to be Bitty Bitty winning the half at the bare minimum. Best case, Medante, they go 8-4.
Oh, this is going to be tough now. They are very much looking towards the defense. You've got Vukashu on the Cypher. You've got just as good of a setup, if not better, on the C site that Levius has been able to do with Vise. But you don't have the Steel Guard and you don't have the Razor Vines to like kind of do that chip damage that we've been talking about that's been mentioned. So it is going to be difficult. You don't even have the best buy for DRG going into this. Flex and can get up at least a gun, but he's going to have to give up. I think that is just the light shield that he's going to have to get himself. Actually, no, never mind. No shield for Vukashu either. The Rolling Thunder at least. But there's a lot that BLG have to work with to shut this down. DRG are going to have to make some mountain out of this tiny molehill that they can afford.
And right now, the real problem of that molehill is that it's going in a site where they have probably one of the best high-lows in the game if they were actually setting themselves up beyond the box there. But even still, 2 players on C, it's going to be hard to overcome. And that's why we see them pivoting back. But we haven't really seen them move back to B in quite a while. But that is something that could be an intriguing factor, whether or not they want to end up there eventually. They still got plenty of time. And a lot of space in the A side too that they can play around. But once again, they go back and forth. And maybe they found the right pull. Because most of Bitty Bitty have actually moved over towards that B site. And the camera from Vukashu is going to give away some audio cues. But they've been figured out. Only 40 seconds left for Dante. So this is the final call. Do they commit to C with the Rolling Thunder? Or do they go back to the A side and try to run it out?
With only 30 seconds left, it looks like the answer has been given. Spirit gets onto the back, or close to the back of the site. Flex and barely manages to avoid the gunshots from Neff. They have managed to get themselves onto the site. There's not too much in the form of utility that they have to really worry about DRG just yet, but if Levius manages to pick up one frag, all of a sudden, it's pistols versus a full buy as that Steel Garden comes online. Russia's got one, Levius gets a second. Wait for the spike to go down. Vukashu fires back with 2. Rusia, though, equalizing it as well, dancing around. Doesn't matter that you can see him through that wall. The shorty is coming for you, and Vukashu falls. 8-4 and up for BLG. You can see the shirts being flapped. It's almost as if it's nothing to them at this stage.
Yeah, they just feel like the game is their own. This Lotus has been their oyster all year long, and Rusia has been the main man in today's matchup. 9 kills, 9 pivotal one, whether it was the ace or this 4K. You can see how much it means to Bitty Bitty to get that one across the finish line. They needed that score the most. 8-4. They got a pretty significant lead here, Melante.
Yeah, they do. They are very much eyeing up that trophy, but you can only afford to give it a few cursory glances. There are still more rounds on the board. There are still more chances for DRG to bring this back. It would be a real shame if Billy got complacent now. They have to keep their heads locked in. They have to get ready for the second half. Voting on the keyboard colors you like. I'm not surprised that Val China as a whole always seems to lean more towards the sort of the pink, the warmer, the brighter colors. So I'm not too surprised that the audience very much lets the pink kind of steamroll over the alternate.
Not gonna lie, I was a dark mode enthusiast and everything. I had a full black setup. Eventually, though, eventually I needed to change. I needed to upgrade to a new keyboard, right?
Oh.
And for the life of me, I couldn't find it in black.
Oh, really?
So I had to get one that was white and pink, and I'm gonna tell you, I feel happier whenever I look at it. It's like wow, you know, it's such a really good contrast, you know. And I feel like that's an important thing, especially like the keyboard in comparison to everything else. But somebody who has been a contrast to their usual selves, or well, not a contrast to their usual self, is Volkashu. You know, running the game, running the server as per usual, even when they don't win, always had pretty consistent impact. And if there is a chance here for the side of DRG, it needs to come off the back of the pistol and off the back of them having the best defense in their lives right now, because there are no second chances for Bilibili. This is the home stretch, Medante. They are a mere 5 rounds away from lifting their first ever trophy.
And it all starts with this first pistol round. I think BLG are now 3 pistol rounds back to back. I want to say the first two on Corrode and the first one for this set. Spirit's playing a perfectly aggressive angle. Ackerman's backing him up. The breach done as well, but this, I don't want to see this again. Don't overcommit. You got the kill. Yeah, okay, the breach stun has hit someone, but we've seen how many times that Ackerman has tried to force that value and been the one that gets punished and loses his life for it. I like the fact he pivots away back towards the B site. The trade has came through. It's a much bigger deal to take out Levius than it is to lose Spirit, I must say, especially in a pistol round. So I think DRG are happy with this. They want to just capitalize off of it.
Yeah, but the power of the Viper shines in a space like this. You can keep pivoting towards whatever side of the wall you want. There's spotted flexing, and while for sure he'll put down a wall, Rushi actually finding a kill towards that B site. Is gonna keep flexing occupied for the time being. It's going to also, if you look at Volkashu and Alchemon there towards the C side, they didn't move either because they were worried it's gonna be a B stack. But it ended up them going to the A side anyways. That means that Volkashu is able to bring it back, but the HP bars are low for DRG. Billy looking to capitalize, flexing there with a classic, figuring the one out. It's a bit messy from K-Knight, and it allows Flexing to find another kill. He's still got another dark cover, still got a paranoia. They pretty much are gonna make Neff run out of options. Akimon is gonna find that one. A necessary pistol victory was a must, and they relied on their main shooters to bring it home.
Oh, you asked, and you'd stated, Vault, that Flexen maybe hadn't been showing up, and unfortunately for him, unfortunately for him, I had to completely agree with your sentiment. But that angle here, I can't believe he got away with that. I was certain, actually, that he'd been heard. I was certain that YZ would have heard the angle, but instead, no, him and K-Knight fall to Flex, and Ackerman dances an entire circle around Neff, and it's enough to put the pistol on the board. I think that's a 49% win rate for DRG. It's not quite BLG's 54 I think we seen last time, but it is a start, and they seem to want to push that advantage, and it's a hell of a way to push it.
Yeah, great read from Akimon as well. The acumen to also look at the Omen TP. Maybe a tad too early there from Neff, but now they basically got that bit of map control there with the judge being posted. They can put 2 players there. I think the third is a bit of an over-investment, but Volkashu got support, so it's not the end of the world for the 2 players on the C side. It might be a bit problematic though, because Spirit is still holding the line. Him and Volkashu gotta clear things up. I thought there might be some troubles, but it seems like they got it fully under control.
Yeah, no real concerns there. I mean, if Spirit had fallen, this is more the setup, the positioning, and the overall presence that I'd want to see from DRG. This looks a bit more like how they were playing Sunset. It looks a bit more confident. It looks a bit more competent with the re-swings and the trades and the setups. Would love to see it. A flawless would go a long way here to cementing another setup for the side of DRG. It's done excellently. No kills for the side of Bilibili, no plant for the side of Bilibili. So while they will have this buy, it will be as tight to the wire of a buy as you can physically have.
Yeah, and especially with them, I believe investing a Sheriff and next to that Marshall, they're gonna have multiple players actually on light shields if they want to have the utility, which is gonna bring more value off the Outlaw. I say that, but Billy actually primarily electing to ignore some pieces of util for the full shields. The only person on 125 going to be Neff on the smokes. If he goes down, that's crucial for sure. And Volkashu seems to have the right read. Spirit clears him out with the stinger. And the bonus round starting off pretty well for them. A second kill will go a long way, but K-Knight recovers. And it goes back to a 4-on-4.
Not even a body shot granted there. It's a big deal. It is, of course, not a frag, but dropping someone on full shields to 10 HP is a massive deal if you're able to do that, and unfortunately not quite able to find themselves doing it. We've been seeing this flank a lot from Neff specifically. It's all time for flexing himself to do it. He's got the angle. He spots it out. The ghost shots are good for some damage. No frags just yet. We see the aggressive push. K-Knight has been baited out, actually meets the judge. Nick then shows up into the mound as well. It's a phenomenal play off of each other. It looked like it could be a bit too slow. That will not be the case. The ult orb as well online. Levius, no spike in hand and only 15 HP. I want to see Nick pick up that ult orb before it's too late.
Yeah, and in any cases, when you got the spike, I don't see any real reason why, as K-Knight, you would want to commit to that duel.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like, yeah, that was him thinking, oh, like, he only got a ghost, I can definitely take him on. And even if you can, you're putting yourself in a position where you will be vulnerable to being traded. So they relied on the duels again. This time, Bitty will let them down as DRG chipping away at their buffer. Only one round will eventually be the difference between the two of them. Medante and the orb is going to be taken. But instead of it being for Livius, it's actually going to be DRG doing that. The ultimate economy working their way for the kills for the rounds that they've won. And now they will pretty much put Bitty back on another half buy. I'm not assuming it's going to be a full save. And Flexen have actually cracked the 1,000 assist metric. What a crazy stat line to have, by the way.
That is bonkers for your controller, but that's exactly what you want. And it has been, you know, Flexen, he has been struggling with the frags, yes, of course. We've been pointing out time and time again, but the smokes have been there. His timing with the dark covers and such have been very, very good. So well-deserved and a well-representative stat to show exactly what he does. And BLG off the back of that, they're trying their best to do a super fast execute towards this B-site, or the very sell that's what they're doing to try and get the utility burn. Flexen tries to shut it down. Levius, though, immediately answers back. Nick swinging yet again. This is aggression that I believe is something that can sell. Ackerman's good for one, but that's the problem. BLG fire back for both of them, and what seemed to be such an advantageous start for DRG is now an equal footing for both sides.
They bit off a bit more than they could chew, but Volkashu is known to find shots like these. He just clutched with the outlaw in the previous one. This time it's gonna be YZ to hold down the line, and nothing more than you would ever need on the side of Bitty. But winning a round like this, it comes back down again to Nick's positioning more than anything, because I feel like Akaman felt like it was necessary to go and help a teammate. And that wasn't the case at all. Like, I feel like Akaman could have just left Nick for dead there and just tried to stall for a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that really, like, I understand the setup from Spirit, but Spirit's even in that corner all the way. Like, Gate Crash, you just get out. Like, you get the frag and then you get out. DRG just overcommitted, and it is straight up that is the only word that it was an overcommit. They had got too confident, and as you said, they bit off more than they can chew. BLG have now used that to fight back. There's still a very healthy economy for DRG, still a fair few ultimates as well, but we have seen that BLG could weather that storm. They've done it before, and if they can do it one more time, it can spell the end.
I mean, if there's a fortunate line for them, is that they got the Rolling Thunder for the retakes. And I feel like that's something that they should definitely lean in. And as you can tell, they're leaving the seaside completely open. Camera taken out. There's still a Tripwire on site. So at the very least, Volkashu is going to be the one to anchor the angle. He got another trip, or another cage rather. He's using that one pretty early. Nothing has been found yet. That second cage is going to buy more time. 45 seconds left on the timer. And I don't know if they should actually commit to that round. Spirit, gotta be careful. Him being there is actually slowing down the ultimate. What a shot from Spirit mid-air. And Nick is gonna be able to find one as well. He just needs to put himself in a position where he's able to ultimate. He's trying to go for a spawn. That's valuable time for Bitty as they are thinking of pulling back away from the seaside itself. But then they realize the time is against them. The Rolling Thunder is ready. As soon as they try to go for the plan, the flood will come in.
The fireworks shot out of the sky. Flexen's position towards Levius has been read. Excellent, excellent work from it. And as you've said, 7 seconds left. As soon as that spike gets tapped, the Rolling Thunder is enough to completely stop it down. There will be no spike planted. There will be no dreams of BLG getting a 10th round this time. And DRG now, they have the momentum. Just keep it clean. Keep it slow, methodical. Do not give BLG any opportunity to fight you back, because we've seen what they do. They're given a chance.
Right now, the chances starting to run away from both teams. The economy is running thin. The timeout there, I feel like that's the right time to take it if you're on the side of Bilibili. Because, you know, they definitely have been, again, to their credit, much like the Garode, they've been able to figure out the pockets of space that they can identify pretty well. Like the way that they approached that C site, they kept trying to move the chess pieces to find the open space. They got the open space. They won the initial duel. If it wasn't for Spirit actually taking off YZ off the sky there, that might have been a very different round.
Yeah, the showstopper, fittingly enough, being stopped was massive. I completely agreed with the sentiment that Spirit was very much kind of pushed up the aggressive style, but that presence of mind, he knew that's what he was shutting down. He knew that position was pivotal, because what I was very concerned about happening, what I believe BLG were maybe leaning towards, was using the showstopper to counter the Rolling Thunder, because we've seen it work many times. We've seen that, you know, the fault line comes through, that YZ gets caught up in it, and then he just is happy to blast pack up and introduce Ackerman to the rocket launcher. He's more than happy to do it, and instead now he's got no showstopper to work with. But he's really trying. A clutch operator, it seems, in the hands of YZ. The shot that could have been all the difference is unfortunately for him a whiff.
Yeah, that was such a close shave, but for now, they'll still need to find a way to get an advantage, and they are considering inserting Levius. At least he's going to hold a defensive angle. I don't know if it's good for Levius to actually move any further. Even if there weren't players there, just the rest that you don't necessarily need to take. On the other side, I'm actually a fan of what they're trying to do now. You know, YZ on the angle. Speaking slowly, you find the first kill, you just can dip away with a man advantage. Bring your members back towards the already stacked A site, and that was a pivotal duel for Flexen. Now the A site is open, and it all rests in the hands of Nick trying to hold it from the connector.
I did say that it would be good for DRG to play this a bit more clean, a bit more patient, and instead BLG, they have the read that that's going to happen, and they do one of the most risk-reward moments in getting YZ on that operator, and it pays off phenomenally well for them. Vukashu still trying his best to do the damage that he can, but Levius already one step in front in terms of the plan, one step behind in terms of the server, and now the momentum that DRG could have tried to walk away with, no real concerns anymore for Bilibili.
Is this basically the power of Bilibili? You know, like you watch the videos, you get all the information you need. I mean, there are a lot of people, especially if you've seen the show matches, like a lot of the people that make like the competitive guides and setups are actually there. So that's one of the things that definitely can be a factor, but we'll see if it can actually work out for DRG, because they're definitely making a gambit here. It almost paid off, but instead Kayla is going to find two from beyond the veil of the smoke. And there is a dimensional drift, some space perhaps opening up for Nick. Out in the open once again, only good for the one, and that is not sufficient. And it goes duel like that in a game like that, but the spike goes down in the middle of the open, and that could be the chance for DRG to bring it back. It's Spirit against two. He's going to find them both, and he will lay the Kamehameha on Bilibili.
Oh my god, Spirit in his name, sending people to the afterlife in the game. A phenomenal clutch. I have said it before time and time again. DRG do moments of sheer wizardry, of complete magic, and that is what you want to see. K-Knight always seems to have a pretty free double kill any time that DRG have wanted to walk away with it. This time, though, out of his chair. I am not surprised. I have been knocked out of my chair, and already the fight. We can't even talk about the last round. The next one's already begun. The From the Shadows gets Neff very safe and securely away from the overdrive. The Viper's Pit already being put down towards the mid. Nothing short of 20 seconds has passed since the last round, and already we're in the post plan.
Oh, but look at the way that they're separating that. The spike is actually out of the pit. The pit is used to separate the map in two different pockets. The pocket that Levius is holding is everything. If Akaman is able to find that duel, that might have been the round. That seals the deal. And perhaps Billy have gone over the big hump. There's still Volkashu and Spirit left in play. Only a single one from the Yoru. And Volkashu trying to flirt with that pit. Urushi has having none of it. He's holding that line. This round is over. Billy only needs 2 more rounds to lift the trophy.
It's a big deal. As everything now, as you've said, the dust could potentially be settling. There's a Steel Garden still online as well for the side of BLG, for the side of potentially the victors. For the side of Levius, it's all he needs, really. We've seen the fragging potential he's had. We've seen how good the map control can be from those ultimates, and the Steel Garden is, while not as strong as the Viper's Pit, does a very similar job. And the last timeout now needed to be called for DRG. A 9-11 scoreline for them. Billy, as you've said, over the big hump vault, could only be 2 rounds away from lifting that trophy and cementing their first place in this stage 2.
Yeah, like the previous round, or the one prior to it rather, from Spirit, that 1v2 clutch, I felt like maybe that would be a backbreaker, but it does seem that it won't actually be the case. And now with Billy back, they pretty much got over the, I guess, as I said, like over the hump, over the toughest part. Yep. But they invested a lot into that one. That was the Viper's Pit. That was their entire rotation. Sure, there was an overdrive as well from Akaman, but it's not the end of the world in comparison. And in retrospect, maybe that Viper's Pit is gonna play a part in the next few rounds. It guaranteed them this one. So let's see if they're gonna be able to build on the back of it.
And they do it. It seems, I mentioned the tug of war previously back on Corrode, when arguably again it should have been more DRG's map. It's very much still a tug of war. It went to overtime the last time that this had came through, or the last time that Billy had won the map that wasn't against DRG. The paranoia comes through. The pre-fire is actually excellent. It doesn't manage to find its mark, but Spirit again uses the gate crash, gets out pretty much unscathed, and the Steel Garden that I mentioned now comes through, forces every member of DRG off the C site, gives Billy a free C site to get this plant down. The only thing that they have to worry about is the tripwires. They're now dealt with. It's all down to this retake.
Bolt line catches Levius, but it's a first good shot from YZ. The other 2 players almost lining up for the device. It was only going to be a single one. An important duel there. Akaman needs to find one more, but it's recovered well by YZ. And right now, it's a labor duel for those members. It is all in the hands of Volkashu. Vandal at hand. 4 more bullets. 3 players to find. A match point to be found by YZ. Billy Gaming on the precipice of greatness.
One more time. Once onto the breach for Billy. They were so close the last time they were on this stage. It was snatched away. They do not want a repeat. The way they're playing is showing that. Their positioning, the presence, the cohesion, the coordination, the utility, it's all there. It is indicative of a team that want to go the full distance. And even DRG, there were smiles on Corrode, there were happy faces. This time it's all serious. It's all an attempt to prevent Billy from walking away with this round. But if you look at those buys, the economy and the ultimates, it's a uphill struggle to say the least.
Absolutely. Well, right now, uphill. Elevation. Present for Levius and co. And the C-slider will be again. Last chance for DRG. Have hopes for map 5 to have hopes to to prolong this grand finals. Hakeman is going to start it with a kill on Neff. The 4-on-4 at the current time. No ultimates ready for them to use. The fault line can prove to be valuable, but the showstopper is going to take down one, and the coup de grace is ready to be delivered by Billy Billy. K-Light is going to find it, and after all this year, they fought tooth and nail. They lost to an Ascension team. They've beaten their best friends of EDG. They've ended their era, and Billy Gaming will be the champions for Stage 2.
I can only imagine what they are feeling, knowing that they are about to lift that trophy, cement their position. You can see the heartbreak on DRG. There is no real emotion to be said. They're just a bit of shock almost. That corrode map, I really don't think they had expected to go the way of Billy Billy, and that meant that Lotus was just going to be it. There was every possibility they had imagined that this would go to Ascent, and they have to walk past the trophy that I'm sure they dreamt of lifting up, that I'm sure they dreamt of watching Billy Billy make look on with envy, as they would be the ones. But instead, no, they have to put their heads. They're still lifted high. They give a very, very well-deserved bow, a phenomenal performance from them, and now they will have to go and approach the victors who really have played their hearts out this series.
Yeah, I know, they put their hearts out there. They've definitely made a respectable performance, and the journey is not over for either of those two teams. But right now, one team will go home empty-handed. The other, after covering that cup for so long, after reaching the grand finals, by the way, in the exact same way. Lower upper finals into lower finals into the grand final. This time they will be able to go there. They will be able to go to the podium. It was the first time for DRG, the second time for Billy Billy, and after a long and tumultuous year, they will be able to lift it. The trophy is theirs.
And you can only imagine that what is going to happen now. DRG look at Billy Billy and they take all that they can, the inspiration that if Billy Billy could do it, they can do it too. And I imagine that we will be jumping, they're getting every single one of them getting to lift that trophy one by one, the little aura coming through. They all want a piece of that pride, what is so confidently belongs to not just one player here from Billy Billy, to every single one.
Yeah, and they fought tooth and nail for it. And now this is their time on the limelight, their time to go to the stage. And we best leave it to B-Loss to give us all what is going on.
很开心吧，因为第一年第三段。
Yeah, and he said that I'm really happy because it was really sad that we lost the trophy in stage 1. And it's like I've kind of like given this back to them.
弥补给他了，今天把所有的遗憾全部都弥补了。而且其实我们觉得，从之前胜决1比2，当时汉服 DRG， 到今天对于两支队伍都非常的不容易，尤其对方可能 DRG 也是一支晋升赛的队伍。今天这场比赛，你觉得整体怎么样？你会如何评价？
How would you rate the match overall?
我觉得我希望我们今天的比赛给粉丝们一个精彩的一个体验吧。
And he says, I hope this match is exciting for the fans.
我也知道他们现在的感触是啥。
And he's like, he also knows like how the fans feel as well.
我们和 DRG 还有我们4个季冠军赛的队伍，就是别被这个影响到，然后我们为 VCT 现在冠军赛给个。
And I hope that like we'll like all 4 teams from CN will give a good performance in Champs Paris.
王浩哲，第1个联赛冠军。很久以来，其实 BLG 一直在等待一个机会去证明自己，这一刻终于来了。我记得当时在 CQ 的时候是第1次和冠军失之交臂，走到。
It's like it was YC's first time losing like with the trophy in Champions Qualifier 2023.
是一件非常遗憾的事情。那对你来说，这一段时间的经历有意义。
So what does like the whole journey mean to you?
我其实不是很想聊这个。现在我想问你们，谁是主角？
And he says that, oh, I didn't actually really want to talk about this one. And he screams to the crowd, now who is the protagonist?
么分享的话吗？
谢谢大家。
And he says thank you everyone.
谢谢大家，真的，我们打完比赛之后，最重要的就是分享快乐的心情。那煽情的话就先不说了，是吗？煽情的话就先不说了，是吗？
煽情的话没有什么。
He's like, I have nothing really emotional to say. He doesn't really want to say it.
是的，我想他此时此刻一定非常非常替你开心。有什么话想要对兄弟们说
Anything you want to say to teammates?
刚刚今天也一直在后面看我，给我加油嘛。然后，我就希望康康永远是我心中的第一决斗。
He says that Kang has been like watching him like behind the scenes today as well, and he hopes that Kang will forever remain the CN's first best duelist.
小 K， 其实 BLG 在过去的这一年也经历过队伍的低谷，其实有的时候可能明明拼尽全力了，但是无法拿到很好的成绩。我记得你之前也说过，从去年的所有的经验里，你们也总结出了非常多的东西，能不能给我们分享一下你们都？
So like, what have you learned from like since last year?
就是在打比赛的时候，一定要调整好自己的心态吧，不管你的状态好不好，你的心态一定。
And he's like, the best thing, the most important thing is about the mentality. It's no matter like your form, your mechanics in game, the most important part is still the mentality.
奖杯上刻上了 BLG 的名字，现在又是什么？
And how do you feel right now?
我觉得很荣幸吧，可以在这个奖杯上面刻上我们5个人的名字。然后我想说，我们5个人就是最好的。
I'm very honored to have BLG's players, all 5 players' names on the trophy. And he says that us 5 right now are the best.
听到了大家对你的呼声，今天的表现真的非常非常的棒。从进化者系列赛的第1幕，那时候是你登场第1场比赛，对不对？还记得当时的心情吗？
And do you still remember like how you felt when you played your first ever Valorant match?
萌新的感觉，
比较萌新的感觉。
And he said it feels very new here.
职业选手那个时候打比赛是不是还会有一些紧张？
是的，当然特别紧张。
He says of course it was very nervous.
有所不同，你又会如何评价你这2年以来的成？
And also how would you rate your growth these past 2 years?
30年河东，30年河西，别急别急。
He's like, just like calm down, calm down.
我觉得所有的好的东西都在后面等。
He's like, better years are waiting for me.
属于你自己的进步。那对于自己今天的评价，你会对于自己今天的发挥，你会如何评价一下？
How do you think you played today?
没毛病，蓝领收位，我做到了。
He's like, oh, and not too many problems. I've actually finally accomplished like play the Sentinel role really well.
卢西亚，大家都在线上，他们的掌声和欢呼声真的打得非常的棒。从去年初登赛场的小将，也经历过挣扎，可能也经历过对舞台的一些紧张和恐惧。但现在我们看到你蜕变成为了整个队伍的中流砥柱。你们尝试过失去奖杯的滋味，那现在拿下冠军又是什么样的？
How does it feel winning now?
我首先很感谢粉丝一直支持我吧，然后就是我想说，我们 BLG
really thanks the fans for support. And it was like we BLG will eventually get it. We'll always get it.
拿回到了手里，现在你们成为了冠军。现在还有什么想和其他观众朋友
And anything else you want to say to the audience?
谢谢谢谢。
You just thank you.
谢谢大家。下面 Jackson 教练。 因为其实每一次比赛，作为旁观者、作为观众，我们只是看到了最后的后果，一个成果。但是其实其中磨合的辛苦，只有你们自己知道。在这几个月里，大家是如何去磨合？
Like how's the team like cohere in these few months?
我们这一套阵容也坚持了很久嘛，然后这几个月也不断的调整。
And it's like we've like played these comps for quite a few months. We've adjusted a lot.
让大家每次都调整好心态，重新出发。
And it's like every time, every match, the players like adjust their mental very well.
但大家调整的都很好，然后对就
Yeah, and they won.
通向成功的路一定是非常艰辛的，但是现在再去想，所有付出的这些努力以及大家的这些争吵，可能都是值得的，因为你们现在确实做到了。
对，是的。
那有没有什么想要对这几个小伙
And
伴？
what do you want to say to your players?
我希望他们就是继续做自己。
And then he says, I hope my players continue to be themselves, to believe in themselves.
所有的观众也会继续相信所有 BLG 的队员。那接下来 Bill 教练。 因为在最近的比赛里，其实我们也能很明显的感觉到 BLG 在比赛过程中给对手造成了非常强的压制力。你们现在也有着越来越强的终结比赛的能力。团队在这段时间都做了什么样的？
And how do you think? What have you adjusted in these past few months with the team?
많이 프레셔 줄 수도 있고 그리고 경기 끝날 수 그 기교도 잘 잡을 수 있는데 약간 우리 그 동안에 어떤 조절을 하는지 궁금합니다.
뭐 사실 다른 건 없고요. 그냥 저희 선수들이 뭔가를 이제는 더 더 잘하려고 욕심내지 말고 그냥 실수하지 않고 뭔가 선수들끼리 같이 계속 하려는 그런 모습을 좀 보고 싶다고 저는 경기 내내 계속 얘기했는데 어쨌든 뭐 아직도 많은 실수가 나오긴 했지만 이제는 우승을 하면서 뭔가 좀 선수들이 느낀 게 있지 않을까 싶습니다. 네.
就首先的话，就是还是尽量对选手们之前有说过，我们不用再去考虑说如何再去变得更加的强大，只是说我们尽量的把我们自己现在能少犯的失误给它尽可能的减少。
The main priorities were like not to like have the team become stronger, but to have the team make less mistakes.
就告诫他们吧，然后在我们最后拿下比赛之后，估计他们拿下这个冠军之后，也会去。 印象更深刻一点，想的更多一点。
And he's like, he thinks that like was the players getting this win will also have them like think more about the game and improve themselves. And anything else you want to share with the audience?
애들한테 어떤 말을 얘기하고 싶은지 궁금하고. 아니요, 전혀 아니고요. 그냥 뭔가. 제가 여기 빌리빌리를 작년에 왔는데 작년부터 왔을 때 여기 우리 선수들이랑 뭔가 같이 하면서 뭔가 좀 좌절을 좀 많이 느낀 게 많았어요. 그래서 아무래도 네프랑 일단 샤오케이, YG, 왕하우저 이 세 명은 늘 함께했던 선수들이라 뭔가 제가 내년에는 뭐 어떻게 될지 모르겠지만. 이 선수들이랑 함께하고 있을 때 뭔가 좀 하나를 이루고 싶었는데 오늘 그거를 이룬 것 같아서 일단은 너무 기쁘고 그리고 루시아랑 레비우스도 신인인데 잘 따라와줘서 뭔가 좀 그동안 고생한 거 좀 보상받은 느낌이에요. 오늘 우승으로. 네.
首先其实也没有说什么眼眶比较深这种东西吧，只是说我们确实就教练也说了，他是从去年然后来到我们的 BLG。 然后之前来的时候，其实我们也是经历过非常多的挫折。
Like nothing emotional. He came to like BLG last year, and they encountered a lot of ups and downs. And the three like veterans on the team, YZ and K-Knight and Neff have experienced so much.
然后再加上后面我们两个新人也是。 And it's like
the two rookies, Levius and Rusha, have like caught up to the whole team, have like followed really well, improved so well. And he says thank you to the Billy fans.
支持和鼓励是他们能够走到今天拿下总冠军的原因。那再次感谢大家接受我们的采访，我们也相信突破迷障的人终将触破星辰。接下来让我们公布
that's it for the interview.
VCTCN 第2赛段的 FM。
And now it's time for the FM MVP announcement.
恭喜王浩哲，我们把麦克风交到他手里。
我对吗？
大家都很替你开心，因为其实你一直是队伍里非常稳定的一个存在，在每一场比赛里都证明了自己的能力。伴随着队史首个冠军，你也达到了属于自己的首个 FMVP。现在是什么样的心情
？Finally got your own FMVP. How do you feel?
就我打了这么多年，我第一次拿一个真正的 FMVP， 我觉得对于我来说是对我自己的一种认可吧。
Sleep for so many years, so like this kind of like a recognition for myself.
训练的日子都铸成了今天。现在你们作为1号种子，即将出征巴黎，这次有什么样的目标
So as the first seed from CN to Paris,
突破队
史， what your goals?
把我们之前世界赛丢的脸都找回来。
He's like he wants to redeem himself from the previous champions
能不能再给他一些掌声和鼓励？ 那来到重庆，相信你也感受到了所有现场观众们的热情。每一次你们出场，包括现在一直在为你们欢呼加油。最后还有什么想要对观众们说的话
？So like we know that fans are so passionate. What do you want to say to them?
一直来支持我们 BLG， 然后也来线下看我们比赛，然后还有很多线上支持我的。
And he's like thank you to all the fans like offline or online watching our games.
然后最后我想问你们，重庆谁是主角
？And he screams who is the protagonist again?
你们今天让所有人 听到了你们的声音，你们就是重庆的主角。再次感谢王浩哲接受我们的采访，也感谢一直支持 VCTCN 的观众朋友们。经济王冠终将眷顾破浪前行的无畏者，愿此刻辉煌成为照亮永恒征程的烽火台。也期待 CN 赛区的队伍在未来的赛事中取得更好的成绩。稍后将进行2025无畏契约全球冠军赛出征仪式，敬请期待。接下来，让我们把时间交还给评论席。
You really, really can't ask for anything more if you're Billy. All the YZ lovers have now got their own recognition. Of course, he has as well, lifting that MVP trophy. And you can see exactly how much it means to not only him, but the fans. I mean, there really isn't much more to go out on than finishing a stage by asking who now is the protagonist. And it is absolutely YZ.
Yeah, look. There's a big old saying here from me as a CLG fan. I've seen those years before. I understand that they go from undesirable to ungoddamn deniable for YZ and Net. It means so much to them. For YZ, living in the shadow of that EDG roster must have been so punishing. It takes a toll, and for Neff, you all know the journey. You all know what happened in Bleed. They just saw him as surplus to requirements, and now he's making it as the first seed from China. And honestly speaking, everything for YZ is something that I'll have to say, like, his reputation definitely caught up to him, because mechanically and as a player, he's been at that level for, I would say, for the better part of a year. So it's great to see him actually get him back to the star power level that he should be at.
I mean, that's the big thing, living in that sort of shadow, but then fighting for it yourself. Everyone, the highlight there, the setups, the scenes, you cannot imagine a better moment. Oh, Russia nearly getting taken away with the trophy, and for the last time, let's hear how Billy took the round to get themselves the championship.
抢下了，我们不知道去哪了。包点 C 包点，前 C 包点了。我们在 C 包点是吗？我有大，可以打黑了没事。来 C 连号码跟我。没黑到马路上。脚下左边。你有黑吗？等我。有大吗？ C 能快打吗？可以。打了120，你有120。别急，我这边境内有一个。我这边有线啊。5秒钟有眼。 别用大招，小一左边，等下眼。我等一下，冷静，谁到？别站。
Well. Seems like the MVP is upon us. We won't actually get to see the stats, I guess, but at least we got to see something here. And right now, Russia looking like a straight shooter. He was one absolutely for the entirety of that map. So for me, I'll just have to say, like, again, DRG have a lot of things to work upon, but at least they have the foundation of what could be a great team. The main problem for them, though, maybe not the most time that they've had, and I would have hoped for more improvement on the grand final, but the main part definitely is their veto. They won't be playing that many best of 5s. So that is going to be a stroke of good fortune for them, because in the best of 3s, their map pool looks like completely unbeatable.
Yeah, you've already beat it. I think a lot of people's critiques of DRG has simply been their map pool isn't as varied as a lot of other teams. And if anything, Corrode again goes to show that BLG hadn't played it on the stage, and they were so adaptable. They were so confident, not even necessarily in kind of the plays, but just with each other. That they trusted each other, they knew the utility was going to be solid, that in a map that me and you, I think both Vault had written pretty comfortably, put in stone for DRG, Billy managed to snatch it away and prevented Ascent even becoming a factor for DRG. And we've got a lot more to talk about, but I think the first thing I want to talk about is this is the last time we'll get to look at the predictions, and I want to see who's right and who's wrong. I comfortably have thrown my hands up. I was a DRG believer. Vault, though, you had the read. Absolutely clean.
Look, while I just have to say I love both teams, on an individual level. They're both such a pleasure to watch. Like, you know how highly I rate players like Vokushu and Spirit. But at the end of the day, like, cometh the hour, cometh the Rushia here, apparently. But still, YZ, you know, second best player, 263 on the ACS department. Nearly as good as Vokushu himself. And I want you to look at the drop-off between Vokushu and the next player in Spirit. That is where I feel like DRG struggles a lot.
It was in Spirit, but that, like, the next player in terms of ACS, it's Flexen who manages to tie it up. 1 more kill, 4 less deaths, 1 more assist, and that kind of goes to show you that Flexen is very much doing the work that he needs to on Lotus without Viper, but you really need everyone else to turn up. Viper and the double controller setup is used so much because it does give you that extra bit of flexibility that if someone isn't performing at their absolute peak, you can still comfortably make it work. Billy not only were performing at their absolute peak, they had Viper to cover that extra little gap where it did show up. And while Vukashu has basically never really put a foot wrong, and Flexen did a solid job backing him up, there needed to be more.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, if you got a team that will go pound for pound with you, but in terms of making things work, in terms of getting those clutches, having the variety, like we've seen how many rounds, like, you know, Rushia, in the space of a single half, he got an ace and a 4K to basically solidify 2 rounds that maybe without them, the first half would be pretty different. Then the pistol goes to DRG, and they go to a tie, and you never know how the story would have went if that is the case. The one main worry for DRG is the post-plant metric. It's 5 out of 6 for Billy, but it's 4 out of 9 for DRG. They've struggled a lot in their post-plants here on this one.
Which I'm glad you said, because the other maps were not. Their post-plant conversions, I believe they dropped, I think it was like 6 and 6, and then I think it was a 7 to 8 in terms of the conversion. So every other map they were more than comfortable on, and I mean, it feels like so long ago that Sunset happened and we looked at each other thinking, is this the way it goes? But Billy then refused to go down without a fight, and everything looked fairly comfortable for them. A lot closer of a scoreline than 13-2, but still pretty comfortably their side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's the thing. You look at the Sunset, it was pretty much a one-sided affair from DRG. And even when you're looking at the Haven, you were like, okay, you know, they got to the Haven. They lost the Haven 13-8, but you can say, oh, like DRG didn't look that good on the map. Then you go to the Corrode, and I feel like that was where the cookie crumbled. Like the first piece of the domino for sure was the Haven, where I'm gonna say, like, they have one great attacking half, but their defense, I'm sorry guys, like if we're gonna go against the best teams in each and every other region, we cannot have a defense this rudimentary. There needs to be a lot more in the playbook.
Yeah, there needs to be more just kind of fallbacks, more setups, more trust, and there was the occasional glimpse of it, but Billy have been reading those adjustments in those playbooks for so long. They did it last year on the stage and it wasn't enough. They were happier to bring that back and say this time it most certainly is. But with that, and with a very long day, we had a best of 5 that was 4 maps. We had a showcase of Val Mobile that was brought to you, of course, by shoutouts to the lovely Snow and Kumquat. Well, we are at the end.
Yeah, this is the end of the year for VCT China. It's gonna be, you know, I will always treasure this a lot because, you know, first of all, I know a lot of the crew here, like previously, whether or not through Valorant or previous to that. And it's always great to have a reunion with some of those people. I've met you here, actually.
Yeah.
And you know what? Like, we had a lot of fun. Like, look at us here, you know, at the grand final. And everything is going great. And for me, like, most of all, the fact that we're now fostering a community that, you know, likewise, most of us are just interested in watching the peak of VCT China, and it looks like a lot of people are pretty much happy for it. And okay, what are we doing?
We get the ceremony now. This is the ceremony for champs that we get to jump in as kind of a last fire off. The drone shot is so clean, and ladies and gentlemen, I think we may just be able to cut this and let you listen to the beats.
I got the lead，别看哈你，下苦力是为了麦克一。
洒泪眼部，他不帮你。当我站在朝天门，L没有6天生，神功浑然天成，笑容性感老偏们，老子不是天生的大哥，看到老子记得喊大哥。你敢图名，老子敢哈壳，每天下车，老子专门出下，都是潇洒，你们这样自我，走不起就走不起，讲太多了，放肆太小，我直接攀高头，人家曾经我依然爱是招手，拿到我的口信，你快点挣钱，想得出一次让一大口分田，遇到我的基本上都被我秒了，看完浪漫的现场，老子依然恼火，手头短发句，秒到底是你，小伙计在何必，因此都不值一提，对不起，先说对不起，你和你离题，预备起，奋斗起，早醒了，冲烈杀到 Z， 从前不畏喜悦，造起来。
雷兹 ，B 斯卡，C 奇乐，不夺力量。
恭喜 XLG 取得2025VCT 3第一赛段的总冠军，用自己夯实的脚步丈量云端。
Control when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you.
DRG 一剑封喉，他们结束了比赛，让我们掌声给到 Dragon Ranger Gaming。
Dragon Ranger Gaming.
This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. This could be the day I die for you.
最新魔，恭喜 BLG 获得上局，
你是更好的 BLG 将会上往巴黎。
Billy Gaming.
This could be the day I die for you.
Chongqing, you have been an absolute marvel. I mean, the scenery, the production, the people, the love that we see for the game. Like, I don't think it could ever be rivaled anywhere else.
Honestly, I would like to see people try. And I don't mean that as a challenge. I mean on a selfish aspect. I want to see people try and match that. I want to see what they can do. Yeah, as you've said, it has been nothing short of immaculate to watch this happen. The love, the show up, the fact that China has only had this game for 2 years. This is the love that they show for it. This is the support that shows up. And to end it with all 4 of your top teams that are, of course, going to be jumping off to Ascension stacked up like that. If there is a way to get hyped for Ascension, just replay that about 12 times. I'm sure you'll manage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, speaking of the credits that we're rolling, though, which is a great segue, I think that this is about damn time that we put an epilogue to this chapter here at Project Horizon. First of all, Medante, it has been an absolute pleasure, man. I'm gonna tell you, like, it's always a pleasure, but today it was special. And you know what? A big pleasure.
And I wanna just build off. You know, we met each other here, and it has been peak. That's all I want to say, because you said that just as we got kind of cut off, because we were still learning the schedule. But yeah, an absolute honor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's the important thing, though. It's not just you. It's not just me.
No.
It has been a team of absolutely lovely talent. Like, I want to name everybody, but then it will take me a while. So you know what?
We'd go longer than the interviews. We'd go longer than the interviews and the walkouts.
Yeah. So each and every single caster that has been here, thank you for everything that you've been done. Of course, a big thank you as well to Vilos. You know, he's been our translator for the majority of this one, and you know, Juntaki as well, but the two of them basically, you know, giving us the scoops, giving us the information, being in the CN forums is an absolutely pivotal part in understanding the narratives and building that here for us, that maybe we're not as much in the know as they would be with their knowledge. And you know, of course, when I give the thanks, it has gotta go to the main men, the founders and the people that have built this project. Our producer Magnum, Akamosk, who was here a day ago, and Fran. A big thank you to the 3 of them, and most importantly, thank you all who've made this possible and have made Project Horizon such a success.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, we can say, you know, how much like has been built and everything, and the amount of work that has gone in, but unfortunately, it doesn't really get love without you guys showing the love. And you have done that in spades in ways that we probably can never fully show. But trust me, it means the world to all of us. We will try and follow up with Ascension. There's still quite a bit of being in the works with that. So any updates and such, of course, we would get there. We would love to. I'm sure, Vol, you and I don't think would at all hesitate to jump back on the mic with each other for Ascension. It would be an absolute blast. So we'll get that updated. And again, thank you so much, all the subscribers, anyone that's donated, anyone that's maybe just cheered bits. I mean, we managed to get, I think it was, I checked the viewership, I think 500 on Twitch and then 1.5 on YouTube. So that's 2,000 people that maybe were watching the VCT China that maybe couldn't and got to hear us yap. And that's not counting, you know, everything else. So from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure from the bottom of all of our hearts, thank you. You mean the world to us.
Thank you so much, guys. And again, you know, not just by supporting, by tuning in. You're a part of this community, and a community that we are all proud and happy to be a part of. Follow all of the Project Horizon socials. They should be there on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Make sure you catch up to us. When we have updates on the status of Ascension, we will be back. And with that, we wish you all have a great day. Adios.